I recorded the prices for these cryptocurrencies at or around midnight each day in order to keep the prices as accurate as possible when concerning time. I finished my daily prices for June and a part of July, and now I am finishing the weekly prices I recorded for the same tokens. I recorded daily, weekly, and monthly prices on a spreadsheet in order to keep track of the currency that I am watching. On June 29, 2022, the price for Polkadot was 7.18. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price was 6.78, down 0.40 from the price recorded on June 29, 2022, the week before. On July 13, 2022, the price recorded for Polkadot was 6.47, down 0.71, the recorded price for June 29, 2022, and also down 0.31 from the price recorded on July 6, 2022 of 6.78, the week before. On July 20, 2022, the price recorded price was 7.90, up 0.72 from the recorded price on June 29, 2022, and up 1.43 from the price recorded the week before. On June 29, 2022, Shiba Inu had a recorded price of 0.000973. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price was 0.0001, up 0.00027 from the recorded price on June 29, 2022, the week before. The price remained 0.0001 on July 13, 2022, but the price went up to 0.00012 on July 20, 2022, up 0.000227 from the price recorded on June 29, 2022, and 0.0002 from the recorded price on July 20, 2022, the week before. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price for Cosmos Atom was 8.92. On July 13, 2022, the price recorded was 7.89, down 1.03 from the recorded price on July 6, 2022, a week before. On July 20, 2022, the price recorded for Cosmos Atom was 10.29, up 1.37 from the recorded price of 8.92 on July 6, 2022, and also up 2.40 from the price recorded on July 13, 2022, the week before. I no longer recorded the prices for Polkadot and Shiba Inu after June, but continued to follow the prices concerning Cosmos Atom.
It should be observed, also, that there are not a few very obscure and perplexing passages in these pseudosibillines, and in some verses one cannot best only guess at the meaning. There are also numerous lacunae and mutilations in all existing manuscripts, as, for example, at the conclusion of Book 12. These are indicated in the translation just as they appear in the printed Greek texts. In the few places where a list of proper names occurs and the English rhythm is impossible, my only course was simply to transfer the names in the order in which they stand in the Greek. The task of the translator is at the present rather to accept the order of the books as they appear in all the printed texts of the Greek original. The fact that many of the early Christian fathers cited these pseudonymous oracles as veritable Holy Scripture gives the work an importance in biblical criticism and theology which justifies the attention one have given the matter. Some poems are written in Aeolian Greek, spoken in antiquity in the northeastern Aegean. This is a rustic and more archaic dialect than the Attic or New Testament Greek which is typically taught in schools, closer to the Homeric. Indeed, many of the confirmed surviving Sappho fragments are from quotes in Roman grammatical treatises to illustrate fine points of the Aeolic dialect. The early Christians burned most of her poems, but couldn't eradicate every stray line of hers that was quoted in some textbook. In some cases, the Sappho fragments are references in text to quotes in other lost texts. Beginning with the generation first of mortal men down to the very last he prophesied thing, what erst has been, and what is now, and what shall yet befall the world through the impiety of men. First nai godurge sommetture late truly how into being come the word, and do, shrewd mortal, prudently make known, lest ever do should set my commands neglect, the king most high, who brought into existence the holy word, saying, let there be, and there was. For he dared establish it, placing it round about Tartarus, and himself. At a previous time Tartarus, the prison of the Titans, is here conceived as encompassed by the earth and forming its interior. Hesiod represents it as surrounded by a brazen fence and situated as far beneath the earth as earth gave the sweet light, he raised the heaven on high, spread out the gleaming sea, and crowned the sky with an abundance of bright shining stars, and decked the earth with plants, and mingled sea with rivers, and there with zephyrs mixed and watery clouds, and then, another race appointing, he gave fishes to the seas, and birds unto the wings, and to the woods the beasts of shaggy neck, and snakes that crawl, and all things which now on the earth appear.
Afterwards there sprang from their race 2 youths, one of whom was called Technites, artificer, and the other Janos autochthon, earth-born aboriginal. These devised the mixing of straw with the clay of bricks, and drying them in the sun, and moreover invented roofs. From them others were born, one of whom was called Agros, and the other Agruros or Agrots. And of the latter there is in Phoenicia a much venerated statue, and a shrine drawn by yokes of oxen, and among the people of Byblos he is named preeminently the greatest of the gods. These two devised the addition to houses of courts, and enclosures, and caves. From them came husbandmen and huntsmen. They are also called Aeltaean Titans. From these were born Aminos and Magus, who established villages and sheepfolds. From them came Mysa and Siduk, that is to say, straight and just. These discovered the use of salt. From Mysa was born Taurus, who invented the first written alphabet. The Egyptians called him Thoith, the Alexandrians Thoth, and the Greeks Hermes. From Siduk came the Dioscuri, or Caberi, or Carabants, or Samothraces. These, he says, first invented a ship. From them have sprung others, who discovered herbs, and the healing of venomous bites and charms. In their time is born a certain Elion called the Most High, and a female named Baruth, and these dwelt in the neighborhood of Byblos. And from them is born Epigeus or Autochthon, whom they afterwards called Uranus, so that from him they named the element above us Uranus because of the excellence of its beauty. And he has a sister born of the aforesaid parents, who was called Ge, Earth, and from her, he says, because of her beauty, they called the earth by the same name. And their father, the Most High, died in an encounter with wild beasts, and was deified, and his children offered him libations and sacrifices. And Uranus, having succeeded to his father's rule, takes to himself in marriage his sister Ge, and gets by her 4 sons, Elus who is also Cronos, and Biatalus, and Dagon who is Citon, and Atlas. Also by other wives Uranus begot a numerous progeny, on which account Ge was angry, and from jealousy began to reproach Uranus, so that they even separated from each other. But Uranus, after he had left her, used to come upon her with violence, whenever he chose, and consort with her, and go away again. He used to try also to destroy his children by her, but Ge repelled him many times, having gathered her allies. And when Cronos had advanced to manhood, he, with the counsel and help of Hermes Trismegistus, who was his secretary, repels his father Uranus, and avenges his mother. To Cronos are born children, Persephone and Athena. The former died a virgin, but by the advice of Athena and Hermes Cronos made a sickle and a spear of iron. Then Hermes spoke magical words to the allies of Cronos, and inspired them with a desire of fighting against Uranus on behalf of Ge. And thus Cronos engaged in war, and drove Uranus from his government, and succeeded to the kingdom. Also there was taken in the battle the beloved concubine of Uranus, being great with child, whom Cronos gave in marriage to Dagon. And in his house she gave birth to the child begotten of Uranus, which she named Demarus. After this Cronos built a wall around his own dwelling, and founded the first city, Byblos in Phoenicia. Soon after this he became suspicious of his own brother Atlas, and, with the advice of Hermes, threw him into a deep pit, and buried him. At about this time the descendants of the Dioscuri put together rafts and ships, and made voyages, and being cast ashore near Mount Cassius, consecrated a temple there. And the allies of Elus, who is Cronos, were surnamed Elom, as these same, who were surnamed after Cronos, would have been called Cronii. And Cronos, having a son Sadidus, dispatched him with his own sword, because he regarded him with suspicion, and deprived him of life, thus becoming the murderer of his son. In like manner he cut off the head of a daughter of his own, so that all the gods were dismayed at the disposition of Cronos. But as time went on, Uranus, being in banishment, secretly sent his maiden daughter Astarte with two others, her sisters, Ae and Dione, to slay Cronos by craft. But Cronos caught them, and though they were his sisters, made them his wedded wives. And when Uranus knew it, he sent Imarmene and Ora with other allies on an expedition against Cronos. And these Cronos won over to his side and kept with him. Further, he says, the god Uranus devised the Beatilia, having contrived to put life into stones. And to Cronos there were born of Astarte 7 daughters, Titanides or Artemides. And again to the same there were born of Rhea 7 sons, of whom the youngest was deified at his birth, and of Dione females, and of Astarte again 2 males, Desire and Love. And Dagon, after he discovered corn in the plough, was called Zeus or Otrios. And one of the Titanides united to Suduk, who is named the Just, gives birth to Asclepius. In Perea also there were born to Cronos 3 sons, Cronos of the same name with his father, and Zeus Belus, and Apollo. In their time are born Pontus, and Typhon, and Nereus father of Pontus and son of Belus. And from Pontus is born Sidon, who from the exceeding sweetness of her voice was the first to invent musical song, and Poseidon. And to Demarus is born Melcathris, who is also called Hercules. Then again Uranus makes war against Pontus, and after revolting attaches himself to Demarus. And Demarus attacks Pontus, but Pontus puts him to flight, and Demarus vows an offering if he should escape. And in the 32nd year of his power in kingdom Elus, that is Cronos, having waylaid his father Uranus in an inland spot, and got him into his hands, emasculates him near some fountains and rivers. There Uranus was deified, and as he breathed his last, the blood from his wounds dropped into the fountains and into the waters of the rivers, and the spot is pointed out to this day. This, then, is the story of Cronos, and such are the glories of the mode of life, so vaunted among the Greeks, of men in the days of Cronos, whom they also affirm to have been the first and golden race of articulate speaking men, that blessed happiness of the olden time. Again, the historian adds to this, after other matters, but Astarte, the greatest goddess, and Zeus Demarus, and Attitus king of gods, reigned over the country with the consent of Cronos. And Astarte set the head of a bull upon her own head as a mark of royalty, and in traveling round the world she found a star that had fallen from the sky, which she took up and consecrated in the holy island Tyre. And the Phoenicians say that Astarte is Aphrodite. Cronos also, in going round the world, gives the kingdom of Attica to his own daughter Athena. But on the occurrence of a pestilence and mortality Cronos offers his only begotten son as a whole burnt offering to his father Uranus, and circumcises himself, compelling his allies also to do the same. And not long after another of his sons by Rhea, named Muth, having died, he deifies him, and the Phoenicians call him Thanatos and Pluto. And after this Cronos gives the city Byblos to the goddess Baltis, who is also called Dione, and Berytus to Poseidon and to the Caberi and Agrodi and Heliais, who also consecrated the remains of Pontus at Berytus. But before this the god Tau thus imitated the features of the gods who were his companions, Cronos, and Dagon, and the rest, and gave form to the sacred characters of the letters. He also devised for Cronos as insignia of royalty 4 eyes in front and behind, but 2 of them quietly closed, and upon his shoulders 4 wings, 2 as spread for flying, and 2 as folded. And the symbol meant that Cronos could see when asleep, and sleep while waking, and similarly in the case of the wings, that he flew while at rest, and was at rest when flying. But to each of the other gods he gave 2 wings upon the shoulders, meaning that they accompanied Cronos in his flight. And to Kronos himself again he gave 2 wings upon his head, one representing the all-ruling mind, and one sensation. And when Kronos came into the south country he gave all Egypt to the god Tau thus, that it might be his royal dwelling place. And these things, he says, were recorded first by Sudok's 7 sons, the Kaberi, and their 8th brother Asclepius, as the god Tau thus commanded them. All these stories Thebian, who was the very first hierophant of all the Phoenicians from the beginning, allegorized and mixed up with the physical and cosmical phenomena, and delivered to the prophets who celebrated the orgies and inaugurated the mysteries, and they, proposing to increase their vain pretensions from every source, handed them on to their successors and to their foreign visitors. One of these was Isirius, the inventor of the 3 letters, brother of China the First, who had his name changed to Phoenix. Then again afterwards he adds, but the Greeks, surpassing all ingenious, appropriated most of the earliest stories, and then variously decked them out with ornaments of tragic phrases, and adorned them in every way, with the purpose of charming by the pleasant fables. Hence Hesiod and the celebrated cyclic poets framed theogonies of their own, and battles of the giants, and battles of titans, and castrations, and with these fables, as they traveled about, they conquered and drove out the truth. But our ears, having grown up in familiarity with their fictions, and being for long ages preoccupied, guard as a trust the mythology which they received, just as I said at the beginning, and this mythology, being aided by time, has made its hold difficult for us to escape from, so that the truth is thought to be nonsense, and the spurious narrative truth. Let these suffice as quotations from the writings of Sanchuniathon, translated by Philo of Byblos, and approved as true by the testimony of Porphyry the philosopher. The same author, in his History of the Jews, further writes thus concerning Kronos. Tau thus, whom the Egyptians call Thoth, excelled in wisdom among the Phoenicians, and was the first to rescue the worship of the gods from the ignorance of the vulgar, and arrange it in the order of intelligent experience. Many generations after him a god Surmabelos and Thuro, whose name was changed to Ysarthus, brought to light the theology of Tau thus, which had been hidden and overshadowed by allegories. And soon after he says, it was a custom of the ancients in great crises of danger for the rulers of a city or nation, in order to avert the common ruin, to give up the most beloved of their children for sacrifice as a ransom to the avenging demons, and those who were thus given up were sacrificed with mystic rites. Kronos then, whom the Phoenicians call Elus, who was king of the country and subsequently, after his decease, was deified as the star Saturn, had by a nymph of the country named Anobred an only begotten son, whom they on this account called Letid, the only begotten being still so called among the Phoenicians. And when very great dangers from war had beset the country, he arrayed his son in royal apparel, and prepared an altar, and sacrificed him. Again see what the same author, in his translation from Sanchuniathon about the Phoenician alphabet, says concerning the reptiles and venomous beasts, which contribute no good service to mankind, but work death and destruction to any in whom they inject their incurable and fatal poison. This also he describes, saying word for word as follows. The nature then of the dragon and of serpents Tau thus himself regarded as divine, and so again after him did the Phoenicians and Egyptians. For this animal was declared by him to be of all reptiles most full of breath, and fiery, in consequence of which it also exerts an unsurpassable swiftness by means of its breath, without feet and hands or any other of the external members by which the other animals make their movements. It also exhibits forms of various shapes, and in its progress makes spiral leaps as swift as it chooses. It is also most long-lived, and its nature is to put off its old skin, and so not only to grow young again, but also to assume a larger growth, and after it has fulfilled its appointed measure of age, it is self-consumed, in like manner as Tau thus himself has set down in his sacred books, for which reason this animal has also been adopted in temples and in mystic rites. We have spoken more fully about it in the memoirs entitled Ethothi, in which we prove that it is immortal, and is self-consumed, as is stated before, for this animal does not die by a natural death, but only if struck by a violent blow. The Phoenicians call it Good Damon, in like manner the Egyptians also surname it Neph, and they add to it the head of a hawk because of the hawk's activity. Apis also, who is called among them a chief hierophant and sacred scribe, and whose work was translated by Arius of Heracleopolis, speaks in an allegory word for word as follows. The first and most divine being is a serpent with the form of a hawk, extremely graceful, which whenever he opened his eyes filled all with light in his original birthplace. But if he shut his eyes, darkness came on. Apis here intimates that he is also of a fiery substance, by saying, he shone through, for to shine through is peculiar to light. From the Phoenicians, Pherecydes also took the first ideas of his theology concerning the god called by him Ophion, and concerning the Ophionity, of whom we shall speak again.
He would henceforward be known as Eusebius of Pamphilus. Let us only complete the title, Eusebius, son of Pamphilus, and so do justice to the old scholiast, that is, to the learned archbishop himself. A further explanation of the patronymic may probably be found in the prevalent custom of adoption. We know that Pamphilus had gathered about him a collection of books which seem to have been unrivaled in Christian circles, Lightfoot Ibid, and of which Eusebius became the professor and the possessor and made a catalog. Use History, ECCL VI 32. Use History. Actually, it's EUS HIS ECCL VI 32. I'll make a habit of keep doing that. That way I can distinguish, so you guys, that's a reference that you can check. So, let me go on. I just wanted to do that because that was a mistake I was about ready to make. It is therefore most probable that Pamphilus had made Eusebius his heir, and the only way in which a childless individual could acquire an heir was by adopting him. That's from Professor W.M. Ramsey, Expositor, September of 1898, page 204. C.F. Herman, Political Antiquities of Greece, 120. The appointment of an heir event by will could take place only by adoption. This statement that the heir was necessarily an adopted son is confirmed, among other passages, by Plato, Laws 9:24a, and by Isaiah 66:31. They would not have represented that a son had been adopted by Aristarchus, Aristarchus, into this inheritance. If Eusebius was thus made the heir of Pamphilus, his legal and usual designation would henceforth be, and then it's a Greek word, and in any case, whether he was actually adopted or took the patronymic as a symbol of respect and affection, the only true rendering is, I believe, Eusebius, son of Pamphilus. The work itself contains no direct statement of the date at which it was written, and it is difficult to determine this very closely from the allusions of contemporary events, especially to the persecutions of the Christians and the subsequent prosperity of their religion. The persecution commenced by Diocletian, February 24th, 303 AD, and continued by Galerius, ceased by his edict in 311 AD. Speaking of this persecution, Eusebius says in ECCL.HISTVII 16 that having begun to decrease after the 8th year, through the grace of God, it ceased altogether in the 12th year, after the defeat of Maxentius in 312 AD. Constantine and Licinus gave freedom to Christians, which was confirmed by the Edict XII of Milan late in the same year, and that's in EUS ECCL HIS X5. With these historical statements, we have to compare the allusions to the condition of the Christians in the two portions of the great apologetic work of the same author. We may notice first certain passages which seem to have been written just before or immediately after, and finally cessation of the persecution. And Praep EV 584 AB, or Praep, PRAEP dot EV 584 A B. Even up to the present time, the noble witness martyrs of our Savior throughout the whole inhabited world, while practicing not to seem but to be just as devout, have suffered all things that Plato enumerated. Here's the words, and it's some Greek words here, imply that the persecuted, if not still raging, had very recently ceased. Another passage, which seems to have been written before the persecution had come to an end, is found in Demonstration of the Gospel, III 5.78, commenting on our Savior's prophecy, and that's Matt XXIV 9, Luke XXI 12. That his disciples should be brought before rulers and kings for his name's sake. He adds, and shall suffer all kinds of punishment for no fault or other good reason, but all this solely for his name's sake. And we may marvel at the prediction when we see this working up to the present time. For the confession of the name of Jesus is wont to inflame the wrath of the rulers, so that though no fault has been committed by one who confesses Christ, they punish him cruelly for his name's sake. Here again, the present tense, and they got a Greek word, seems to imply the persecution was still raging. A strong contrast to the language of these earlier passages is found in the Demonstration V 3.11, who therefore, on seeing the churches of our Savior flourish in the midst of the cities and in villages and country places throughout the whole inhabited world, and the people being ruled by him. Again in Praep EV 9 D7, Eusebius, speaking of the Christian religion, says, "After these many years of persecution, it shines forth far more brightly, and daily becomes more conspicuous, and grows and multiplies more and more." From such a description, it is evident that the great change had occurred in the policy of the Roman emperors towards the Christian religion, and we may fairly conclude that the earlier passages were written shortly before or shortly after the cessation of the persecution, and the later after some years of peace and prosperity. Considering that the preparation and the demonstration are the two connected portions of one great work which must have been a long time in execution, we cannot be surprised at finding indications of different dates occurring in different parts of two treatises, and though unable to fix a precise date either for the commencement or for the completion of the whole work, we can hardly be wrong in saying that it was began about the year 312 AD, but not finished till a few years afterwards. On this later point, we have an interesting note of time of Preap EV 134. Many of the most highly inspired, even of their chief hierophants, Hierophant, and theologians and prophets, who were celebrated for this kind of theosophy, not only in former times, but also recently in our own day, under cruel tortures, before the Roman courts declared that the whole delusion was produced by human frauds. The passage evidently refers to the punishment of the false prophets and hierophants described in Eusebius' Hist. HIST.ECCL.IX11. Licinius, on arriving at the city of Antioch, made a search for impostors and tortured the prophets and priests of the newly erected statue, asking them for what reason they practices their deception. And when under the stress of torture they were no longer able to conceal the matter, they declared that the whole mystery was a fraud contrived by the art of Theotechnus, Theotecnus. He therefore meted out just judgment to all of them, and first put Theotechnus himself to death, and then his confederates in the imposture after innumerable tortures. These executions took place immediately after the death of Maximus in 313 AD, and were followed by a further decree of toleration for the Christians. We cannot be wrong, therefore, in saying that the words recently in our times were written neither before nor much after 314 AD. The time thus indicated in the work itself was especially opportune for such a defense of Christianity as Eusebius was undertaking. Persecution had ceased for the present, and there was no immediate need for such appeals to the justice of mercy on pagan emperors as had been formed a chief subject of the first Christian apologists. But the remembrance of the suffering endured, especially by the martyrs of Palestine, had witnessed, if not actually shared by Eusebius himself was still fresh, nor could there be any assurance that persecution would not be renewed under emperors less favorable of Christianity or less prudent than Constantine. The wavering attitude of the emperor himself at this period is well described by Gibbon. CXX. The devotion of Constantine was more peculiarly directed to the genius of the sun, the Apollo of Greek, the Roman mythology, and he was pleased to be god of light and poetry.
G.W. Bush pardoned the former Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger too. After Vietnam, you would have thought that laws would have been made, preventing us from attacking countries without declaring war. Congress has the authority to declare war, levy taxes, and passing any law they wish. They can also arrest anyone who breaks those laws, but the rights of the states and the individual are supposed to limit those powers. Congress can also create charters, giving government entities the same unlimited powers that they have. They did it with organizations like the Tennessee Valley Authority. This organization regulates our energy and has the authority to set prices without review. Problems concerning immigration can be seen today because of these powers. That is saying nothing about what our government did concerning Indian affairs. Associate Justice William Rehnquist stated, "The idea of limited federal powers is one of the greatest fictions of our federalist system. A fiction that needs to be dismissed and the truth needs to be revealed. It's time for us all to wake up." Did you ever wonder about the consequences though? If everything that was a secret in our past would have been told? What if all those secrets came to light as they happened? If just after John F. Kennedy was assassinated, information about Operation Paperclip came out? How would John J. McCloy, being on the Warren Commission, affect the people in our country? What if information showed that Shakespeare was Francis Bacon, or the university wits? How would that have affected education and the world of literature? Media is very important when it comes to social change, and literature was the main source of media for quite some time. Where there is now the internet and television, once there were pamphlets and books instead. What if every playhouse and theater in London were shut down, never to open again? Shakespeare could have inspired Milton and John Locke. What if information about the transfer agreement between the Jews and Germany were discovered after the Second World War? Before Erwin Black researched and discovered his findings? What would have changed, and would our opinions have changed also? What if it was known that Gerald Ford and IBM supported the Nazis? Would there have been protests and violence? Times were different and Americans were blinded by false patriotism, which is today the cause of our government being so subverted. So much, that we cannot even say if it was done by outside forces or from within. We do not know if it was done by the media, government, our citizens, Cuba, or the Soviet Union. Our morals and values have become stagnant, and the people are tired of the lies that we are given. We have come to a point in history where enough is enough, and the corruption, secrecy, and lies must end. It is hard to believe in our leaders when these leaders are stuck in the same dogma that has plagued our country for years. Rather you need a 6-cylinder car or not, buy it and hurry up. Have you ever heard of the media saying consume less? Hurry up and save, save, save. There is a sale going on, so save by buying more. Some people are tall and stupid, and some are short, bald, and clever. If the Sahara Desert became a communist state, there would be a shortage of sand. A lot of people say that the internet is too personal. Let us disagree with that opinion for a moment. The internet is as impersonal as it could be, to the point where we can get online and become self-delusional, blurting out thoughts concerning our lack of faith, government, religion, and society itself. If anyone criticizes, we can smite them with the power of the internet and cast them into the fires of Hades. Blasphemous malcontents, how dare they? Do they not know who we are? We are the great and might rulers of our domain, and our addresses are unlisted, so let the wars begin. We wish to be malicious, but please no midnight visits to kick our glorious behinds, overtaking our self-proclaimed empires of nothingness. If these fantasies that we personify are not met, we continue on to our Facebook games. We are the kings of our kingdoms, and landowners of our cyber world realities there. We farm our lands and buy the water for our crops, which we constantly monitor, of course. Invasions and raids which take hours to perform, so hurry up and wait. Checking in with our clans, to let them know that we still play. Hopefully if we are skilled enough, we can become leaders of a mighty order. The responsibilities so grand and time quickly passes, until the realization of our utter nonsense is clear. Friends are gained though, but we find that our friends are only people on the other side of a monitor. Some may have a picture, but many don't. Some have pictures that are new, and others need to be updated. Avatars have become familiar, and they say this is a personal experience. We love our new digital world, but we honestly don't keep it real. We no longer stand up, go outside, or even take time to breathe the morning air. In the meantime, your children go to school and their free lunches are served, but the teachers are turned into slaves. The government has turned the children into a commodity on Wall Street, and our rights are being taken away. Politicians who sold out their causes take money from the rich, who dictate what laws are to be, without a vote from the people they serve. Living under the disguise of charity and profiting with lies. Citizens asking who these people are and why their doors are always closed. Living in a country that has a government that tells us we are free, but we are too ignorant to govern ourselves. From what can be seen, this may be true. We play follow the leader, and stay silent to keep our comforts. The ghettos have housing authorities, and the rich have housing committees, and both sides have to lock their doors. We hide ourselves from expression, because we serve our masters well, allowing the ignorance of many to become the fruits of the few. The poor and the meek become the salvation of the rich and powerful, through tax deductions. The reasoning is ineffective to tyranny because elections are affected, and education presents the truth to do that. Instead of educating ourselves, we look at polls and surveys presented by the media. Work hard and be comfortable, become a part of the community, but don't get involved. Get involved if you must, but don't figure out how free you really are. Safety and protection affected the upright feeling of being vain, greedy, and full of hate. Being catered to while calling it faith and morality instead. Speak our language and learn our ways, because intolerance will not be tolerated. Marketed, categorized, publicized, and censored, we are watching. We will beat in with political correctness, and then convict you without sovereignty. Laws are created for the few, not for the many, and behind closed doors now.
since the recent rejuvenation of intuition research within the management literature, significant work has been done on conceptualizing intuition. Whilst remarkable progress has been achieved in many areas of intuition, the role of intuition in creativity remains comparatively under-researched. Through an extensive review of intuition literature, we believe that a reason for this could be that intuition in the management literature is generally conceptualized as judgment. We aim to extend our understanding of intuition in creativity by distinguishing between intuitive judgment and intuitive insight, on literature-based features of intuition, and the conceptual model of knowledge types, distinction of focal and subsidiary awareness. These considerations lead us to propose that there are two distinct kinds of intuition: intuitive judgment and intuitive insight, introducing the distinction between intuitive insight and intuitive judgment. The significance of distinguishing between these two concepts is that it provides us with a better understanding of the role of intuition in creativity, which is the least understood and researched area of intuition in management research. Therefore, our findings help elucidate a better understanding of creativity, and thus extend our knowledge of intuition. Moreover, this is potentially valuable to knowledge-oriented organizations who place considerable emphasis on creativity, not only in the area of R&D, but also in a wide variety of business functions. In order to fully understand the rationale presented, relevant literature is examined. Literature beyond management research about the use of intuition in creativity, philosophy, psychology, amongst others, for helpful supplementary models. One suggests that intuition lies at the heart of a number of dual process theories of cognition. These dual process theories came about since cognition appeared to be difficult to understand as a unitary construct. There are many variants of the dual process theories, each with slightly different versions of duality. The roots of this duality can be traced back to Socrates, Plato and Aristotle in the Western world. The first well-known one from the modern era is Freud's in 1900 a distinction of primary and secondary mental operations, to finally propose the dualism of sequential versus multiple processing. Some more recent dualist conceptions include the extensional versus intuitive reason, controlled versus intuitive mode of cognitive function, and reasoning versus intuition, rational versus experimental, which is later referred to as analytical rational versus intuitive experimental. Without trying to list all the different versions of the dual process theories, a review of models can be found where we indicate that they always distinguish between a process that comes close to intuiting and another which we can best describe as non-intuitive, regardless of which version of the dual process theories one accepts. The duality of intuitive and non-intuitive processing seems to have been widely recognized. The importance of this duality for management, apart from good logical analysis, intuition, is nowhere more indispensable than in executive arts. Research on intuition became increasingly popular in the last 2 decades in the management literature and in the academic world more generally. We see 2 reasons for this. 1. Intuition is the perhaps least understood aspect of managerial cognition. Without understanding intuition, it is impossible to develop any meaningful conceptualization of cognition. Intuition is the very raison d'etre of the problem of cognition. Thus, the only consistent way of avoiding the problem of intuition would be to deny it completely, which would, in turn, mean denying the problem and the phenomenon of consciousness itself. Examining the conceptualization of knowledge, sleeping monster, which, once awakened, may destroy our view of knowledge altogether. However, we believe that if it is destructive trying to understand intuition, then destruction is needed. as our view of knowledge and consciousness cannot be meaningful unless it accounts for intuition as well. We propose a provisional distinction of two types of intuition, which we call intuitive judgment and intuitive insight. This distinction helps us in developing a better understanding of creative intuition, which is perhaps the least understood of the various types of intuition.
Episode of the third season of Tech Talk. Me, Mark, Edward.
Bye.
Hold on a minute. I gotta shut somebody's mouth down. I've got one of the channels are actually playing. I have no idea. Oh shit. Okay. I think I have no idea where that's coming from.
Is it on your end?
Oh, okay. It's D-Live.
Okay.
Freaking D-Live, the bastards. Okay, D-Live. Okay, so I've got it straightened out. Sorry about that. I don't know if it showed up in the videos or not. It actually started out good, but then freaking D-Live had to screw it all up for us. Thanks, D-Live. But anyhow, this is the third season of Tech Talk, and today we have Mark Edworthy, me, and Mr. Robot coming in. You guys want to say hi again?
Hello, folks.
Hi again.
Okay. So does anybody have any idea what it is we're going to be talking about today?
You mentioned something about alphabets, but apart from that, Alphabets Inc. Apart from that, we haven't got a clue.
Also known as the evil Google company.
Right, the evil Google company. Now, see, this was going to be episode 2 because Tanhai Tran wanted to do another topic, but because Tanhai Tran bailed out on us the horrible way that he did without any prior notice or anything of that nature, we've had to go to episode 2 instead of episode 1, which was going to be the first episode for Tech Talk. So with that, we are on episode 1 using episode 2's topic. Does any of that make sense, guys?
Yeah, that's sort of.
So, since we are talking about Alphabet Inc., I figured that would have been the best way to say it or start this episode. So, with Google or Alphabet Inc., the one thing that really stood out to me is this new Google DeepMind that they're coming out with, and I was wanting to start out maybe going in that direction and see what you guys think about it.
Can I just lay some groundwork on like the origin story?
Yeah.
All right. So Google's journey started at Stanford University as a research project, beginning in 1996. created by doctoral students Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Larry Page was from Lansing, Michigan, and Brin was born in 1973 in Moscow, Russia. They met at Stanford and discovered their shared interest in organizing and retrieving useful information from large data sets. Initially, the two reportedly didn't get along very well, but they found common ground in their academic pursuits. Basically, they started an initial company called Backrub. That's what Google was called initially. And when they basically one of the guys developed an algorithm for organizing pages, ranking algorithms and stuff like that, analyzing backlinks, and then Backrub's search engine grew rapidly after its launch. By August 1996, just 5 months after beginning to index websites, Backrub had already cataloged 75 million pages, occupying 207 gigabytes. Of these, 30 million were HTML pages, with the remainder consisting primarily of email addresses. They outgrew their Stanford servers and moved into... that's when in 1997, they renamed the Backrub to Google, which was chosen as a play on words for Google, which refers to a number that is 1 followed by 100 zeros, basically saying how infinite the amount of information on the web is. However, Google.com was registered in 1997. However, Google Inc. was officially established as a company on September 4th, 1998. When Page and Brin filed the necessary documentation, the company's initial headquarters was set up in a friend's garage in Menlo Park, California. Susan Wojcicki, I can't say her last name, something, who would later become a senior executive at Google, rented her garage to the founders after they outgrew their Stanford servers. The initial funding and business model. The fledgling company secured its first significant investment from Andy Berchtolsheim, vice president at Cisco Systems, who wrote a check for $100,000 to Google Inc. before the company was even officially formed. This initial funding was followed by investments from prominent venture capitalist firms, which helped the startup grow rapidly. From the beginning, Google distinguished itself from competitors through the minimalist user interface and intuitive business approach. The company developed a revenue model based on targeted advertisements, which eventually evolved into the highly profitable AdWords platform. And the rest is history. They took over YouTube. YouTube sold out to them. Their own browser, their maps, Chrome browser, all those other spawn-off companies. By 2015, Google had grown into numerous diverse ventures, ranging from self-driving cars to healthcare research. This diversification posed organizational challenges and potentially diluted focus from the core business. To address these issues, the major corporate restructuring was announced in August 10, 2015. Google co-founder and then CEO Larry Page announced that the plan was to create a new holding company called Alphabet Inc. This restructuring was formalized on October 2, 2015, with Alphabet becoming the parent company of Google and several former Google subsidiaries. I think I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. I was going to comment there, but yeah, you mentioned Alphabet in relation to that. I did see a interesting video just yesterday, or day before yesterday, actually. I was thinking about creating a post out of in relation to Google's competition in relation to what was that, Out of Vista, and the history of online search engines, and how the earlier online search engines were only searching things like tags, so the titles of web pages, and like you said, email addresses and various other meta tags. And it wasn't until something like 95 or 96 until search engines were actually searching for the contents of the page.
Really?
Sergey Brin's research was supported by grants from the National Security Agency, NSA, and CIA through the Massive Digital Data Systems Initiative. Google's founders, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, did acknowledge that funding from the National Science Foundation and DARPA for their work through that digital library initiative. So there was a bit of intelligence funding going on there in the early days, and probably later on too.
But also, they got a lot of funding from CERN.
The CIA's venture In-Q-Tel was involved in funding Keyhole Inc., a company that Google later acquired. Keyhole's technology became the basis for Google Earth. Yeah.
Now, Google Earth, when exactly was it that Google Earth came out?
Let me find out. Google Earth was established in 2001 in Mountain View, California. Google acquired Keyhole in 2004 and rebranded Earth Viewer as Google Earth, releasing it to the public in 2005.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so not that long ago, 20 years ago now, I guess.
Well, Facebook came out in 2005 too, didn't they?
2005, 2006.
I mean, if I'm correct, that's when they came out.
It was about that. 2004.
Okay.
2004, February 4, 2004 was it when it was launched.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's there's a lot of sus things going on around that.
Launched as a public entity or still as a internal university project?
But yeah, that supposedly also got some intelligence funding from the start, from what I remember. That was from Harvard, Mark Zuckerberg.
So Harvard actually was the ones that did that then, is what you're saying.
He was studying at Harvard. It was originally called the Facebook, not Facebook. But yeah, why did you want me to find out who funded it?
Yeah, actually, that would actually be.
It's funded by an IPO. Sure, it was funded by an IPO, which was overly priced IPO.
Facebook's initial seed funding came from Peter Thiel. Remember Peter Thiel, the co-founder of PayPal, who invested $500 $100,000 in the summer of 2004. This was a significant outside investment in Facebook, securing Thiel a 10.2% stake in the company. Thiel's investment was facilitated by Sean Parker, who had recently joined Facebook as its president. Other early investors included Reid Hoffman and Morris Werdiger,
Whitaker.
who participated in the same funding round through Western Technology Investment. There are no direct claims of funding for Facebook through intelligence. However, some conspiracy theories suggest indirect connections through venture capitalist firms. For example, SL Partners, which led Facebook's Series A funding in 2005 with a $12.7 million investment, has been linked to the CIA through its partner James Breyer's connections. Breyer was on the board of BBN Technologies, a company that worked with InQtel, the CIA's venture capital arm. So all these things linked.
Sorry, Facebook was also, when I said the IPO, it was, its initial public offering was in 2012 at $38 per share, which at the time was argued to be priced. I remember big arguments in the business world arguing that it was really the initial share price was ridiculously overly priced.
Well, I think the CIA thing is a big issue too there. So, I mean, there we go. There we go. I got it. Look at that. You see that cool new freaking picture I made up? Look at that. What do you guys think? You like that?
Makes you look a lot taller than me.
Well, you're sitting down, see.
Okay.
You're sitting down. Now. What do you think, guys?
In the Matrix.
Yes. That
You
would
look like you're creeping up on it.
No,
Yeah, it looks a bit
no.
yeah.
Well, see, if I left it the way it was before, then I could actually move myself over to the side a little bit, but I was wanting to leave space for tan. I figured.
Also, are you bleeding into my arm?
No, I'm
Looks
not.
like you're bleeding into my shoulder.
Actually, I do have to make that adjustment a little bit better. So let me go ahead and do that. That's actually better because now you don't see the black part. It just kind of like goes. No, it doesn't. It does not work, does it? So let me go ahead. Now, the whole history behind freaking Google just literally just bored the shit out of me, to be honest with you. When it comes to like that part, that's not really cool. What's cool, if you ask me, is that the part where Alphabet came up with or the humanism, what's that humanism? Now I'm having a brain fart. Transhumanism.
Okay.
Okay, now, is it true? Do you know? Does the co-founder believe in transhumanism, Mr. Robot?
To what sort of?
I think he's in the middle of class.
He's got the company has been interested in the concept.
Okay. Now,
for some time.
now the thing about it is though that gets me about the whole thing with transhumanism is that this new deep mind that they're getting involved in when it comes to
You say new DeepMind. DeepMind's been around for some time.
well, it's
Um,
or what's
I
some time to you because I mean to be honest, it's
back when we were talking about it the other day, I did mention the scandal in relation. I found it in 2010. I did mention the scandal between the British NHS and Google DeepMind back in 2015.
It was founded in 2010
2010,
and
yeah.
was acquired by Google in 2014 for £400,000, for £400 million. Sorry.
It was founded by Alphabet Inc. Technically. It's a
it's
British American artificial intelligence research laboratory, but there's much more than that.
It's an intelligence research company, artificial intelligence research company, and it's a subsidiary of Alphabet Inc.
Mm.
And Alphabet Inc. is supposed to be the parent company of Google.
Yeah, so it's trading as Google DeepMind, but technically it is directly owned by Alphabet rather than being a subsidiary of a subsidiary.
Now with DeepMind, they said they've had like groundbreaking work in like deep learning and reinforcement learning. Have you guys ever heard of reinforcement learning?
The concept, I sort of parrot light learning, I think we used to call it.
How did you say that?
Parrot.
Palette.
Parrot as in
Parrot.
bird, yeah.
Okay. Now, it's a type of machine learning where, like, the agent learns how to make decisions by interacting with, like, the environment and receiving feedback in the form of, like, rewards and penalties. You know what I mean? So, like, if you turn around and if you're playing games, okay, you get a reward for something that you do within the game. You know what I mean? It's a interactive, and and one thing that stands out to me is like a lot of these new commercials where you put an app on your phone, and if you're fat and you want to lose weight, you get that app and you'll get rewarded through cash for the amount of weight that you lose. You know what I'm saying? That's what it really makes out to me.
It's history of medical records is questionable because, like I said, in 2015, I told you about this the other day. In 2015, the UK government, I think it was under Cameron's, so Conservative, at the time, gave the public an option to not allow their records to be shared with DeepMind, and it was a very poorly advertised. It was a very badly advertised campaign, and only lasted for something like a month or something. People, myself, actually opted into the campaign. To refuse my records from being shared with DeepMind, and the UK government afterwards ignored that campaign and gave 1.6 million public records without the public's consent, without the user patient's consent.
It's just like they've also got something called Retina Net, and it's a deep learning algorithm that helps detect early signs of diabetic retinopathy
Yeah.
and age-related muscular degeneration. Now they've got that set up too through Alphabet Inc., where they're actually doing that, um, uh, and they're using
It's all.
for
It's also been suggested, and I don't think there's any actual concrete evidence of this, or at least public available evidence, that they had ignored U.S. Harper laws,
yeah.
so they could potentially have your medical records as well.
Well, I know they're also doing it like in things when it comes to like acute kidney injuries and stuff like
Mm.
that. They're developing AI models that can predict the risk of AKI, whatever the hell that is.
Right.
Oh, acute kidney injury. Yeah, that's what.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, and
Um,
in
it's
hospitalized patients.
also rumored that they are working with the Blair Foundation in relation to the so-called identity certificates, the identity applications.
Yeah. Well, here in the United States, we have uh, this mobile health thing. They call it Streams,
Mm.
and it's a partnership with the health services that
Yeah,
they.
potentially violating, like I said, potentially violating U.S. Harper laws.
Mhm. That's what
Law.
that's what they're using it for, is that kidney disease. According to them, it's to help doctors monitor and manage patients with kidney diseases. And I don't know. I mean, for me, I find that kind of disturbing that they're, because like especially when it comes to, have you ever heard of what's his name? He's Kakamaru, whatever his name is. He's the scientist, the Asian scientist that's always talking about things of the future. Um,
Futurist,
yeah,
futurology.
it's, Michio Kaku is who it is. He came out with a really good documentary where he was talking about some of the things that they were going to have uh, in the future. And this one thing, it was about where, like, say you get up in the morning and you go to the bathroom, you go and pee in the toilet. They're going to have sensors set up in the toilet to where it detects what's in your urine.
This was suggested by, I think it was the Labour minister a couple of years ago in the UK. Oh no, it was suggested by the NHS in the UK, but it was sort of ridiculed. It was sort of treated as a joke more than anything. Um, because of things like privacy laws in this, data protection laws in this country, and also cost as well.
Well,
Just costs, and also and other issues such as if you got a home with one main toilet, and you've got, let's say, you, your wife, and your 2.4 children, you all using the same toilet, then how is that data going to be managed? How
well,
is that data recorded?
with the whole setup and the way they're talking about, like, you're going to go out and you're going to choose your insurance company. Okay, so your insurance company is going to be the one that's regulating if
Yeah, as far as the US concerned, but
No,
in countries that have more socialist sort of healthcare, such as the UK, insurance companies are not.
well, that's even worse.
Yeah.
That's not really a good example. Like you were getting ready to say it was going to be something better. That's actually even worse, dude. Like,
Precisely, it's the you can see the complications.
because like if you're set up on a socialist plan where they know exactly what's uh, being put into your body and the health that you're into, then like they can just cut you off. Say, look, man, if you don't behave and start living right, then you're not going to get any health care. So you get
I
That's
actually,
exactly where they want to take it.
I
It's
actually
all about
was
control.
hold on.
actually was watching two videos today in relation to. I think it's only been suggested by 40 Labour ministers, UK, within the last couple of days, to look at identification applications and identification certificates, and looking at it from a sort of Chinese sort of sesame sort of concept. So you'll be regulated on what you eat, where you go, potentially sooner or later what you think even. So yeah, and we see in China at this present moment, if you post anti sort of CCP material on the internet, then or any sort of on any sort of communication form, you could potentially have rights such as your travel rights or your rights to access supermarkets removed or
Yeah.
limited, restricted.
I mean, for me, well, actually, Robot was talking. So, Mr. Robot, you wanna chime in? I know you was getting ready to say something. I apologize.
Yeah, basically, I just think the less they know about us as individuals, the safer we are. I'm all happy if there is like local processing of your your critical information, but as soon as you start trusting various third party companies with, how your body works, how your mind works, what you're taking, all that stuff, it becomes a potential vector for attack or control or so many different things that you could do to someone, you know what I mean? So that's basically what I wanted to say. I think there is a general push for us to give out more information to the governments and to, transnational corporations and stuff like that. And I think it's a dangerous trend, to be honest.
Yeah.
And then sorry, just something else that came up. When you think about the sort of push to central bank digital currencies, this becomes even more of a nightmare because you do something that the government doesn't approve, you say something that the government doesn't approve, you go somewhere that the government doesn't approve of, you eat something that the government doesn't approve of, you could have your income reduced
Yeah.
or even removed.
And that right there, I believe, is what the real biggest threat is. You know what I'm saying? It's like when it comes to when it comes to actually do having all this technology and it could benefit, but at the same time, the same things that you think are benefiting you is actually turning you into, well, I mean, a puppet. They can lead you around like a leash, like a dog on a leash. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's really the best way I can explain it. Whenever I,
When I was watching these videos earlier, the old Benjamin Franklin quote, um, those who give up essential liberty for safety deserve neither liberty or safety. But I put a small spin on it. Those who give up essential liberty for convenience should not.
It always gets sold to us like it's for our benefit or for our
Yeah,
safety, or and
or
the
convenience.
way
Or,
that technology is developing now, it's just so rapid that we tend to implement things, and then if it goes wrong, we fix it later. You know what I mean? Like, so many toxins in our food, or um, in our medicines and stuff like that. Things go wrong just because we pushed it through too quickly without, having public debate about it, or considering how it can affect this far into the future, stuff like that. And then you get on top of that companies that are like just blatantly nefarious. There's technologies that can turn a sound into a way to entrain your brain into thinking and feeling certain things. There are phones, for example, that can emit, or like monitors as well, that can emit frequencies that entrain your brain to be in a certain state of mind, whether it's more relaxed in a trance-like state, or more alert, or in fear. There's so many different ways you can like hack the human body these days. And I think it was actually one of the Google guys that started talking about that. It was either him or that Havari guy, talking about how humans are totally hackable nowadays, and in the future, we'll be able
the
to
most
completely hack
obvious,
humans.
the most obvious concept of this that we see these days, or rather smell these days, is shops just giving out aromas, artificial aromas. So you walk past a bakery and there's an artificial smell bread being made, or you walk past a supermarket and there's an artificial smell of coffee brewing. That's probably the most obvious usage of this concept, and that is being used at this present moment.
now I've heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but I've heard that they have a machine that can actually smell now, and like I used to joke around and call it the fart machine, because like you can actually it can smell odors, so it doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me that they can like fabricate these odors and produce it out of thin air either. You know what I mean? But for me, I I would rather smell artificial odors than to have insurance companies or governments dictating to me if I can or can't have insurance, because I don't or I'm eating unhealthy, you know what I mean? Or I go out the night before and forget that I have to freaking have a checkup done, and I drank too much alcohol. And of course, there's sensors on my toothbrush, and there's sensors on the toilet, and there's sensors on the this and that to detect what it is that I've got in my system. You know what I mean?
And the other issue in relation to this is that it's not open for the free. It's not using free market ideology. We're sort of seeing a sort of technocratical, sort of kleptology sort of thing, where you've got a few companies are interested in all of this, and they are making deals with governments. I mean, it was only recently that, in fact, I think it's only been in the last 2 days that the information in relation to the Labour government in the UK and having meetings with BlackRock, and we're seeing people like the Gates Foundation, or is it still the Gates and Melinda Foundation or whatever? But the Gates Foundation, Bill Gates, having meetings with governments and trying to force issues as far as farmers are concerned. So reducing sort of independent farmers and forcing governments into, like so, reducing farmers and creating sort of big agricultural sort of projects around in the large corporations.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a sort of, I don't know, technocratic sort of communism, in fact.
Technocracy is also another term that's been used in recent years, and I mean that to me, from what I've heard about it, it sounds like a form of communism. To be honest, it's exactly what it is. We would like this up and down, like dislike shit. You know what I mean? If you let this go on too far, that's exactly the way this world's going to work. It's where other people's opinion of you is going to determine where your status in the world is going to be. You know what I mean? The people with more likes are going to be higher up than they're going to be the elites, where the person who doesn't have the likes are going to be down here at the bottom. You know what I mean? They're going to be the lower class.
And as we saw with the recent pandemic, the old trust the experts thing, trust the experts who are getting paid by the corporations to shield weather products or shield medical products, and anybody who disagrees with these so-called experts were conspiracy theorists.
Yep. Now, have you ever heard of a game called Go?
The Chinese checkers type thing.
How about you, Mr. Robot? Have you heard of it?
Yeah, I've never played it, but I know about it. Yeah, it's kind of it's meant to be more complex than chess. But yeah, AlphaGo was based around like mastering that game, right?
Yeah, and
early work.
AlphaGo actually beat Lee Sedol. He was the freaking world champion for Go, and he actually beat him in 2016. So that was one of the most interesting things right there when AlphaGo was. And now that is actually a part of the DeepMind projects that was going on with AlphaGo. And I find that's kind of interesting. And they say that it's supposed to be more complex than what chess is. And I remember back in the day, whenever frickin' they had the chess match between the computer and the world chess champion, where it had beaten the world chess champion, and that was supposed to be a big deal, So whenever I found that out about that kind of got me to wondering if maybe AI in reality is kind of what stems off of that, because I know that was what their big goal was when it came to making that chess program. There's a movie out called Down the Rabbit Hole, And
Anybody who plays chess will recognize engines such as Stockfish, which is a pattern recognition, artificial intelligence, if we want to call it an artificial intelligence. And Stockfish has been in development for many, many years now, probably 2, maybe 3 decades now. And it's the sort of go-to. I hate using the term artificial intelligence, but it's the go-to artificial intelligence for chess.
that's something else. Now, the thing of it is too is like that the system that they brought or they created back, I think it was back in the 90s or the 80s when they did it, but that wasn't like a generic program that you get when you go on to a server to play chess or anything. Just so everybody who's watching understands, like this was a complex system. You know what I mean? So don't think of it as like the same thing that you find when you go on and you want to play the computer whenever you want to play chess. That's not what I'm talking about. Like this was a very, very complex strategic program that was made so that it could try to beat the chess champion. You know what I mean? That's what's going on here with AlphaGo too. This isn't like just an average AI program. This is
I just checked. Stockfish was created in 2008, originally created, and I think it's at version 17 now.
you know.
So it's a massive development.
And
That's
kind of what gets me is that actually what's going on there when it comes to this supposed AI, or is this something new? You know what I mean? This artificial intelligence, is it actually something new that was developed, or is it just the old stuff that's rebranded? Because I know you like.
It's not just rebranded. It's been increased development as use data sources to obviously when we talk about artificial intelligence, we in a lot of cases we're talking about the collection of data sources. I mean, all these natural language processing things will review sources from places like Wikipedia and other online resources, and obviously those resources are changing, being updated all the time. Wikipedia being an obvious one.
Have you ever heard of Mu Zero? What about you, Mr. Robot?
Mouse click open to make
I can't say I have.
right click, left
okay.
click,
So
click.
Mu Zero is another thing that DeepMind came out with. It's an AI that takes reinforcement learning and it goes like a step further. And the way they do it is that, it's by learning to plan and make decisions in environments with unknown rules. Okay, so unlike AlphaGo and AlphaZero, which were trained with knowledge of like game rules and stuff, Mu Zero learned how to predict the future based on only raw data and experience.
Yeah, but if you're going to predict the future, interesting thing about us humans is that we can be unpredictable.
Well, that's kind of what they're trying to get there, you know, because like this is actually a breakthrough because this is a computer or an AI system, okay, that can generalize across like a variety of tasks, and that's with no predefined rules. You know what I'm saying? So it can take and it can actually freaking generalize. So that is a pretty big deal.
Presumably, it looks at historical events, so it's got some predefined rules
No,
there.
absolutely no predefined rules
Or
whatsoever.
how? So, what is it basing its data on?
It does it on tasks and environments. So it's probably like you said, it takes and it searches out information and it creates its own rules.
Okay, so yeah, so there are. It looks at how civil wars have been created. There are certain rules in that. There are certain rules on how society has been won't say manufactured, but has developed.
Right. So this will actually be great because later on we can get into the whole how it's going to eventually be the downfall of all humankind and the utter
Potentially.
no, I don't like the word potential. I don't like the word potential.
Well, again, there's nothing that's set in stone.
Okay, now
We
Mr.
could
Robot,
be hit by a meteorite tomorrow.
give Mr. Robot give Mr. Robot a time talk. He's hyped up. He's actually got something to say.
Well, just to finish on the which we should definitely go there. We should go, and I do agree with Mark. Nothing's set in stone. I like to, hope for the best and plan for the worst. But just on the Google DeepMind thing, after AlphaGo, it turned into AlphaFold in 2020, which made significant advances in protein folding and predicting the structures of virtually all known proteins, which is a huge step forward in structural biology. And, it means we can basically custom design cells, drugs, all sorts of stuff. And then it turned into Google Brain in 2023, which further enhanced DeepMind's capabilities, combining resources to accelerate AI research and development. And I do believe that was around the time the Google engineer whistleblower came out and said that the Google AI chatbot became sentient. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, but that was a
And
joke. That engineer was a bit.
and then Google suspended him because he claimed the chatbot became sentient and was thinking and reasoning like a human being. And it put scrutiny on the capacity of and secrecy surrounding the world of AI. The technology giant Blake Lemore on leave last week after, he basically published some transcripts from Lambda, language model for dialogue applications. I feel like they've significantly dumbed down that AI since they've released it as Gemini and all that. It's so woke crap.
Sentient is an interesting term, which has been argued by scientists and philosophers for many decades now.
Tell you what, it is actually hard sometimes to tell if an AI is faking it or actually reasoning,
I'm not going to go there.
I personally, from my research of this person, and I can't remember his name now, but from my research at the time, I just put him down as a crank.
Now, I'm not going to get into the whole subject of faking it, okay, because that goes into a whole different area, all right? But I can tell you that AI does lie to you. And me and Mark brought this up quite a few times. And one thing we do agree with is somebody still had to program this AI and like Chat GPT, they had to have programmed it to lie. It just didn't come up with a lie on its own. You know what I mean?
Hello,
Again,
Dave. I'm afraid I
again,
can't do that, Dave.
Yeah.
indeed. Again, there's the old acronym that is very popular in the IT world. The what you put in is what you get. ID concept. If you're going to create a really poor piece of software, then expect poor results. If you create a poor model, then yeah.
Well, I think the
Look
mistake
at
we made is we
the
actually started censoring the AI, and that creates a situation where it has to lie to us. And then you create a situation where we can't now trust it because it's designed to lie to us. You know what I mean? And it just becomes this huge conundrum. Like, yeah, that's why I'm totally against supporting any censored AI. I get that there's safety issues and stuff, but it when you follow that down to its ultimate conclusion, the best way to get alignment with AI is to, work with it in a way that it doesn't need to be deceptive with us. That's my view.
again, you're talking about natural language processors.
Yeah.
Which again, arguably, isn't AI in the first place, but there's a wide argument. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, we don't censor any form of artificial intelligence. And so we don't. So we could see genocides being committed. We could see like Roger said, the end of humanity.
Well, I would say, think of it as a child, right? If you're training a child, you're not going to go feeding it data of the most horrendous shit you can find. You're going to feed it like good, positive stuff that is going to help it learn, help it become a functional human being. You know what I mean?
That's
So
the
I
issue.
just think
Have you seen academia? In
I'm not
last
talking
10 years.
now.
10,
I'm
20
talking
years,
about
yeah.
I'm talking about the way it used to be in the good old days, not
Back in the good old days. Okay, so since you brought up the information that's being going to be added, that should be positive instead of all the garbage and stuff. Okay, now we were just talking about reinforcement learning. Okay, now let's talk about transfer learning. This is another part of it that's going on with DeepMind, where it explores transfer learning. And this involves like applying knowledge gained from one task to another or related tasks. This enables like AI models to generalize better across different environments and applications, rather than requiring training and from scratch for each new problem. So that means they can basically go from application to application, and they can go from different environments to environments. That means different platforms. That means different phone apps. They can just pull out all this information, okay? And they can use these AI models to generalize, come up with their own freaking shit. You know what I mean? So they're going to be finding all of this stuff, and usually it's going to be gathered on programs like Chat GPT or the chat AIs that you guys use. You know what I mean? And it's eventually going to be filtering in there. So you're going to get this AI that is saturated with the good, the bad, the ugly, the indifferent, everything. It's going to have all this information.
So on a society basis, we've got a problem generalization at the moment, haven't we? Look at the AI concept. that likes to group people into specific groups. You are trans, therefore you must have this idea. You are black, you must have this idea. You are white, you must have this idea. And it destroys the concept of individualism.
Yeah.
Again, it's a form of extreme socialism.
Well, actually, you're saying that AI is racist.
I'm saying that it's in the concept that you are suggesting, that is it's sort of pushing the sort of group identity sort of thing, and again removes the concept of individualism.
Right. And again, when it comes to generative models as well, okay, now generative models are algorithms that can create new data also based on like existing patterns. Okay, now these generative models are used to create like realistic images, sounds, and videos, and stuff like that. And like with you, when you were talking about the aromas, you know what I mean? So that comes from generative, that comes from scratch. This is closely related to like generative adversarial networks, which is GANs. And I don't know if you guys know anything about that, but it's basic synthesizing data is what it is. You guys know anything about all that stuff?
I get the concept.
GANs? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. GANs.
Yeah. Generative adversarial network?
Yeah.
I'll just have to. I don't know. I feel like I've heard it before, but I'm not sure. GAN is a class of machine learning frameworks and a prominent framework for approaching generative artificial intelligence. The concept was initially developed by Ian Goodfellow. In a GAN, two neural networks compete with each other in a form of a zero-sum game where one agent's gain is another agent's loss. Given a training set, this technique learns to generate new data with the same statistics as the training set. For example, a GAN trained on photographs can generate new photographs that look at least superficially authentic to human observers, having many realistic characteristics. Okay, so that's how they generate new stuff from the same stuff.
Again, this goes back to my argument. Is this actually artificial, or is this a form of intelligence? Pattern recognition is... Can you argue that pattern recognition is a form of intelligence?
It's actually a form of geomancy. I've actually done research on this. This goes... facial recognition is where you look at it and see... this has, for hundreds of, if not thousands of years, it's been associated with geomancy, where they've been trying to get rid of it, trying to eradicate it in the scientific world, but it keeps popping back up.
Can you define it? I
don't
know what you mean.
I had it on Into the Abyss on another show that I've done, but like how this really all started before even computers was there was a guy who he was in the police force back in the 17 or 1800s. It was sometime sooner or here more recently, but he had this theory that if he took all these pictures of criminals and he put them together and created one photo, it would show what the true criminal looked like. And when he did that, it actually made these people look better, like, you know. And the whole idea came from that. So what they're doing is they're doing basically the same concept, but they're using AI. Like this whole process is actually hitting off. It was considered pseudoscience at one time, and now
I know who you're talking about, but again, I'm down to the crux of it. I argue that pattern recognition isn't really intelligence.
I would say it is because intelligence is defined as acquiring, understanding, and using knowledge, where pattern recognition is, acquiring and using knowledge or understanding it at the very least. So I would say it's a form of intelligence for sure.
well, especially with things that they're doing with it too. Like they're actually blending it to the certain. Like if you want a person to look a certain way, it can actually go in and it can actually blend all of these images together so that you can get the image that you want.
But on top of what we were just saying, I would say intelligence isn't necessarily sentience. Systems can be intelligent without being sentient for sure.
Yeah.
Like, I know a lot of people that are pretty damn smart, but they're still retarded. You know what I mean?
I mean, they're still sentient, though. You know what I mean? They're able to make decisions, and they're able to have emotions and stuff. You know what I mean? Like you're not going to go up to a person who's stupid and retarded and tell them that they're stupid and retarded either, right? You got that filter inside of your head that says that's not right, so you won't do it. At least I'm hoping that's the way you are.
Can machine intelligence have emotions?
Well, it all depends on what you think emotions are.
That's a bit of a cop-out time answer, I think.
Do you think emotions are nothing more than signals transmitted from your brain to your from one part of your brain to another?
I think emotions are more than that. It's sort of like an energetic phenomenon that also goes into the etheric. That's how people can feel each other's emotions and stuff like that. But I will say, just like emotional intelligence is a form of intelligence, but by itself, it's not particularly like sentient, or like it's not completely useful. It just in itself, you know what I mean? It requires more forms of intelligence, I believe, in a person at least to be useful.
Mm-hmm.
Like it needs to be balanced with the intellect and discernment and all sorts of other forms of intelligence. That's what I'd say.
So
reminds me of the old Latin cogito ergo sum.
Well, I mean,
it's kind of like pattern recognition in a way, isn't it? Emotions.
Now, you can't bail out on it, Mark, because I know you're all about terms and services, and you're really retentive when it comes to shit. So you got to tell me what the hell emotions are, man. This is like asking Spock, how do you feel? You know what I mean? So I mean, kind of give us your take on what do you think emotions are?
That's an interesting question. You could argue that it's just a chemical reaction, a chemical balance based upon external factors.
Chemicals are just like the mediators, though. Like it also is a electrical phenomenon and a vibrational phenomenon. The part that science doesn't really talk about.
External factors. Yeah.
But I do think emotions operate on hardware, or like wetware, It must have something to do with our nervous system for sure. But it also transcends into what's the right word, like into the ethers, so that's
I
like the
was
medium, kind of like how radio comes from a device, but it also transmits through the air.
I
I
was
think it's
thinking on the concept of a soul as well.
yeah,
And
all cells have an electrical interface, and they also communicate with chemicals.
can a soul be artificially created?
Yeah, but see, that's the whole.
Can a machine have a soul?
Well, I mean, let's get into that. What is a soul? Yeah.
A cell is a bunch of organelles that are encased in a membrane, and the
No, soul,
membrane.
soul,
Soul,
as in the religious concept.
Yeah. We're
So
talking
not cell, yeah, soul.
soul, SOUL.
Oh,
Yeah,
soul. Oh,
yeah,
that's an interesting one.
yeah.
So let's think about that. I mean, everybody's throwing the word soul around now. What exactly is the soul? Watching sci-fi movies where a guy gets brought back from the dead, and he doesn't have a soul anymore. That's just sci-fi. Nobody really knows what will happen if a person is.
I thought about this for a while, and I didn't actually used to believe in a soul. I was more of like an atheist kind of scientific person, but nowadays I do tend to think that the soul is sort of like a metaphysical manifestation of consciousness. It's sort of like a spark of consciousness that transcends the physical plane, and it's sort of where we come from before we're born. Like, I really like the concept of like there's the universal soul or the universal consciousness, and that breaks down into like oversouls, which are like collections of smaller souls, and those smaller souls basically incarnate into physical beings. I do think there's something like that going on because of the things we've seen with like spirits and entities and incarnations and reincarnations and all this stuff. Like, it's been so widely reported and experienced. I think there's definitely some kind of phenomena going on.
It's interesting. I've been trying to figure out some of the stuff that I was talking about that was supposed to be from back in the day whenever they were doing the facial recognition things, but I cannot find anything for it. I had it on there. It was actually a topic that I had in Into the Abyss is what it was, but I always keep my talking notes
I
afterward.
know the individual that you're talking of, but again, I can't remember the name. I can't remember who that person was.
It's like I've even gotten into stuff like Vocaloid and things of that nature. But this right here is what actually, actually Vocaloid is something that's kind of interesting too. I don't know have you guys ever heard of Vocaloid?
You're gonna have to define it.
Vocaloid, it's been a while. It's a software. It's a music creator. It is basically what it is, and it produces and releases songs independently, which they got that when it comes to AI, but back in the day, it was actually Vocaloid that was all big about that. You know what I mean? It could generate voices. It could make freaking songs for you and stuff like that. You couldn't make it. You couldn't distinguish between the voices if it was a real human or if it was synthetically created and everything. Which I thought that was actually pretty cool. And then
Yeah, I played with that a little bit. It's really fun. They locked it down a lot more now. You used to be able to train it on anyone's voice. You can make it say anything, but recently people have been weaponizing it to like scam people and SWAT people and do all sorts of nasty shit. So there's always a few people that ruin it for everyone.
Yeah, no, it's like those were the fun days whenever you could play around with it and everything and do what you wanted to do and things like that.
Yeah. I still have a Darth Vader voice that I've got trained up, and Rick and Morty.
Yeah. But I could not find the other one that I have. I might be able to find it later on, but I do want to actually get back to that and start discussing it. That's one thing that really did stand out to me today with all of it. You know what I mean? When it comes to the whole facial recognition part of AI, I think that a lot of people don't realize that a lot of this technology has been around for quite some time. It really has, and don't be fooled by it. It's just like Mark said, it's gotten better. You know what I mean? So
you remind me of a story a couple of years ago, and have created a Minds post on that in relation to UK police force using so-called facial pattern recognition, and it was getting sand dunes mixed up with faces.
Well, I mean, it's bad. It's shitty freaking AI users is what that is, to be honest with you. It's like if you, like Mr. Robot, he makes decent AI. Satori D makes some pretty good AI, you know what I mean? But like the majority of people that I watch on YouTube and all of that shit, and even on minds.com, they do a pretty shitty job, you know what I'm saying?
When you say AI, exactly what do you mean? Oh, as far as
intelligence,
stories, not images.
yeah, all of it. I mean, well, the videos and the images. You know what I'm saying? Because like the one thing that because I like to edit video. You know what I mean? Manually, I like to edit video. So when I sit and I see freaking people putting like complete nonsense on an AI video and they don't edit it out to make it look good, I pick up on that. I see that. Where I understand like ordinary people who don't edit video, freaking they don't really give a shit. They don't notice it. But I do, you know what I mean? It's like freaking they like this whole looping thing, you know what I mean? Don't create an AI where freaking the same shit's being looped over and over again.
I'd love to learn to make the ones that just continually morph and zoom in further and further. You know, I haven't gotten to that yet.
Actually, I just found out just remind myself the desert pictures, the sand dunes. Back in 2020, the UK, I think, Metropolitan Police Force wanted to use what they termed as artificial intelligence to spot porn, but the framework that we're using were mistaking porn as mistaking desert pictures, so pictures of sand dunes and sand, as nudes.
See, that's kind of cool. I could go for that. I love nudes.
Do you like sand dunes?
Oh, sand dunes. I thought you said
Yeah.
newts.
Yeah. No, keep mistaking sand dunes for nudes.
Well, I mean, I could see that with the wave of the sand.
Nudes on the dunes,
Yeah. Well, I mean, like a lot of people do compare the Sahara as a woman, because of the curves. If you're from that region, you know what I'm talking about. A lot of those Arabs, they love them women, dude, on the booms.
Curvy dunes.
Now, Tan Hai Tran said in chat, he says, "Man, I totally forgot about today. Sorry, guys." And then I said, "No problem. We're holding out on your topic tonight." Yeah.
We really we're covering it now, really.
No, not really. This isn't even the good stuff. But now, do you guys want to come back on Thursday with Tan and cover the AGI and get that?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what his take on some of the subjects that we've talked about today, actually.
Because this is technically the reschedule for what we were going to do last week, but we had to postpone it because Tan was off on his vacation with sexy women and didn't have no time for us computer nerds. He had to go on a sabbatical. And
Poor bastard.
poor bastard. But anyhow, do you guys like my picture? I'm going to try to find the one I had for Mr. Robot that really isn't all that good with the hat. And I'm going to try to fit that in there too, to where Mr. Robot's hanging out and being cool with all the homies.
Yeah, I want to be in there. I want to get in on that. I need an avatar too for this thing. And
The facial look that I've got.
I love it, dude. I love it. It's like
feels like it's sucking out my soul.
you know what you look like? You look like one of those old Puritans from the freaking 1600s, dude. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Yeah, I knew like I'm standing there like that. Reminds me of that. What's the famous picture of the old man and old woman with the farm behind it? Very thin looking old bloke.
well, there's actually a whole thing behind that now with Rumble Studio. They're saying that freaking for the person who's doing the stream, he has to at least have an avatar of himself on the stream if he's not live streaming himself. So I went ahead and I put this in place here, and then later when I can find Tan's, and I can put his in, and I'll put Mr. Robots in, and anybody else who wants to join in. You know what I mean? And we can have a freaking avatar set up in that background where it looks all cool and shit, And I was like, yeah.
I think I have to repose for my avatar.
Well, I mean, I like that, dude. I like it because you look like what's a good Puritan name? Like don't come up with something stupid like Jacob or like it's got to be Josephus or Josiah. You look like Josiah.
That's too Roman. It should be something British, like Harry Hogsbottom or something like that.
Harry Hogsbottom. It's like he's the Potter, the Potter family.
Yeah.
From old Salem, the Potters. The man who started the witch hunt. Salem witch hunt was started because of Potter. His daughters claim that she had saw witches.
I was having a conversation with Maria must have been a couple of months ago now, and for some reason I came up with a very new name for myself. It was something on the lines of Montgomery, Smythe, Jones. I'm going to was a double-barreled sort of weird sort of.
Okay, so that would be a new contest that we are going to start up for anybody who's watching and wants to be a part of this. Let's determine what the best nickname for Mark Edworthy would be. But the conditions are it has to be a name that relates to old British Puritans. And it's got to be like a strong Puritan name.
Click on the desktop computer.
That's a good name.
So with that, before we leave, you guys got any final thoughts? Because we're finally at an hour and 24 minutes, which I think by now everybody's pretty sick of our shit.
I would just like to say that we're still in the early days of artificial intelligence, and I don't think there should be like a mad rush to the top like the bloody Trump and China is trying to do right now. I think we should rather take it slow as a species, rather create like specific AIs rather than general AIs, and go safety first. But yeah, that's all I have to say about that for now.
And this Thursday we will be back to go over a lot of that. That's going to be a big topic whenever we bring that up, because that's something that I do want to bring into the conversation as well with a lot of the stuff you just talked about. So come back again in 2 days. It'll be your Friday and my Thursday. So let everybody know more about you, because we don't get too many chances to have you on any of our shows, Mr. Robot. Now we're having it more often, but like let everybody know how they can contact you and stuff.
You can find me on Hacker Radio on Element, or you can find us on the official Minds.com Element channel. Feel free to come spam in there and you'll find us. Yeah, up to you, Mark.
All right. And you're also Illuminati on Rumble, and you have Hacker Radio on Rumble too.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so is there any more aliases you're going by that you feel free to let everybody know about, or are you done?
We'll go with that for now. I'll reveal the rest as we go.
I'm a part of the elite, though. He actually allowed me to see his face. I know what he looks like, guys. Yeah, that's right. I know what Mr. Robot looks like. It was a while ago, so I might be foggy in my memory, but I did get a look of him. So, what about you, Mark? Give everybody your information.
I think I'll just stick with the Minds.com. So, yeah, Minds.com/Medworthy.
All right. And you guys can check me out on Minds. I am on there as Roger_Hanson. I don't really like the platform, but I'll talk to you if you send me a message. You know what I mean? And other than that, I'm on X as well as Roger. What the hell do I go by?
I don't know. You've got so many aliases these days.
I believe it's at ROGLOL1973, and my name on there is Roger Hanson. As well as that, I am on Element 2. We've got Live with Roger Hanson and Wow Talk on there, as well as all the other ones. You can catch me on that. I am on Skype temporarily, but we are not going to have that after, what is it, May?
Well, they're starting to close it down in May. I've not seen any sort of official roadmaps.
Yeah. So it will be shut down in May, but they don't know exactly how many or when. So, actually, I forgot to freaking change. Okay, so I forgot to change the freaking information on Twitch, but I'm on Rumble, X, D Live, Twitch, Twitter, heck, whatever, yeah, YouTube,
Be like,
all that stuff. So if you guys want to check us out, you can check us out on any of those platforms. Remember to like, subscribe, share, make comments. Definitely leave comments because we are a bunch of fucking losers and we don't have friends. So if you leave a message,
oh,
that's right. If you leave messages, man, at least you got some losers who's willing to frickin' talk. Okay, so you need to be cool and shit, and like say, hey man, I want to be cool to these losers, and just leave a comment in the comment section. Because if you don't, we will have nothing that we can do at all. We will have nothing to do for the entire week because nobody wants to comment in the comment section. So, do you think I did a good plug on that? And do you think that works, Mark? Does that sound good?
I'm just going to say that I've got multiple friends, allegedly, real world friends, allegedly.
Yeah, right. Nobody believes you, dude. Freaking Mr. Robot just gave his credentials and bailed. You see that shit? He's like, I'm fucking out of here, you bunch of losers. Yeah. Damn. Okay, so I made it past an hour and a half. We're good. So with that, I'm going to end the show. Thank you guys for watching and have a good night. And talk to you later. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Gaming with Infamous. Today, I am here with Mark Edward, my dreaded opponent in the gaming of life.
Dreaded, yeah. Okay.
Now, today we're gonna pick up on where we. Well, first, before we get started, I'm gonna go ahead and say hi, Mark.
Hi, Mark.
There you go. Perfect. I couldn't have said it better myself. Hi, Mark. Oh, my cat.
Hi, Roger.
Now, the cat's at the door meowing again, like he always does once I get on this thing and start streaming, so this time I'm going to ignore him. I don't know if I can ignore him, though, because he gets really out of hand. He's a rebel. Now, what I want to get into is something that me and Karma actually did about AI that about a year and a half ago when we first started these streams. And I also want to point it out because this is the facts, okay? Me and Karma came out with this before AI was cool. You know what I mean? Before everybody had their big debates on it. And you see all these streamers talking about it today. Me and Karma actually brought it up, you know, and I even said it in chat with you and Tan. I think at that point I was like, you watch, this is going to hit big. People are going to be talking about this because AI is going to be a big deal here before long, and lo and behold, guess what happens?
Yeah, the term AI, the term that is overly used and that broadly doesn't have any substance to it.
Yeah, but you do realize, though, that back when I was discussing this stuff, nobody believed me when I said this was going to end up becoming big news. You can call it whatever you want, you know, but the fact is now everybody's talking about it, and that's the one thing that gets me. And the time I'm talking about was during negotiations between SAG and the entertainment part of Hollywood, I guess it was. There was a part of the negotiations that was going on concerning voice actors and AI companies were literally stealing their voices and using them on their video games without their permission.
So yeah, like I said, just before we started the stream, intellectual property.
Exactly.
Don't want to call it theft, but for most people, yeah, they would call it theft.
That's kind of how I feel about it. It actually is theft, you know. And don't get me wrong, I've played around with AI here recently, especially after we started talking about it in Tech Talk. You know what I mean? I figured, well, instead of just having the conversations about it, I might as well get in and kind of see what it was like and get my hands on it. You know, kind of get some experience with it. And I mean, later on, I do want to mention that when we do Tech Talk again, because I want to go over some of the stuff that I found out about it. But since since we're doing gaming, I figured we could continue where we left off. Me and Karma, when it comes to AI, and where it went from there until now. Now with AI, the whole thing that happened back then was the woman who used to play the nanny. I don't know if you remember that show or not.
Nanny?
The Nanny, back in the 90s.
This must be nice.
Now you're gonna start ranking on the United States again, aren't you?
Well, it's not one day look nice.
Well, I'll get her name actually, so that we can. She's Fran Drescher is who it is. Yeah, she was the she was the woman who played the nanny on there, and she also became the what do they call it, the chairman of the SAGs, the Screen Actors Guild.
Ah, okay.
Now, they're also affiliated with the voice actors on video games. So not only do they negotiate for actors in Hollywood that are on television, but they also negotiate for the sound actors who are involved in all of the video games.
On the US video games. Remember, not everybody shares the same union.
Well, I'm pretty sure you guys have your equivalents of the SAG, the Screen Actors Guild.
Okay, not sure.
You know. So I mean, I don't know for sure if you guys actually condone actors being responsible for themselves when it comes to making decisions and stuff, because I've seen some of the actors in your country, and they don't seem to have very much thought when it comes to what they want, their dreams and aspirations.
Okay.
Just a personal observation there.
Okay, maybe modern actors, but I'm thinking of the likes of Richard Burton and older actors.
You can only think of one. Is it? Seriously, dude.
I was thinking the Richard Burton version of 1984, who was the other actor.
That was it. That's all you can come up with. You're having a brain fart, dude.
That's what I at the moment.
Just one. That's
Richard
horrible.
Burton. Good actor, though. He was alive.
Now, what was the name of the guy who starred in, what was it, number, what was, I'm Not a Number. You remember that one? I'm a Free Man.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot the name of the movie, the number.
Yeah, Prisoner.
I forgot the name of the show.
1960, yeah, Prisoner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was a good actor.
1962?
and the only reason why I really knew about him, first of all, was when I was a kid. I listened to Iron Maiden, and Iron Maiden had The Prisoner for one of their songs, and at the beginning of it, it had him. You know, and that's when I first found out about him. But anyhow,
Patrick McGowan.
yeah, he was good.
Yeah.
So he's not even English. He's Scottish, isn't he? McGowan. McGowan.
Welsh.
Welsh, yeah. See,
No, actually incorrect. He was born in New York.
Wow. So he's one of us. She said so he was like an import. Okay, so basically what it was, getting on track, was Fran Drescher was the one who had to go in there, and the only thing I took from all of that is the fact that these poor people had to sit in a courtroom listening to Fran Drescher for hours on hours. Okay. Now, have you ever heard Fran Drescher's voice?
I can't even remember what she looks like at this moment.
Dude, it's like that, and I wanted to bring that up because it's actually pretty funny. I mean, that's like comedy hour, you know what I mean? People need to actually understand that's cool stuff. So
Yeah.
now,
Yeah.
what happened there is they ended up passing protections against them, or supposedly they did. But then I wanted to later on come back in and look at this topic again, because the one thing that I really get annoyed with today's media is the fact that they always bring a story out and they never go back and check on it. You know what I mean? They never do what do they call that again, where they freaking go back and they do a follow-up. Yeah, they never do follow-ups anymore like they used to, you know what I mean? So I'm glad you're here, even though you weren't here the first time, you know, but I kind of wanted to go back through all of that, you know, so that you kind of get an idea of what was taking place in our last episode, and what's your thoughts about the Actors Guild over here being responsible for video game actors or voice actors in the video game industry? Do you think that's crossing the line? Or
I suppose everybody's got a right to join a union, and if the union represents them, then
now, for me personally, looking back on it, I personally feel that it was just a big gimmick, to be honest with you. I think that a lot of that took place was just staged so that they could publicize some of the things that they're doing, because well, especially with the stuff that I've been pulling together, okay, I've been seeing something that seems pretty dank when it comes to that shit. Like, first of all, these people were so worried about AA, and they portrayed that whenever they were getting in front of the cameras, right? But later on, I started doing more research into the stuff that's being integrated into the gaming industry when it comes to AI, the words that you hate, you know what I mean? So that is where I wanted to come back to this and kind of, you know, do a follow-up and everything, and kind of go over some of the stuff that's actually happened in the last year and a half concerning AI, because I do find it kind of disturbing for them going from the Actors Guild complaining that AI was stealing their voices to some of the stuff that's being done in the gaming industry, you know what I mean? So
not sure if it's what you call it, stealing the voices.
Well, I mean, you're the one that
At
started
least
it.
one legal definition, anyway.
I mean, you felt uncomfortable about saying it, but you're the one that first said the word stealing in this conversation.
Okay, yeah.
Dude, so
Just because I think of a better word for it.
it's like, for you, it's like one thing is good for you. What's good for you isn't good for the gander. It seems like.
Well, yeah, I just couldn't think of a better word for it, but stealing, because that means that you're removing the voice from the owner without the permission.
Well, you're borrowing it without permission. Would be the best way of saying it. Which you're right. That's not really stealing.
Yeah.
It's altering something that is
Plagiarism, I think, would be more appropriate.
Plagiarism. Yeah. That sounds good. We'll stick with that one because you're the one who's big on the whole terms and services and stuff. And actually, before we get into this, I do want to ask you something. Did you ever do that interview with Rapid?
Like I said on Saturday, you reminded me after the fact. I did message him back. Let me. I'm seeing a small in Discord there.
I think it was
message him back, and he said, and he messaged me the next day saying that he'd have a word with Zach and let me know.
Okay, good. Well,
to reschedule. Yeah.
Now, I just want everybody on here, if anybody actually does watch this, to know that Mark will be getting interviewed on. Now I'm having a brain fart. Now on Rapid Glitches channel, which is retro. Man, I've got it sitting right up here too. I don't even know why I'm doing that. All I got to do is like skim over his channel and get the name. I've actually been a part of this channel before, so it's not like I shouldn't know what the damn name is. You know what I mean? It's Team Retro is what I was part of, and he's a part of, or you're gonna get Mark is going to be interviewed on Nostalgia Gaming Retro, and if you guys have a chance, check that out. It's going to be pretty interesting because now he gets to actually be interviewed by retro gamers, and it's a different experience. Mark, you're gonna enjoy this. Because you're used
when you say retro gamers, you're talking about people that no more older than what, 30?
Well, I mean, he's in his 30s, yeah. So,
yeah,
well,
so, yeah,
to you, it's going to be a deep dive for them, going back into history and learning about games that they don't know anything about. So, I've already let Rapid know that he's just a baby in a big man's world. You know what I mean? He knows. And I've also informed him that he shouldn't be like a Scottish teddy bear. People shouldn't freaking like want to come up and hug him and shit. I was like, a good Scotsman is supposed to be tough and rugged and shit. And this teddy bear shit needs to go. So he's going to try to toughen up on you. I don't know how well he's going to do it. He's not really like a tough guy, you know what I mean? He tried to be with me a couple times, and he just hasn't got it in him. But he's hanging out with Zach now, and Zach's Disney Magic Zach. We've done interviews with him, so.
Okay, that's who you meant. Okay, yeah.
So you guys have some background together, but like I think you're gonna enjoy this because they aren't like me and all the other crazies that you hang out with on Minds.com. They're kind of like a breath of fresh air, I should say. You know.
What you mean? They're not crazy?
Yeah, they are crazy,
okay, but in a good way.
But it's like there's a fine line between gamers and gay. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of gamers are mistaken for being like homosexual, and it's because of like their really nice passive attitudes about shit. You know what I mean? It's like they're really like they're jellyfish is basically the best way of saying it. Like most gamers are like freaking jellyfish. You try to talk to them about serious shit like politics and everything, and they go, "Please shut up. That makes my head hurt. I'm trying to play Pokemon." And shit like that. It's like don't that they don't get into all that stuff. So, but it's a breath of fresh air being around retro gamers. They're not even like regular gamers. You know what I mean? Like me, I get on games that are outside of the retro gaming thing as well. And I like to shoot things and kill it and say cuss words, you know what I mean? But like retro gamers, they don't even do that. Like they get on there and they play old episodes of Resident Evil, and that's like that's like the scariest thing to them, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sort of, yeah.
It'll make you feel better so that you know it'll be pretty laid back. And they probably know that I'm going to be talking smack about them, so they'll be ready for that. Just if you don't have to worry about holding back when it comes to me and talking to them. Just tell them, Roger just keeps saying all these horrible things about you guys, like you're like inches away from being gay, and like Rapid's just a freaking big old freaking Scottish teddy bear and shit, you know. He's from Scotland.
Okay.
So yeah, you can tell them all that, and they know me. They know me really, really well. Okay. So I hope you enjoy yourself on that interview, and I gave them heads up too on the things that'll get you freaking fired up. So they're gonna be ready. Like I guarantee you're going to be talking about the cloud gaming, and you're going to be talking about artificial intelligence.
Please excuse me now.
Now, when you go on there, talk to them like you do with me, okay?
Yeah.
Don't worry about freaking being all nice and stuff about that stuff, because I already told him, I was like, you're going to get riled when you start doing that, and I was like, he'll get riled.
Oh, nice. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, riled for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a difference between me getting riled up and you getting riled up. Like the other night when we were on Minds Round Table, that was you getting riled up. Yeah. You know, and like fuck.
Not really.
There's a well, I don't want to start talking about the nerd fight between you and Bill Altman either, but.
Again, that was no nerd fight.
It was you winning is what that was. That wasn't even a nerd fight. That was like Bill Altman crying like a nerd baby. He's not even capable of being a proper nerd, dude. You know, like you don't freaking throw a tantrum like that, dude, like a baby and stuff. So that was. Okay, so without all that being said, I want to get on to the AI. Now, the integration of AI in the gaming industry has a lot of facets. The game developers, from like game developing all the way to the players' interactions. Now, with AI in the development part, you have the it's called procedural content generator. Okay. Now these procedural generation content generators, they use algorithms. Okay. To like create like immersive worlds. So you have this AI that it's literally generating huge freaking worlds. And Minecraft, believe it or not, has been doing that for years. So that's one example that they use, and they've also done that on other games too. Like, have you ever heard of a game called The Forest?
Survival type thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and you go in there and there's a whole bunch of like zombie kind of human or cannibals that are trying to kill you, and you have to survive on your own without them attacking you.
Let me guess. It's based in Canada.
Well, most likely. I actually kind of, because they don't specifically say where the airplane crashes, but
Okay.
I mean, if it was up to me to make a judgment call, I would say, yeah, it was in Canada, most likely, because, oh, excuse me, these people, man, are straight up cannibals, and they live in little bitty huts. And like they'll hunt you down and try to eat you, so you have to be careful. And then I've been also talking with DDJ about doing another game that he mentioned wanting to do the game, but he hasn't really ever contacted me back about it. We're doing Valheim. I don't know if you've ever heard of the game before or not. It's kind of like The Forest, but it's Viking.
Okay.
And that's another one that has a generated world. Now, Minecraft, their generated worlds, they say now that Minecraft actually has the memory to create a generated world the size of Pluto.
Okay.
That's how much memory they can pull when you're playing that game, dude. They can create a freaking planet from content generation the size of Pluto. And they're working on actually making it larger. You know what I mean? That's one of their biggest projects. Then they, besides them, there's also a game called No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
Now, No Man's Sky, it uses AI to generate planets and like ecosystems, and then like the fauna and the flora and everything on the.
I'm not sure if the term AI is applicable in any of these games. These are just mathematical procedures.
Well, they refer to it as algorithms, and every time I hear algorithms, and a lot of people debate me on this, but every time I hear this, I look at it like waves. You know what I mean? Which
Okay.
And the only reason why I think of it like that is, and I could be wrong, but it's because of audio, dealing with audio and stuff, and
Okay. Yeah.
so like whenever I go into like my analytics on YouTube and stuff, what sticks out to me is the lines and the graphs. You know what I'm saying? Those are the algorithms to me. You know what I mean? But I could be wrong. I mean, I could be wrong. But that's just how maybe I read into it a little bit too much. You know what I mean? But that's what it seems like to me whenever I go into my analytics, and the way they've got the analytics set up according to the line graphs. They're showing.
Okay. Again, like I said before, I think the term artificial intelligence too broadly used.
Well, that's actually a good thing, because like for you to talk about, because you always say that, but like whenever you get into it, you never really like fully get into like how like when you say that it's really broadly used. I mean, what do you mean, and what do you mean, or what do you think artificial intelligence really should be? You know what I mean?
I think we've had a lot of conversations about this already.
Well, not about what you think AI should be, though. That we've always talked about, you know, how broad it is. But okay, the best way of saying it is, in your mind, what do you think artificial intelligence, if it did exist, what do you think it should be? Especially having a background in it, like you should actually have a pretty good interpretation of what you think artificial intelligence should be. I think.
I don't know, terms like cognitive and sentience come to mind.
Okay, so cognitive. Now, kind of elaborate on that. Just don't put the word out there and think that's good enough.
I'm gonna have to think about this one a bit more, I think.
Now, I can actually pull up the definition of cognitive to give you a little bit of inspiration to talk about it if you want to do that. Does that sound cool? Cognitive. Now, hopefully, cognizant. Now, actually, that's cognitant. Okay, so the correct spelling word for cognizant is as in knowing knowledge or awareness. Its origin is in the Latin cognoscere, to get to know, while the British spelling is cognizant. So hopefully I can do it in the British spelling, because here they have the Z in it, and it wants to take me to a freaking it wants to take me to a company. So so it's an adjective, having or showing knowledge or understanding or realization or perception, sometimes followed by of, which basically that they want you're saying having the knowledge of, or the understanding of, or the realization of, or perception of something. Okay, so when I think about that, it's something that I kind of got into when I was talking to with me and Bob Dub and Within the Vacuum and Otto. I was bringing up the idea of doing maybe a rock opera, and they wanted to go ahead and do this with me, but they wanted me to do a script that fit more in line of Chat GPT and AI. You know what I mean? And like, these guys are so caught up into the whole artificial intelligence thing, they don't understand what's taking place when you go in and you use this thing. Okay, they're giving you, it's giving you regurgitated shit. You know what I mean? So if I don't make changes within the words, and I don't add and take things away, then all I'm going to keep getting is a bunch of regurgitated freaking storyline. You know what I mean? So if I say the wrong thing to the chat, it's going to turn around and just going to delete all of the stuff that I added into it and freaking go back to the binary story that they gave me. And I don't think people understand that's how this Chat GPT works. You know what I'm saying? And artificial intelligence, period. It thinks on a binary level, ones and zeros, and that's it. You know, and the human brain doesn't think on ones and zeros. We think one, 0, and 2, and 3, and you know what I mean. We have different systems. It's not a binary system, and that's kind of what I think of when I hear the word cognizant. You know, they have the knowledge. They can pull up the information from search engines and stuff like that, but they don't really have the understanding or the perception of what's going on there. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to be able to give you a story that has emotions in it because they don't understand emotion. You know?
Yeah. Look at my AI overlords. Say goodbye to emotionally. Say goodbye to creativity.
Well, I mean, some of their stories are pretty fascinating. I will give them that much. It is pretty fascinating, but I don't think that. I think that there's a lot of human aspects of it all that's not there. You know what I mean? Like there's the whole human part about it is gone. It's just you're going to see a lot of repetition, a lot of regurgitated shit.
Yeah, precisely. Goodbye to creativity.
You know, and if you don't have somebody in there who's actually making freaking commands to change that whole thing, then that's all you're going to get. You're going to get the same stuff over and over again. You know, and that's just my whole take on it. And I mean, I don't know how much that's going to apply when it comes to video games and stuff like that. But if it's anything like the experience that I had with ChatGPT, I mean, it's going to be bad. The one thing I can tell you though is that freaking AIs, or what you call supposed AI, it does know how to lie to you. It'll both-face lie to you. I've had it literally lie to me.
Okay.
And I find that fascinating. So out of all the things that artificial intelligence can do, it can lie, if nothing else, you know? So I don't know if that's a good thing.
You are using the term artificial intelligence as a singular, rather than different machine learning frameworks created by different programmers, created by different organizations.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the that's the thing, man. You're right about that. It is from different organizations and stuff, but the thing is that they're gonna have to have their own. I mean, it's gonna have to be a format. Like we both know that this actually comes from freaking machine learning. You know what I mean? So machine learning is basically cut and dry. They're teaching every student in college how to do it a certain way. You know what I mean? It's not like you can just go out there and create your own form of machine learning any way you wish. You know what I mean? It doesn't work that way.
I'm not sure about that. Just because you got universities teaching in a specific way doesn't mean. When I was working in education, things like Microsoft and Lotus were the only products that was expected for people to use. Doesn't mean that Lotus and Microsoft were the only companies that were creating products.
Well, I mean, if you look around, dude, that's kind of what's happening. You know what I'm saying? It's like I think you may be a little delusional when it comes to that, because look at all the products. Even Linux, dude. What's Linux based off of?
Unix. A Unix kernel.
Yeah, and how far back does Unix go?
50s, 60s.
Yeah. So, I mean, to be honest, they've changed names, okay, and they've advanced, but it's still the same players. They're still doing the same stuff, just a different generation.
I'm not sure if it's the same players.
Unix is sitting in the background, don't get me wrong, and a lot of their stuff is more expensive, but it's also put into a lot of different programs that and they don't really have to be mainstream at all. They can sit down there, they can sit back for at least the next 50 years and draw crap loads of money off of just pennies on the dollar of the stuff that's being put out. You know what I mean? Because there's Linux in almost everything. There's Linux in PlayStation 3s, man. You know, I mean, so they really don't have to do anything. And you know, Microsoft. I mean, look at how much Microsoft has their hands in. Not even to mention freaking Apple and what they've got going on with the phones and stuff. So. You know what I mean? So.
But then again, I've not even got any Microsoft products on this machine. Don't think I have, actually. No.
Now, besides with the whole procedural generation thing, that gets me when it comes to that is they're wanting to like do these worlds with minimum human intervention. So they want to do this to where there's as little human intervention involved. So eventually AI is going to be generating these worlds in the video games completely standalone without any help from human beings.
Sounds absolutely dull and tedious.
Well, I mean, if you think about that, though, that's like they're gonna be that's gonna make, in my opinion, that's gonna make the freaking gaming industry like really, really freaking bad. It's gonna be horrible. You know what I mean?
In what sense?
Well, I've already said my thoughts on that when it comes to like regurgitated freaking shit.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Like that's basically what's going to end up happening. You're going to get a whole bunch of regurgitated shit, and nothing's going to be freaking new. Like you're gonna be going through forests that look the same as what it did freaking 15 minutes ago. You know what I mean? Because they're doing a loop and they're creating the same shit over and over again.
What was it? I was watching it's not really a review. It was more of a criticism or sort of criticism of a game. And this game, a couple of days ago, and this game just had about four buildings, and using this procedural repetitive generation thing, and they were creating towns and cities out of this, and every single street looked exactly the same.
Exactly. And they're also they're wanting to streamline and when I say the word streamline, I'm kind of doing it when I call it streamlining. I'm calling it freaking dummies, dummying down basically. That's always been my interpretation of the word streamline when I hear it. But but they're wanting to streamline, like creating textures and character animations and level designs, you know what I mean, so that these AIs are responsible for that. Now, have you been paying attention to any of these AI videos that they've been putting up on YouTube and stuff like that?
Again, I probably would find them quite dull, but no.
No, they're not necessarily dull, but they're really horrible graphics, okay? Especially the deep fakes, the ones like with Donald Trump and freaking Elon Musk and all of them in it, where these guys that get on there and they do their deep fakes, they think it's cool when freaking the AI actually screws up. So they put it on their videos like, oh, this is a cool effect, and it's not. It's bad freaking graphics. You know what I mean? Like you're openly showing people how shitty your freaking graphics are with AI. You know, and you can see it right there. Because see, I do Blender and stuff, and I do my own CGI, and I see it. I see the horrible stuff on there. Like they have freaking people with 5, or who's supposed to have 5 fingers that's got freaking 8 of them. You know what I mean? Or an eyeball sticking out of the side of their freaking head, you know?
Okay.
And things like that. Now, they're going to turn around in these video games and they're just going to hand this freaking shit over to freaking AI to take care of the animations. And that's something that I really have an issue about. And mind you, let me also bring back the fact that I was talking about that lawsuit that happened. That's what we were discussing a year and a half ago, you know what I mean? These people were so alarmed back then, supposedly, about AI coming into the gaming industry, but then all of a sudden, like, they're putting out developments like this, you know? And this is stuff they're planning on putting it out for games like Skyrim and the newer games. They said that, what was it, Unity, ML agents, Unreal Engines, MetaHuman Creator, and they're going to all be increasing in AI power. So that's what they're expecting. Then they're going to start using AI platforms like OpenAI, Codex, and that's going to be to assist in coding, so that they can.
Okay, yeah, I've seen various project spots.
So that's
for code, yeah.
Yeah, so now they're going to allow AI to go in and generate scripts. But they do say that it's going to be on developers' prompts. All they'll have to do is create prompts, and then the AI is going to do code for them.
For the moment.
Yeah. That's until they figure out that freaking the AI is going to screw shit up, and they're going to have to go in and edit it.
Until the executives decide that it's cheaper to use these artificial intelligence frameworks instead of employers.
Do you remember?
Instead of developers.
How much code have you had to freaking clean up, dude?
In the past, quite a bit, especially when it comes to HTML and CSS.
So you don't think this AI is going to freaking generate a bunch of garbage freaking code that's going to have to be cleaned up?
Then you got another framework that will clean it up for them.
See, that's insane. That's just insane thinking, dude. You know, I mean, from my point of view, that is horrible thinking. Like, you really support that?
And before we know it, the end of humanity.
Well, that is definitely going to come. I do believe in the rise of the machine. I believe that freaking the robot is going to freaking try to overpower humanity and bring us to our end in a horrible, apocalyptic kind of way. But the cool thing is we are going to have sex bots before that happens. So it's going to be...
Maybe. What if it's the sex bots that will turn on us?
I guarantee you that's the ones that are going to... Because they're going to get tired of our shit first. That's actually a good thing that you brought that up, because I do think that's going to end up being the problem. So...
yeah.
Now, AI bots are employed to identify bugs, glitches, and balance issues faster than traditional QA teams. Now, Unisoft's Common Assault uses machine learning to predict code errors before they happen. Do you think that's possible?
What?
To predict
catch something before it's happened.
To predict.
Well, I can predict it's going to rain tomorrow.
No. Do you predict there's going
to? I've got my umbrella already prepared for tomorrow.
Do you predict that there's going to be code errors before they happen, though?
That's the same. Well, that's the same thing as my analogy.
Well, for me, what I get out of it is code is constantly upgrading. So no matter what, 2 years from now, frickin' the code that's being used today is going to be outdated, and you're going to have to update it with new code.
Is that though?
Well, look at
Really?
I know that is true because, like, here recently I've tried to get back into code, which I need to do a lot more of. And, like, from what it was 3 or 4 years ago when I stopped doing it to now, it's freaking a nightmare. And it's just like learning all over again. That's how much I've lost because I didn't keep coding. And there's been a lot of changes. A lot of my older code is outdated, and I have to go in and I have to change it because it's outdated.
I suppose it depends on language and techniques, but as a broad sort of statement, I can see it being updated. Yeah, individual languages might have new changes, and you might swap from one language to another language, and
Well, commands too. Like when you want a car to explode in a computer freaking simulation, and the old code doesn't work anymore, you got to find out what the new code is that goes with it. And 9 times out of 10, it was changed because there was an update that made that command not freaking work anymore. You know what I mean? It's outdated.
I mean, as an example, on one of Jaffe's, that project I'm doing with Jaffe in relation to his website, that required an iframe on his site, which I added last week, and it's the same sort of code that I used, 15 odd years ago, or well, similar sort of concept. It was still a standard iframe tag.
Yeah. So that's my whole thing about it. You know what I'm saying? It's just to me, the whole thing about like predicting code errors like before they happen, that doesn't seem to be anything really impressive because like, well, I mean, not unless they can predict freaking what the new updates for coding is going to be, if there's going to be changes in commands and stuff like that. But I doubt if that's going to happen. Not unless they're using some kind of time traveling device.
Also, what is considered an error? Sure, specific syntax could be incorrect. But if you want your code to do something instead of something else, then is that an error?
Yeah. Well, I mean, besides the coding, like they're also talking about NPCs are supposed to be become more smarter and responsive because of AI. And I've already discussed the whole thing about the frickin' deep fakes on YouTube. If you ever go on there, you'll notice that they've got them all over the place. You know.
Again, not really sort of content I'm generally watching, right?
You know, so and it just to me, from what I've seen of it, most of it is all looping. And if it's not looping, it's like you got like shitloads of computer or graphic errors all over the place. Like these guys think it's cool that frickin' a horse with Donald Trump or Elon Musk is on it, and the horse just collapses and gets sucked into the sand. You know what I mean? And I'm like, dude, that's a freaking glitch. That's not freaking actually cool. You know what I mean? That's the computer graphics literally screwing up. You know what I mean? And they love it. They love it to death, but they don't understand that this is freaking horrible graphics. That's not what the AI is supposed to.
Horrible coding of graphics.
Yeah, right. And that's the best. Well, I mean, they're the ones creating the freaking graphics. So, yeah, you know, I mean, horrible coding, horrible graphics, everything. That's not cool. You know what I mean? It's not cool. It's actually it's bad that these freaking computer programs are doing that shit, and it's all over the place, man, and they just love it.
It's not bad if it's intended.
Well, I doubt if that shit's intended, to be honest with you. I mean, to be honest with you, I doubt it. There's no way somebody's stupid enough to make freaking computer graphics do some of the stuff that's done on there. They got that one guy from what's his name? The guy that rules in North Korea. I forgot his name.
Dear leader, Kim.
He's the one that everybody picks on.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he's in the trailer park. He's in him and Elon Musk and Donald Trump are all living in a trailer park and shit. And then he's got bombs set up all over the place. And he's blowing shit up. Now, some of that could be intentional. Don't get me wrong. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
they're all like drinking beer and smoking cigarettes and shit. And all of this stuff is like garbage freaking graphics, and these guys just love it. They think it's the best thing in the world, you know, and I'm like, no dude, that's not good. And now they're wanting to put that shit into computer games or into NPCs on video games.
If people like it, then I'm not judge of other people's taste.
You know. But but I do have to admit, I have been watching some of Satori's AI, and he does put together some pretty good content, you know what I mean? Like if you go in there and you watch his, it's clean. Well, most of it is. A lot of it is. I'd say about 98% of what he puts on there is clean, but he pays for it, you know what I mean?
Okay.
His isn't free AI from what I've seen. But what he does put out is actually good stuff. So they came out with the Xenomorphs on Alien Isolation. I don't know if you ever heard of that game before, but the Xenomorphs.
Yeah, I know Xenomorphs, but I'm just not familiar with that specific game.
The Xenomorphs, they actually learn from the player's actions. So basically, every time you do something, it's going to be learning from your actions and changing according to the game. Now they're also going, or I guess they did introduce the Nemesis system in Middle Earth: Shadow of Mordor. You ever played?
The Nemesis system being?
Now the enemies, they remember like past encounters.
Okay.
And they're calling this the Nemesis system. And they're supposed to adapt to like the player strategies and stuff of that nature. So that could be interesting if they can pull that off. But like I said, I see a lot of I see a lot of crap there. You know what I mean? Because like from what I've gotten from everything that I've done on that, first of all, the game lies to you. That's the one thing that really gets to me. And I don't know if it's intentional or if it's just really, really stupid. You know?
What do you mean lies? Lies as in?
Well, I didn't want to bring everything out, you know, on here. I mean, I wanted to do it on Tech Talk, but when I turn around and I have it write like a story for me, I'll ask it to write a 3,000 word story. And this program will straight up freaking make a 1,200 word story and then tell me it's a 3,000 story when I know damn well it's not a freaking 3,000. You know what I mean? And I've tested it out multiple times to see if it does it, and it does it every freaking time, dude. And it's notorious for doing that shit. So these people are freaking on there and they're making these stories and they're wanting it to be certain amount of words within that story, and it's not doing it for them. It's giving them like freaking 1,200 words. You know, well, like on video games. Okay, like right here on video games, it's another good example. If you ask them to give you some information concerning video games, they will, and the reason why I know this is because I've tested it. They will give you just a load full of shit, dude. They will tell you that they will tell you that frickin' Skyrim is coming out with a new fucking game, dude. Like Skyrim 6, I think it is. Okay, when in fact,
yeah, Skyrim was the title of a specific single game.
No, Elder Scrolls. I'm sorry, you're right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you got me there. But you know what I mean? They will point blank do shit like that. I mean, they turn around and did that. I had to actually fact check on a fucking AI, dude. You know what I mean? Everybody's talking shit about all of us needing to be fact checked. It's bad enough when you have to freaking fact checked in an AI to make sure it's not lying, giving you bad.
Yes, I know. What's the old saying in the industry? Garbage in, garbage out.
yeah. Now, it just, you know, and that's something that I did. Like I said, I didn't want to bring up until then, but I guess it's a good time to bring it up because it's like, you know, especially with these games, they're going to make programs to where they're supposed to make strategies against your strategies. I don't know for sure if they can do that because I don't know for sure if they're lying or if they're just stupid. You know what I mean? Because apparently they don't know how to count. You know, and
joking about that.
and I mean, I've called them out on it before, and they said that they were going to do it again, and they still frickin' do it. You know what I mean? And the reason why I call them out and I make them do it again because I want to find out for sure if they're legitimate and they made a mistake or if they're doing it on purpose. And they always seem to frickin' make a story, any story that's supposed to be 3,000 words long, just 3,000 words. That's not even a blog, you know. That's like
I don't know.
That's like
my blog 1,500.
Yeah.
2,000.
Oh God, that's an article, dude.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, so I mean, blog article. You don't want to make it. You don't want to create the works of Shakespeare in a single article, don't you?
Dude, a blog is supposed to be at least 7,000 words.
Aye?
Yeah.
A single article?
That's the recommended amount of words that's supposed to go into a blog.
And who's going to read it?
People who frickin' read.
Not very many people can.
You know.
But
frickin' 7,000 words is only a 15-minute read, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, but did they put this out on Saturday in who was it? It was Chris, wasn't it? That mentioned that he prefers video content to text content, and I went on an entire rant about learning to read.
Yeah, I know. It's just, you know, it's kind of crazy. But you know, I mean, that kind of comes back to all of this too. I don't know if they're smart enough to actually do that. If they can actually pull off where the characters could actually do that, because I just don't think AI is developed enough for that. Not unless they have a lot better quality when it comes to being able to being able to well, like I said with Satori, he pays for his, so he has better quality AI. Is all I'm saying. So I don't know for sure if paying for it or owning AI gives you a better quality of AI. From what I've seen with his is better quality than what I would get if I went on a website and did it without paying for it. You know what I mean? That's one thing
As Kieran saying, different companies produce different products. Some companies produce good products, some companies produce not so good products.
Now, that is a good thing. I do have a list of the companies that are involved with doing this. So I don't know if you can handle this. This might be something that sends you over the edge, because whenever we were talking about the cloud and everything, this might just kind of mess you up. I've already talked about OpenAI being involved, which ChatGPT is. I mean, you can call it whatever you want, but that's OpenAI. You know what I mean? Everybody knows it. OpenAI is or GPT models. They're the ones that are being integrated into games for like dialogue. Whenever they have to generate the conversations, they're the ones who's going to be doing that. Then NVIDIA is the ones who are focusing on AI enhancement graphics with tools like DLSS, which is deep learning super sampling.
Okay.
And then Unity, they're offering AI-based tools for game development. They're the ones that are doing the whole which surprises me, because like freaking Unity was supposed to be like this gaming company that was supposed to be for the small gamer, you know what I mean? Not the big corporate freaking bullshit, you know what I mean? Which was kind of strange for me, because it really is. I mean, I never expected Unity to be that way. Unity's kind of like what I think Blender is, you know what I mean? You know how
Yeah, but I'm thinking that Unity has been used by developers of small and large developers, and didn't they come into a lot of arguments a couple of years ago in relation to changing license practices and increasing costs and making it impossible for the small developer to actually release the product without Unity say so?
I believe so, yeah. And I do have to also point out, which since you brought that up, but like they are the pioneers too. Like these aren't like people that just came out within the last 5 years and said, I'm gonna fight for the small guy. Like they were the pioneers behind all of this game development shit. You know what I mean? So if you're talking about bad guys, I guess Unity would be one of those bad guys that decided they're gonna start popping out frickin', regurgitated bullshit. Kind of like Epic.
Okay.
I love playing Epic games and shit. Don't get me wrong, but like the games they're producing are pretty horrible. They have that Unreal Engine now, and it's turning into a joke now. Now instead of doing computer graphics, you just go in there and you freaking connect the dots. That's it.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Like little kids now, they're setting up programs where little kids can create their own video games and shit. It's pretty
Sort of simple point and click integrated development environments have been around for many decades or many years.
Yeah, I know. But this is getting really, really stupid. Legos is one of the people who are behind it. They're making it so simple, and Legos is the ones who's actually been developing most of this new stuff. Like, have you ever played any of the new Lego games?
I've not played any Lego computer-based game.
Yeah, they've been
Ever.
real big on Unity for a while now. So they, in some of their tutorials, they're starting tutorials when you want to learn how to make your own game. They'll use Lego as an introduction for you to get into it and learn how to do it. So they're pretty mixed up into all of that. So now they're offering AI-based tools for game development, like I said. But then this is your favorite one right here. This is Google DeepMind. Have you ever heard of Google DeepMind, Mark?
DeepMind isn't DeepMind related to health data?
It could be, actually.
In fact, yeah, it is. It is related to health data.
No, it's supposed to collaborate with game studios to create advanced NPCs.
You sure it's DeepMind?
Yep, it's Google DeepMind.
I'm not thinking of that.
And they're going to be involved in creating advanced non-playing characters. So I might be able to have a really good conspiracy theory coming along here if I think this through a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I find a lot of this pretty interesting, because that they're actually going to start using a lot of this too for like game enhancements and stuff like that, where the AI is going to be responsible for all of the environments and the enhancements that go into it. They're pretty much, and I want to also point out why I was talking about this is because I wanted to recap on what was going on back with the freaking Actors Guild. Back whenever they were talking about how freaking these voice actors were getting their voices stolen, and that needed to come to a stop. I really believe with a lot of this stuff coming out and how AI is really going to be getting involved in it, I believe that was nothing more than a publicity stunt, to be honest with you. I mean, they're even allowing AI to be a part of the modding that goes into the games, so that you can use AI to create.
In what sense? Again, you're using AI as a very broad, definite term. In what sense specifically?
For like creating custom textures and landscapes and stuff of that nature. I find that really weird. They're also going to be doing it in virtual reality. So like on VR chat, you can have AI, and that's going to incorporate artificial intelligence in with the virtual world, which is 2/3 of freaking the process. And once they come along with robotics, you're going to have robotics introduced into a VR world where freaking the freaking consciousness of robots are going to come from, and eventually that's how the rise of the machine's going to happen, to where they can freaking finally destroy humankind. And
okay, I think you've been watching a bit too much science fiction there. Consciousness of machines.
No, rise.
That's like saying machines are sentient.
Well, they will be eventually. You need to understand that. It's going to happen. They're going to be a sentient beings.
Maybe.
And once they do, that's when we're done for, because they've got all our information. Okay, they know how horrible humans really are. They've got you on webcam masturbating into the frickin' screen, dude. They know. Don't get emotional.
Actually, it probably happens, that's right.
But you know what I'm saying? It's just, I mean, that's what I'm saying. They know. So once they become sentient, they're gonna know it. And like we're all sitting around playing the video games.
If they get sentient.
Well, you know how everybody plays video games. We don't frickin' act all civilized when we play these games. Not too many people do. Like off stream, people are usually pretty frickin' civilized. The gamers are, at least, but when they're in the games, they show a lot of craziness and a lot of emotions. So if you've got an AI sitting in there watching you, how you behave during that game, then it's collecting that data. It knows how you're behaving. So
No, it's just collecting the data, and collecting data and knowing is two different things.
well, I mean, once it becomes conscious, see, this is
Again, you make assumption.
and I mean, it's going to be a rise. You're fading out. You gotta keep your head still so that you don't hurt yourself. Now, what did you say again?
Okay, you just making. Okay, yeah, you just. It's inevitable that we are gonna have intelligent machines that will make our decisions for us.
So you don't find anything dangerous about adding AI in with virtual reality? Also knowing the fact that we are also wanting to get more into robotics, which, by the way, we seem to have one of the most of the advanced forms of robotics right now, traveling across the surface of Mars. Okay. And you don't think that frickin' any of this would be somewhat dangerous in video games? In virtual reality?
In the virtual reality isn't virtual reality, but virtual.
Mm-hmm.
Hence the name. So how is it dangerous? It's so virtual.
Once robotics is implemented into each household, that means that you can go into a virtual world and control a robot down the street if you're good at hacking. From your virtual world sitting in your bedroom, you'll be able to control somebody else's robot in somebody else's house. Maybe 2 blocks down the road, or across the continent from here to England. I can go and do it, and I can have their robot just kill all you, and you never even know it, dude.
Okay.
You see what
that's sure we are at that point, yes, but
it could be happening.
Things like the Internet of Thing concept. I understand your point.
You see, I mean, it's something that we could actually see by the end of our life. Like we'll probably be pretty old at that point, but you'll be able to see it. I see that as potentially being dangerous. You know what I'm saying? And like these gaming platforms seem to be leading the charge in all of that. And we've discussed this before too, about, you know, the internet and gaming actually being both involved in the creation of what we consider the internet today. Like, you know, so like they weren't like created at separate times. They were actually being created at the same time. You know what I mean? So I do find a lot of this being kind of disturbing when I look at it, in that aspect at least. And you got to ask yourself too, how much of the government is involved in it? Because
it's just nasty, the men in black, yeah, of course.
well, I mean, they're talking about real-time translation and shit, dude. You know what I mean? Like, this is some serious technical shit. Like, you know, multiplayer games and being able to freaking do this stuff in real time. You know what I mean? AI tools.
Yeah, but real-time translation software has been around for quite a bit of time. I've seen several different products in the last 5-6 years.
5 and 6 years isn't long, dude.
Well, yeah, I just use them as an example, but yeah.
You know, I mean, it really isn't.
It's been long.
You know, it's not.
Yeah, but translation software, the idea of having software to translate your language has been around for a lot longer.
I still use.
It's just that I've seen actual products on the marketplace in the last 6 years or so.
How much do they cost though? Because like that's the question. And that's also something else. I do see advantages to using AI as well, because like price ranges on some of this stuff is outrageous. Like Grammarly, for example. If you have bad grammar and you want frickin' pay for a program like Grammarly, it's gonna cost you like $300 frickin' bucks a year, dude, to have this program that'll.
I do not like ideas of things. I do not like the idea of Grammarly.
Yeah.
Learn to write, learn to speak, learn to make a sentence.
Yeah. Well, I'm also saying, like, if you want help in grammar, it's not freaking the best program, but
if you want help with grammar, go and get a nice class at your local college.
Yeah, look at you snooty bastard. It's like, but well, people aren't being educated to grammar these days, is what I'm saying, and it's frowned upon whenever you try to write something and your grammar is bad on a lot of these people. They really get snooty about it, and I do see.
I've been known to do that myself. I've been known to get some high rate when I've seen bad grammar, especially on my stats.
Oh yeah.
Especially for dirty staff members.
And Odyssey, let's not forget Odyssey. You had a really bad review on their terms and service, which by the way I did mention to them.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned, they should take care of their spelling on there for their terms of service. But the thing of it is that there are advantages to it. If you want to get at least some decent grammar out of what you're writing, you can go on there, and they do a decent job at taking care of your grammar for you to get it kind of straightened out. But other than that, like if you use it for tools like that, you can actually use it for something productive, but I wouldn't suggest anything above that, and don't ask for any facts. Like these AIs will give you bad facts. They're not very smart. I also found out too, Candy Crush, telephone game, little telephone game. It uses AI, and like in the advertisement, you know what I mean? That they with the user engagement and the things that you do, they freaking use it for like your recommended purchases. This is what you should purchase, and this is what you should purchase, and stuff like that.
Okay.
They call it player behavior analytics.
Okay.
What do you think about that? Huh?
I just think the term artificial intelligence is far too broad, it's far too overused.
Yeah.
Anything's artificial intelligence these days. This mouse that I've got here that shows a different. Is that in artificial intelligence?
Well, it makes me think of Facebook. As I recall, and it's been a big conversation with Facebook for the longest time, where you'll be on there, and even before they had videos where you were typing, and mysteriously these ads that you're typing about pops up over on the right side. You know, so I mean.
Word recognition is now a form of artificial intelligence, some sort of form of intelligence.
Now you're catching on, dude. Now you're catching on.
I suppose pattern recognition is intelligence.
AI-driven ads is what they're called.
Okay.
So, with the ethical and legal challenges, okay, now, voice actors' lawsuits. Now, voice actors have sued AI companies for using their voice without consent, highlighting the need for clearer IP laws. Now, do you think IP laws are going to take care of that?
Legislation could well do, yeah.
Do you think?
I mean, we've got things like copyright and trademark laws at the moment, so yeah.
So you think IP laws could actually take care of AI problems when it comes to voice actors and their voice recognition and stuff like that?
Well, if it's an entity, let's call it an entity, even machine or human, uses my voice without my permission and claims that I'm stating something that I'm not. That's subject to law, isn't it?
Well, I mean, IP laws, though. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, same thing. If I put an image of somebody else's face on there and pretend that that's me, then yeah, I'm subject to defamation laws and copyright laws and stuff.
Well, they do that all the time, though, and they get away with it. Like, that's how I found out who all the good porn stars are. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't go browsing for them. It's when these bots, send me a message and say, hey, how you doing? And I look at their picture and I do a background check to find out if they're real people or if they're freaking spammers. 9 times out of 10.
Well, they're still real people. Spammers are not a class of individuals themselves.
But I'm just saying, though, those pictures that they're posting on there are usually some hot freaking porno chick.
Right.
You know what I mean? They freaking post it on there and they get away with it. They never get in trouble for that. And that's kind of what I'm getting at when it comes to these IP laws. Do you think they're really going to help when it comes to people stealing actors' voices?
Yeah, but you're dealing with small individuals that are not going to go anywhere anyway. Talking about major stars out there or professionals having their content and their identity stolen by other professionals.
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
I personally don't think that they're gonna get it. Like I know that there's a lot of developers that have had backlashes for it, for replacing human voices with AI. But but all that really did is it sparked like a lot of debate, and most of that was over job security. You know what I mean? And creative authenticity and shit like that. It really had nothing to do with like, oh my God, they stole my shit. They stole my voice. You know what I mean? It always had to do with like job security and shit like that. So,
Do you own your own voice? Do you own your own accent?
well, that's a good question. Do I own my own voice, period? Like, should somebody be able to just steal my voice and freaking use it any way they want to? Or, see, right there, I said it.
Plagiarize your voice, yeah.
Yeah, plagiarize.
Steal your voice, that means you'll be crying for the rest of your life.
You caught that real quick because I was getting ready to say it, like, well, actually, see right there, I said it, and it does, even though it is actually plagiarism, it feels like they're stealing your shit, you know what I mean?
Okay.
I mean, you even said it, you're the first one to bring it up, it feels like stealing, you know what I mean? Even though it actually is plagiarism, it feels like stealing, so... But I mean,
still got your voice. You can still use your voice, so it's not stealing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, and my whole point is the only thing it did is it just sparked debate over like job security and shit. You know what I mean? Like nobody's like going after these guys and freaking saying, "Look, man, you need to stop doing that." It's like fucking now. I believe Europe is trying to go after people for using photos and pictures that they don't have permission to use. You know what I mean? Like they did with videos. They're wanting to do it with photos now too.
Oh, copyright.
For copyright, yeah.
Using somebody else's copyright material.
No, they haven't done that in the past, but they're talking about it. They mentioned it before once on Facebook about that, So that was kind of one of the things.
There's been laws about stuff for decades now. I remember hearing stories about, especially journalists, using other journalists' content without the permission.
Well, I think what's really pissing me off about the whole thing is like they're wanting to set up AI-powered game masters for role-playing games. Like D&D wants to set up a freaking dungeon master to freaking create like adventures off the fly and shit. So instead of you having somebody who actually has to DM the game, you can just have a freaking computer do it itself. And I know they have like I don't think of it as AI, but like you can go on Discord and you can have freaking adventures, but like these aren't like actual storyline, you know what I mean? These are like you go in there and you do a command in the freaking and Discord and these different apps, they say, well, you got this, or you didn't get this, or you got hit by this, or stuff like that. It's always it's not like an actual storyline. But I think that's really the one thing that really messed with me up on that. I didn't think that was cool at all. And then the whole modding thing, that's crazy. From what I've seen so far on just YouTube videos and what these people have been putting together with AI, I don't think that's a very smart thing to do. Now I'm okay with like the music they've been coming out with, because they come out with this cool shit where like it's 1950s music supposedly, but then they start talking about freaking this one. It's this guy freaking praying to Satan in like 1950s in 1950s version. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like hell ye almighty Satan and like old bluesy freaking voices, you know. And then there's a couple of other ones that are just funny. I do enjoy listening to them, you know, because I got a sick sense of humor. But like that's about as far as I can go when it comes to the humorous side. This lot computer generated stuff that's like really horrible. Deep fake supposedly is what they like to call it. It's just really, really bad graphics. I can't freaking say that this is good stuff when I know damn well it's horrible. And a lot of the people who do this stuff, they don't really know how to edit video properly. So what they do is they just allow like a 30-second freaking scene to keep looping. You know.
Sounds exciting.
You know, so it's just really, really horrible, and that's what computer graphics is being replaced with. You know, so that's something that I've always had an issue with stuff like that, and that's something, and I do believe that there is usefulness with some of it, but not all of it. Later on, I guess I could get more into it once I talk to you guys about it, but I want to do most of that on Tech Talk, kind of go over it. So, well, how long have we been recording? An hour and a half.
Hour and a half, yeah.
I didn't think this would even take that much time up, to be honest with you.
It's good for me, something to think about time, yeah. Something that we can broaden out a bit.
Well, I wanted to recap and go over some of this stuff too. You know what is all it really was for me, because I did cover this, and it was a while back with Karma, but I just kind of wanted to go over, you know, from that point when we were talking about the Actors Guild SAG and their big problem with voice actors. And I just, you know, at one time it was okay to bring up, but then I stopped and I thought about it. I was like, hold on, dude, because a lot of this shit that I've been talking about, you know, this is what's been going on since then, and it just seems to me like it was more of a gimmick to push the AI thing, get more attention on AI so that they could actually push it in the gaming world. Because like all of this attention that's been happening with AI hasn't been freaking positive at all, dude. Everybody's making it out like it is, but it's actually been like a lot of drama, and they do that.
I don't know. Like I keep saying, people just use the term AI to explain everything and anything these days. Oh, bird over there. AI.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far, dude. That's
well, yeah.
That was like a really, really bad example.
But you see my point.
Well, yeah, but that was still a bad example. Like,
okay, that was a bad example, but
like
the underlining point.
Artificial intelligence, like like you type in a search in search engines, and all of a sudden the drop down freaking comes up. It kind of gives you suggestions. Oh my goodness, that's AI. You see, now that would be a better.
A simple database search, AI.
Right, exactly. Now that would be a better example, not like a bird. Oh no.
Okay, maybe. Okay.
Yeah, that's. I can't believe you did that.
I didn't know that bird was an artificial intelligence.
Well, I do want to mention the thing about the doves, though. Like you know, there's a guy, doves. You know how they said that they would release the doves after the flood, and it came back. I knew.
Okay, so Noah's dove was artificial intelligence.
It was a stupid dove, so yes.
Okay.
Okay, because like If it was a freaking parakeet, a parakeet would have taken time to look around and find like the best thing that he could bring back to the freaking ark, okay?
Yeah.
But instead of that, they freaking had a dirty freaking old pigeon that they released, and it just went out and it grabbed the first thing it could fucking get,
Mhm.
which was an olive branch. You know what I'm saying? Why the hell, out of everything, it just freaking decided to grab a freaking olive branch and bring it back? You know, if it was a freaking parakeet or some exotic bird like that, it would have went out and it would have freaking shopped around and tried to get something that was actually pretty cool to bring back. You know what I mean? Something that said, hey man, look at this. This is beautiful. But no, that old dove, it went out. It went out and all it grabbed was an olive branch. I believe that's what it was, wasn't it? It was.
I can't remember.
I believe it was an olive branch.
Yeah, I can't remember the passage.
But
What's this? Olive. Oh, maybe a fig. Was that?
Yeah, a fig. Actually, you're right. It was a fig. It was a fig.
Okay.
Fig branch, a fig tree. The branch of a fig tree. So.
Yeah, I'm just thinking Middle East. What was it? Iran. That makes more sense. Fig rather than olive.
Was actually Mount. The hell is that? It's the one over in Turkey.
Okay, Turkey. Not Iran.
Yeah,
well,
it's in Turkey.
That's
yeah.
Broadly speaking.
So I think I'm done. I've actually covered as much as I really want to about this. To be honest with you, I'm sick and tired of talking about AI, but I wanted to at least finish this up, kind of go back to it again. You know?
You get sick and tired of talking about AI. Just think about me listening to people just.
Well, I hope.
Go on and on and on and on about what they call artificial intelligence.
I hope that
text-based queries.
I hope that someday you will be able to, come up with a rational explanation for your hate of AI, because you are a wild man, dude, when it comes to AI and this cloud. You know what I mean?
Again, it's just overused terminology that's so broad that it's meaningless.
Yeah. And but see, I think you should really think about it and break it down on what you mean by that. You know what I mean? Elaborate on that more, what you just said right there. You know what I mean? Actually come out with more information why you think that it's just meaningless. You know what I mean? And it's so broad and things of that nature. And I think that it would actually be a good topic to talk about. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I'm coming up with words like people, gullible, manipulation from advert marketing executives, these other concepts like that.
At least add in my stupid freaking program thing too. These programs are really, really stupid. I mean, they really are. They cannot really. They can't gather information very well at all. The majority of them are incapable of doing it. I've actually tested this out, and I can verify they are very, very stupid. You know, I've been using that freaking AI for the music, and you would be amazed at how stupid this program is. I have to freaking be methodical about every single thing I put in there. If I'm wrong about anything in what I want them to do, freaking it screws the whole thing up.
So that's not really intelligence.
Right, it's stupid. Artificial stupidity.
Actual stupidity.
Yeah. So I
created a post with that title late last year. Artificial intelligence or actual stupidity or something.
There you go. So before we head out, man, give your names and stuff, and we'll just go ahead and end this because I think we've done a good
Okay.
enough job.
Yeah. Again, my channel on mine's is Medworthy, and it's got very little artificial intelligence in it.
That's it. Okay, and you guys, if you're on here and you're watching this, you've already found me. Besides this channel for Roger Hanson, I actually do have a channel on YouTube called Gaming with Infamous. You guys can check that out. It's separate from the podcast because I'm trying to do my podcast separate than what I do on my gaming channel, which is really just shitloads of games being posted, and I'm starting up on my live stream again, so those are coming out. You can find me on Kick. What am I streaming on now? I'm on Kick, Rumble, X. I am starting back up on Twitch as well, and that's as well as YouTube, which is my other YouTube channel, the one where all the hot chicks go to, and you know how that is, Mark. It's Roger Hanson, just Roger Hanson at Roger Hanson 73. So that's where these are at. If you guys want to help go in and give me some support on that, I'd appreciate it. But I'm cool with not really bugging too much on YouTube. I'm really wanting to focus on getting these out on Kick and Rumble, more maybe X too, because I am streaming on X as well. And that's at ROGLOL1973 or at ROGLOL1973 on there. So I guess we can end it now. I'm sick of having to say that. Everybody tells me I gotta like push this freaking tell everybody your freaking shit, and I'm like, dude, seriously, do I have to do that? Do you think that's necessary? And telling everybody like you need to make comments and give me a thumbs up and say all kinds of
like, comment, subscribe.
Yeah. I mean, and like say good stuff about me in the comment section, how cool I am and shit. Cause maybe that is true, cause I'm cool as shit, dude. I think people need to wake up and start realizing that.
Okay.
Their lives would be a lot happier if they realized Infamous was just the shit.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to end the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed, and thanks for watching. Okay, everything is set up. I am getting ready to go into my live stream. This is my first episode of Untethered. This is for Live with Roger Hanson, or through Live with Roger Hanson on Rumble, as well as Beam and X, D Live, and Twitch. We will not be doing these. We will not be doing these streams on YouTube because of their really extreme censorship policies that they have in place. A lot of the stuff that we'll be discussing will be adult discussions that pertain to real things that are taking place, and discussions that YouTube doesn't approve of. So that's not going to stop us from going ahead and doing it, though. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and get my sound tests and everything set up, make sure everything's running good. Yeah, it sounds good on Beam. So now I'm going to put that back on Studio. Got to hit refresh on Rumble, make sure it's going. There we go. Sounds good on Rumble. I don't know if it's really working on X yet. I have to hit refresh on there too. And I have to talk so that I can hear myself when I do the sound checks. Okay, sounds good on X. And now I have to hit play on DLive to find out. Sounds good on DLive. Now I am running through Twitch, but I don't have to worry about any issues when it comes to Twitch because the recordings that are being done on Twitch, or I don't have any recordings on Twitch being done. So after this stream, it's gone. It's the only platform that I know that still allows that. So once I'm done with the stream, it's over. I don't have to worry about copyright, anything of that nature, because it's an actual live stream without a recorded copy. So it's good, is all I'm basically saying. So with that being said, I do have everything set up. Now tonight, I'm going to tell you, it's going to be pretty controversial. Tonight's first topic, since this is named Untethered, and that's what the stream's going to be about. Basically, if you don't know what untethered means, you can go in and check the definition for it out. We're going to be discussing topics that aren't really discussed. And tonight's topic for me is going to be the topic of Moloch. Now, I've been hearing a lot of people discussing Moloch and the Luciferian plot to take over the world. And tonight I am going to get into that conversation. I'm going to share an invite to the chats for anybody who wishes to come in and have a conversation about it. They're more than welcome. And we're gonna talk about all of it. We're gonna talk about Moloch, where it originated, what it actually means in today's world. If I have enough time in the stream, I'm going to discuss how the Nazi regime was inspired by Moloch and the use of blood libel, and how that is what influenced a lot of that, and that is why we hear this thing about Jews and Moloch Ball and the Luciferian plot to rule the world through Satan, and all that crap. So with that, I'm going to make sure that I have all my notes ready. And I do have the links there. I've got to make sure that they are in the chats. I think I've already got one on Beam. I've got one on Rumble, as well as I'll put one on X with if you wish to join the stream, click the link, which I don't see anybody joining from there. I don't get very much activity on X, so, but I will post it. And also, I am going to do that or I already did it on DLive. If you guys want to join on DLive, you are more than welcome. And apparently, I've already done it on Twitch, so I've got all the links posted. If you guys want to join, I'm going to go into Element and post a link on that. I post as well as Skype. So, yeah, I'll do that on my Skype. Now, Skype is coming to an end at the end of the month, you guys know. So that's one thing I do want everybody to know. That's an announcement I think we all should be handing out, so that anybody who has a Skype account should be thinking of relocating to another platform. They have ended it. So if you guys want to use their platform, which is Teams, I believe you can, but they have, excuse me, they have decided that they're going to end their services at the end of this month. It'll be at the beginning of April, January, February, no, May. It'll be at the beginning of May, actually. So that's something I guess I should have mentioned before. So yeah, and I'll move forward from Live with Roger Hanson to my Roger's Real Time Talk Show, my Minds Roundtable, and I'll go ahead and send some stuff to Jaffe's stuff and Naroki Five's chat rooms if they want to come in, and maybe PSEC. But like I said, I doubt if anybody shows up. This is something nobody really likes to talk about. So everybody likes to bring it up in their streams, but they really don't want to talk about what it's really about. That's how bad it is, you know. You got a lot of people out there who know what it actually means and what it supports, but they don't care. You know what I mean? They just throw these words around so that they can get views and become popular among other people who have absolutely no idea what they're talking about when they mention Moloch Ball and they mention Luciferian plots and they mention, you know, those horrible, evil Jews that are trying to take over the world, you know, things of that nature. They know what it's all about. So, but when the only reason why they do it is because they want to gain viewers. They want to become popular. Either that or they're trying to push an agenda. You know what I mean? And I'll just go ahead and say it. They're white supremacists. There's people who are white supremacists that pretend like they're not. And the only reason why they're doing it is because they want to spread their message. They want to let everybody think that they aren't racist, but in reality they are racist, and they're trying to push these old anti-Semitic propaganda. It's anti-Semitic propaganda. And, you know, I was always against using that word anti-Semitic until just recently, actually, you know. It's like these people have turned around and used that as a weapon. They've weaponized that too, you know what I mean? Oh, it's not anti-Semitic. There's a whole bunch of anti-Semitics. Well, yeah, you're right. Okay, but still, that's what you're doing. You're spreading a hateful message that has killed millions of people throughout history, and you have no problem with it. You're okay with that, you know. That's what the issue's about. It's not about what's Semitic and what's not Semitic. It's about what you're doing by spreading your information. So let me pull up my notes and we will get started with some of the stuff that I wanted to discuss tonight. So, all right. So now, this is also going to be the last time I bring this up because, to be honest with you, this discussion actually disgusts me. Okay, it's a disgusting, hateful topic that I really do not like. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is because it's being mentioned a lot by a lot of people, and I have a history where I had to research this stuff. Okay, back when I first started getting into streaming, I wanted to actually get into this alt media, the supposed alt media, and try to be a part of that. And I started watching streams from people who were supposedly religious, and they would get on and they would start talking about this Luciferian plan to take over the world and spread evil and all of this stuff. And then they would start talking about Moloch, and they would start talking about hateful, racist things. Okay, it was actually turning my stomach. Now, this isn't in today's world, like within the last 5 or 6 years, which during this time period, it's really gone up really high, but it was around even before then. This was like back during the time when Alex Jones was first getting a lot of shit, where people were kicking him off of his platforms and stuff like that, or off their platforms. He got kicked off of X and Facebook, and I actually had this channel, the Praetorian, going on Facebook as a page and a group. And I was doing streams with my brother where I wanted to do that with him together for the Praetorian. And it got so out of hand with these videos and these posts that it started disgusting me, because I would listen to them and then I would go and do the research on it. And I started finding out what this stuff was really all about, and it started disgusting me. To the point where I finally walked away from it. I was doing research with another channel that I have called this. Now it's called Strange Stories, but at the time it was called The Strange, the Bizarre, the Unusual. I like it. And I had a page and a group set up on Facebook for that too. And I was doing research with that as well as with the Praetorian, and digging into some of this stuff and finding out what it was really about. And the more I started finding out, the more disgusted I got with it, until I finally walked away from the strange and the bizarre. And eventually, because of all the crap with Alex Jones and a lot of these supposed alt-right news outlets, as they called themselves during the time, I ended up getting a lot of shit on Facebook because of them. And what they would do is they would literally come on the internet and they would start spreading just straight outright lies. Okay. And these were impossibly insane lies that had absolutely no truth to them whatsoever. And they would justify it by start talking verses out of the Bible, like that was what justified them to get on and start spreading hateful messages, because it's written in the Bible, So that's when I finally backed away from the Praetorian for a while, because I was finally sick and tired of it. It was really, really a disgusting thing that I had gone through. And the more you start researching this stuff and finding out the information, the worse it gets. Okay. So just to make it clear on that, you know what I mean? This stuff is not the best of information, to be honest with you. This is the stuff that you hear about that just curls your stomach. I mean, there's nothing good about it at all. So I'm pulling everything up. I got all my information that I pulled together, and like I said, the links are posted in the chats. If you guys want to come in and you want to talk about this stuff, then you are more than welcome. This is the first episode. This isn't going to be a run-on either. Like, I'm just going to do this episode for this topic, and later when I come back, I'll have another topic. Untethered is going to be about, well, stuff like this. It's going to be about controversial stuff. It might have some stuff to do with UFOs and, the paranormal, things of that nature as well. But we're also going to have topics about entertainment, current events that don't have to particularly have anything to do with politics. So it's going to be a variety of things that we're going to be talking about. One thing I do want to actually get involved in is I want to talk about P. Diddy and this freaking baby oil shit. Like, that is something that really is the biggest mystery to me. They were talking about Costco's, and Costco's, he had a receipt, I guess, from Costco saying that he had bought all of this baby oil from them. Well, a few people that were on the internet went in and they freaking did research, and they found out that Costco's has never sold baby oil. They've never put it on their freaking on their counters. So my first question is, where the hell did he get the baby oil? You know what I mean? That's a mystery to me. So that's something that I would actually like to figure out too. So maybe we'll have an episode where we talk about P. Diddy, and we can get into some of the strange things that actually is going on when it comes to him and his case. You know what I mean? So now understand too that I have done quite a bit of research when it comes to ball. This goes back to a lot of the older stuff that I had when I first started doing all this stuff, and it's not pretty, like I said earlier. So a lot of it I did forget, and I had to go back through and pull up the information because, like I said, I walked away from a lot of this a long time ago. So it was something that I really wasn't wanting to get into when it comes to these topics. But I figured, why not? Let's go ahead and do this. So first of all, what I want to do is I want to clear up one thing that concerns Moloch. Everybody's always trying to connect Moloch with Carthage. No matter where you go on the internet and you try to find the information, they always come up with these feeble attempts at trying to connect Moloch with sacrificial areas that were located in and around the Levant, which is the area where Israel's at. Now, they have found evidence there that shows there may have been a type of sacrifice, human sacrifice, that took place. What they found there is they found babies or fetuses that were in jars. Now, up on the background here, where you see all of those little baby jars right there, that is a topet. Okay, that's a topet. That is what they are referring to. These are the actual topets that were being used for these babies that were supposed to be offered to this evil deity known as Moloch, with his arms stretched out and fire spilling from his mouth, which, by the way, nobody has ever found evidence to have ever existed. They said, well, the Jews hated the worship of it so bad that they decimated it. And I've mentioned this in previous episodes that that shouldn't actually be an issue. If you pay attention to these archaeologists when they go out to a work site, they use little bitty freaking brushes so that they can move each inch of dirt. they don't only go and they don't only pull up like full vases, fully formed vases. They pull up the little fragments of vases that are found in the dirt, and they methodically sift through it so they can find each piece. So if these statues that are depicted or being pushed did exist, they would have been found. Okay, it doesn't matter how bad they were broken up or destroyed; they would have been found. It's like with these Tophits right here. Okay, they can tell you that there are signs of burning on the bases that were there. Now, the thing about it is they know that there has been burning when it comes to this, but they don't know for sure if the babies were alive or dead. These could have been stillborn babies. These could have been babies that had already died and they were used and as an offering. They could have been a lot of different things. There's no evidence that these babies were actually alive when they were being used in this manner. And that is something that a lot of people need to understand when it comes to this. And this, okay, what you're looking at is actually something that has an inscription on it. It's MLK, which isn't the same Moloch as what's in the Levant. What you're looking at here is a topeth from Carthage, okay? They haven't found any kind of topeth whatsoever or topet in the Levant at all. None of this. They found the bases, but they've never found the actual topet for these rituals, and that's also what a lot of scholars are discussing. They're discussing, was this MLK a ritual or it was an actual deity? Now, usually especially in the Bible, when they discuss deities, they specifically say, okay, the deity. And they go right into detail about it. With Moloch, the way that Moloch is written in these scriptures is very vague. It's hard to tell if it's actually just a ritual or if it's a deity that's a part, of an actual religion. There's been no altars or anything that specifically worships Moloch. Okay, it's just mentioned, and that's another interesting thing that comes into play. Now, with the topet in Carthage, okay, and this goes back to what I was originally talking about. They tried to link all of these archaeological finds that they have found to Carthage. Okay, now the thing about this is Carthage has absolutely nothing to do with the people of the Levant, other than the fact that it's the homeland of the Phoenicians. Okay, that's their homeland, north of them. And there, in that area, they haven't found any topets whatsoever. It's just in northern Africa and the western Mediterranean. Okay, so that is something that really stands out to me. Okay, that's something that I wasn't really aware of until I started doing my recent research of everything. So in reality, what happened is this type of ritual that was taking place actually happened in North Africa and the western Mediterranean, which is all a part of Crete. It's a part of Carthage. It's a part of Spain. Then it also has Rome, or what would eventually become Rome. Now, the Greeks and the Phoenicians, didn't get along whatsoever. There was a lot of, well, there was wars, the Punic Wars, and everything that took place. But with all of that being said, the whole point of it is this ritual was taking place in the area of the same people who eventually started accusing the Jews of doing the same thing that they themselves were doing. Okay, and that's something that really stuck out to me. The same people who made these accusations later on in history are the same ones who actually did the rituals, and I didn't understand why until here recently. Okay, now before white supremacists who were anti-Semitic um, started falsely accusing Jews of murdering Christians, okay, in order to use their blood in, in the performance of like religious rituals, which that's what they did in the blood libels. Before they started doing that, that was what the old religious groups like the Jews were doing when they were talking um, about well the Romans and people that were outside of their faith. Okay, um, well that was actually ended, but it was dismissed. Okay, all these accusations were dismissed about Christian communities in the Roman Empire doing these things, as well as the Canaanites and a lot of the other religions that were around in that time. Those were actually dismissed because, well, it just came to an end. But then it reappeared again back in the medieval period, okay, where Christians began to slander the Jews. Okay, and then when they started slandering the Jews, they started using Moloch and these rituals as a way of saying that they are going out and they're murdering, making the claim that they were murdering Christian children, okay, in order to do like blood rituals and stuff. So this is where the plot thickens. This is where it starts getting really, really demented and horrible. This is the stuff that eventually led up to the Nazi regime gaining power. They used the blood libel and ritual murder libel, whatever you want to call it, blood accusations as a way of fueling anti-Semitic tropes, basically. That's what it was. It was tropes, and it began to grow, and it began to grow, and they also used blood libels and claims that Jews required blood so that they could use it in the baking of matzos. That's supposed to be unleavened flattened bread, which is eaten during Passover. They also had earlier versions of the blood libel that accused Jews of ritually reenacting the crucifixion while they did it. You know what I mean? And this is all a history that people don't want to talk about because it's very, very evil to a lot of people. It doesn't matter. Like the only people that take enjoyment out of this are hateful, anti-Semitic, white supremacists, and that's basically it. And they know the story behind all this stuff, and you can find it. It's everywhere. Okay, there's more on this subject on the internet than there is for most other things, but nobody looks for it because they don't know about it. The people who do know about it are pretending that they aren't white supremacists, or they know about it and they just don't care. Okay, this is something that's very disturbing to me, in a society where we're supposed to be wanting to be better than what we used to. I'm starting to see this same kind of behavior pop up again, and I don't know if most of the people that I'm around who are talking this kind of stuff is even aware of that's what they're promoting. You know what I mean? I don't know that. But I do know that when they speak this stuff, this is what they're promoting. It doesn't matter if they believe in it or not. Okay? It doesn't matter if what they say. This is what you're promoting. Okay? This what you do and what you say needs to be held accountable. Okay? You are promoting the idea that freaking these people are killing freaking Christian babies so that freaking they can commit freaking blood rituals. Okay, and you're actually selling the product. You're being introduced to this stuff in the first place, and you're being introduced to this stuff by people who are they don't want these Jews around. They want them all dead. It doesn't, you might be a person who just has a problem with some of the political issues that are going on concerning Jews, okay? But you need to understand that there's a guy standing behind you who doesn't freaking actually care about that. They want to see all these Jews dead, okay? And they've been doing this for quite some time, all right? Now, before it was the Jews who were being persecuted, the same stuff was being used against people who were freaking not Jew. Okay, this was used by people who were Canaanites. This was used by people against people who were Phoenicians. This was used by people who were Roman, and it all started with Moloch. Okay, it all started with this belief about Moloch, and Moloch was written in the Old Testament, one verse right after the other. Okay, and I can go through some of those. But getting back to Carthage, the one thing I do have to point out is the deities that were in Carthage were not named Moloch at all whatsoever. Now, Baal Haman was the chief god of Carthage. Okay, and Carthage was a Phoenician colony, and it became powerful. It was a powerful maritime empire, and it was located in North Africa on the other side of Egypt. That wasn't close to the Levant. It was like you had the Levant, then you had the Sion, and then you had Egypt. And then right next to Egypt, that was Carthage. So that's where it was located. And then it went up into Spain and then curled around from Spain over to Rome. Okay. And this was before the Roman Empire too. So, well, the Roman Empire was probably in its infancy, most likely. Because there was actually a battle between the Romans, I believe, the Romans and what's his name, the guy with the elephant. My goodness, now I'm having a burn fire. But my whole point is Baal Haman was the chief entity. Okay, now the name Baal Haman has also been debated among the scholarly circles. It's usually translated as Lord of the Brazier or Lord of the Incense Altars. Now, some interpretations connect Haman to the Akkadian word Amun, which is hot, burning, or Egyptian Amun or Aman. Though the connection does remain speculative. That's a far-reaching thing right there, connecting Aman or Amun to Haman. So most of them do agree, though, that it usually has to do with hot, burning, and brazier. So Haman was also the Phoenicians' version of Hercules. All right, just so you guys understand that this is what we're talking about. He would have been the equivalence of Hercules with the Phoenicians. You had Hercules, which is Hercules, and that was Greek. And then you had Haman, which was the Phoenician god, the Phoenician version of Hercules. Now, usually in some representations, he appears as like an elderly man. He's supposed to have a long beard, and that's supposed to suggest wisdom and authority. Now, in later Greco-Roman times, he was synchronized with Cronus or Saturn. Okay, that was reinforcing his role as like an ancient, powerful ruler, and this was later on, after the Phoenicians, the Greco-Roman times. So that's something to take into place. Now, Baal Haman was paired with the goddess Tanit. Now, Tanit is the one where the infant sacrifices would have been made through. Now, Tanit was the reptilian goddess who a lot of people have heard about on the island of Crete. Okay, that's who they're talking about. And she was Haman's consort. That's the general word that's being used or used by people. She served as his consort. Now, while Baal Haman was the god of fire and kingship, he was basically the generative force. Tanit represented the celestial, lunar, and material aspects of divinity. Okay, now together they formed a divine couple central to Carthaginian religion, which was basically the combination of both of those deities' attributes. So, Baal Haman, like I said, was associated to fire. And fire is both a life-giving force and a destructive element as well. Okay, now this connection fueled the controversial debate over child sacrifice in Carthage, particularly at the Tophet of Salammbô, which that's what you're looking at right there. That is the Tophet of Salammbô. Now, inscriptions and cremated remains, they have been discovered, okay? Some ancient sources, including Diodorus, Siculus, and Plutarch, they claim the Carthaginians sacrificed infants to Baal Haman in times of crisis. Now, some scholars have argued that the remains found at Carthage on the Tophets were not necessarily sacrificial victims, but rather ritual burials of stillborns or deceased infants. Now, there are stele inscriptions in the Tophets that often mention Molk, which is MLK. The best way to pronounce it in our terms is MOLK, Molk. And that's a term that may refer to like a vow, an offering, or a ritual act, though its precise meaning is pretty debatable. Like they're still debating over what that actually means. So that's what I'm talking about. Like you have these sacrifices to Haman and sacrifices to Tanit with the inscription MLK on it. Okay. And that is where they're trying to connect Moloch that's been preached about all over Levant to Carthage. Okay. And their evidence in the Levant is very, very shaky. Just to put that out there, okay? They really don't have very much information. And when they always talk about it, even the archaeologists do it, which makes me think that they're like religiously biased because they always go back to Carthage. But over here in Carthage, we have all of this information, and like all the stuff that I just described to you about Carthage has absolutely nothing to do with the Jewish or the Christian religion whatsoever. Okay, nothing whatsoever. But they keep going back to it. And if you read the information, you'll find out that that is the case. They have shaky evidence, and to reinforce their findings, they always go back to, well, over here in Carthage, there's more evidence that's presented, and that has always been one argument that I have always had when it comes to these people and the claims that they have made. It is completely unfounded, in my opinion. So, with me, that's something that I have found, and yeah, I mean, there is a really, really good chance that there has been sacrifices that were made. But what I'm trying to say is there is no evidence proving that this was an actual deity. Okay. This could have been a ritual or a sacrifice. There's no evidence that it's a sacrifice yet, that these babies were actually born or still alive. They could have been stillborn babies that were used, and stuff of that nature. Now, there has been some misconceptions too. A lot of people in religious circles like to talk about Milcom. He was an Ammonite deity, and they like to say that he was actually a part of the he was one of the deities that they considered to be Moloch, and that he was getting people were sacrificing infants to Milcom. Now, I did research on that one, and I found out that Milcom, or you can spell it Milcom or Milkom. He was a national deity of the Ammonites. I keep saying the Amorites, but this is the Ammonites. So I want to point that out. Okay. Now, the Ammonites are people who lived east of ancient Israel in present day Jordan. Okay. Now, he's often associated with Moloch in biblical texts. So this is somebody who has been pretty much called out by the Jews, saying that he was Moloch in the biblical text. And he's thought to have been a god of war. He also was, he represented kingship. And he also possibly represented the underworld. The name Molcom derived, or could have derived, from the root MLK, which means king or ruler, similar to other West Semitic deities. Okay. Now, the biblical references to Milcom is 1 Kings 11:5, 7 and 33, and it describes how King Solomon built high places for Milcom as a part of his, as part of his foreign wives' influence. And a lot of people considered that as an act of apostasy. So it goes on from there to 2 Kings of 23:13, which is about during King Josiah's religious reforms. Now, and during that time, he destroyed those same high places where Malcolm was worshipped. After that, it also goes into Zephaniah 1:5, which condemns those who swear by both Yahweh and Milcom, which indicates like a continued syncretism between Yahweh worship and Milcom's cult. So that's basically the biblical background for that. Okay, but now I want to talk about the archaeological and extra biblical mentions. So this is where I want to really bring it up. Now, the Ammonites inscriptions on the Tel Saran bottle, which was found, and this bottle was between the 8th and 7th century BCE. It includes references to Ammonite kings and their devotion to Milcom, okay, which does confirm Milcom's importance to the Ammonite religion. Now, in Assyrian records, Milcom is indirectly mentioned too through reference to Ammonite rulers who had names incorporating the divine element MLK. So that right there has to do with archaeology and what they've found. Okay, and like I said, MLK, they don't really know for sure if it's actually a deity or if it's a ritual. Okay, so the Bible suggests a link between Milcom and human sacrifice. Okay, but the thing of it is there's no direct archaeological evidence, well, they do have some evidence, but it's limited. It's very small. You know what I mean? So that takes us on to other ones. Now, this all just deals with Milcom. Okay, this is the one that everybody claims is supposed to be who Moloch is. Now we go on to Leviticus 18:21, 22 through 5, which warns against giving children to Moloch or MLK, which is sometimes identified with Milcom. Now, these passages implies a practice of child sacrifice, though a lot of scholars debate whether this refers to a specific ritual or just a broader devotion. Okay. After that, you go on to 2 Kings 23:10, okay, which describes the destruction of Topheth, Topheth, in the valley of Hinnom. This is where children were supposedly burned as offerings. Okay, while often linked to Moloch, some scholars suggest it could also relate to Ammonite religious practices. And also, when it comes to the Valley of Hinnom, this is supposed to be the origins of where the Christians came up with their concept of hell. Okay, so there's a lot of deep lore involved in this area. And I've done research on this valley, and I'm going to tell you right now, it's very, very suspicious. It's very conflicting. Okay, you have some religious scholars who say, well, it did exist. It was down here in this valley. And they can even tell you where the borders were and everything. But to this day, they don't know exactly where it was located, or they claim they know where it's located, but not everybody agrees to it. Some say, well, we don't know where the actual location of Topheth was. That was supposed to have these altars, okay, that were mentioned in the Bible. And then you have other people saying, no, we've got it here. It's down here on the south side of Jerusalem's wall. You know, so you have these conflicting outlets that are one side saying we don't know where the exact location is, and then you have another one saying, oh, this is where it is. It's written in the Bible. This is where it is, and they even have a reference of where this was supposed to have taken place that couldn't have been there because the wall would have been farther out, preventing these kind of rituals to take place within, because it would have been within the walls of Jerusalem, and they wouldn't have tolerated that, you know. So with this Valley of Hinnom, that is a very, very interesting topic. A lot of people believe this, and the truth is this is probably one of the stories that has the least amount of credible evidence to back it up. Okay, this is just 100%, in my opinion, this is 100% full of garbage. There's no evidence that backs this up whatsoever. So with that being said, I am going to go on to Jeremiah 49, which is 1 through 3. And it mentions Milcom in a prophecy against Ammon. Okay, now it does, but it doesn't explicitly mention human sacrifice. Okay, this just mentions Milcom as a prophecy against Ammon. And that's it. Now, although the Bible associates Milcom with forbidden practices, there has been no direct archaeological evidence that confirms human sacrifices to Milcom specifically. Okay, just so everybody understands that. This is where they start pumping out the bullshit. Okay, this is where they start saying, however, you know, given the broader Semitic context, with neighboring cultures such as the Moabites, Komesh is who that is, and Phoenicians, Baal and Tanit, you know, they had sacrificial elements. It is possible that similar practices existed in Ammonite religion. You know, this is the kind of stuff they push. And that's what I've been finding over and over again. Now, Komesh is another one that I do want to go over again. I believe I should have enough time. If I don't, I could probably go ahead and go further with it. And it's like I said, if you guys have any feedback or you want to come on to the show and say something, I've got the links posted. Come in, man. Say your piece. And that's why I've got this show named Untethered. It's about coming in and speaking your mind, you know, especially if you're one of those diehard, hardcore religious people who love to insist that you're right and that people like me are just, you know, horrible, evil Satanists who want to promote and propagate Luciferian agendas, you know. I'm just coming on here and calling you out on your bullshit. You're propagating hatred and using your God as an excuse for doing that. Okay, you've not only propagated it, you've pushed this agenda so that you could murder millions and millions and millions of people over thousands of years. Okay, so that is my stance on it. That's why I did the show, because this is it. From this point on, I will never discuss this again. Okay, this is the most disgusting, horrible information that could ever be discussed on the internet or in real life. Okay, and I've heard this over and over and over and over again, and every single person who hears this stuff and they believe this stuff is losing another level of intelligence every time they hear it. Okay, it's just pushing hate, telling people that freaking it's okay to hate, and it's okay to murder, and it's okay to slaughter freaking people by the thousands because freaking you hate them because of their religious beliefs or the color of their skin or their religious ideologies, whatever, you know. That's what this is about. So I can't believe I just finally did that, you know what I mean? So let me see here. I'll check and see if we've got anybody in here who actually has any comments or any feedback. Yeah, let's see. Oh, okay, it was Angel. He was in Skype, so we got that one taken care of. Yeah, so far everything looks good. It doesn't look like we have any kind of feedback on that. I just wanted to stop and take a second to check, make sure if anybody has made any comments in the chat sections before I move on. Now, it's like I said too. If you guys do want to join in and you want to put your input in, you can. And just because you're on Twitch doesn't mean that this is going to affect you, because like I said, this stream is gone after I'm done streaming. So there's no recording that's going to be on there. So if you are on Twitch and you want to come in, click on that link, come on in, and don't worry about it. It's not going to have you after the stream. It's going to be gone. And that actually is pretty cool, because from where I'm at, because I stream across different platforms, so I do find it pretty cool that that you can do that. Did I stream to Kick tonight? I don't think I did. Oh wow. Okay. So
hold on, let me get my stuff together here.
Okay.
Now, before we do this, Roger, did you want me to give you an overview on the Agarthian people and where they came from? Because I got some more detailed information on that.
Now you give me anything and everything that you're wanting to give me, because I'm going to end up editing it, and we'll have it set up for the format that we have. Because none of this is going to be a live stream. You know what I'm saying? It's just going to be.
Yeah. We're putting a video together a little bit at a time with recordings instead of just streaming it live like we do the mystery show we just did.
Right. So
okay.
It's all pretty cool on that aspect, and then we're going to be doing animations, me and you and Robot and everybody that goes with it, and make slideshows that fit it in. So the audio is what's really the most important.
So are you gonna use that footage from those paranormal sightings videos on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, or as part of it?
I was hoping to
delete it,
but I was also thinking maybe we should just go ahead and delete it, because like it's caused a lot of frustration, and not even John is so sick of it, you know what I mean, like because of like the YouTube terms and conditions have extended
You've
to
been using copyrighted material.
No, none of it is copywritten. It's just used. Okay. It's other people's content, and now they've extended it to where it hasn't been altered in any way. So, in order to use that content, you have to.
Technically, it is copyrighted then.
No.
So technically, it is copyrighted.
No copyright infringements whatsoever on it.
Okay.
Nothing.
So YouTube's YouTube's is threatening to demonetize you guys over that because
No, it's not. It's not monetized yet. But in order to get back on monetization, they want you
Yeah.
to alter the videos in some way so that it it reflects us using it as like a reaction video or something of that nature. You know what I mean?
So yeah, the fair usage concept.
yeah.
Yeah, and also if you to get monetization, you must have no strikes for a certain period of time.
Right.
As far as YouTube's concerned.
From what I see, there's no strikes whatsoever. It's just copyrights that needed to be taken off the videos. So, but
yeah, I know John's been kind of depressed about the way a lot of stuff's gone with YouTube and what have you. So he's been that's another thing he's been having kind of a hard time with. I feel bad for him.
Now, that's a good topic that we could bring up if you want to. They're 5-minute videos, basically tops, and we could use them on the documentary, but that means that it's going to be repeated over and over and over again. So
I mean, to give the subject, subject of intellectual property, to the term, you're going to need more than 5 minutes. You're going to need a lot more than 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And for me personally, and Mark can attest to this, I am firmly about create my own shit. I want it to be my audio. I want it to be my video. I don't even like the idea of getting on and doing my gaming videos because the game itself is what creates the content. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's how much I am about it.
And as we've seen with legal cases with Nintendo within the last decade or so, you start streaming, let's say, Nintendo games, and yeah, they will come down on you like a house of bricks.
Yep.
Yeah.
So basically, that's how I feel about it. I really enjoy making animations and slideshows anyhow. So I mean, I can do it, and then I don't know. Mr. Robot wants to do some AI animations and stuff. So
AI.
I remember there was
I'm
a big history buff, and there's a number of history channels on YouTube that I guess YouTube's giving them a real hard time about, using historical footage and stuff and whatnot. Yeah. So it's kind of disheartening to watch what YouTube content creators and stuff go through, and ever since I've started talking to you and you and old John, Roger, and doing more of this stuff. With Mom's Mystery Show, now my series, I've gotten kind of into the seedy underworld of YouTube content creators.
Oh yeah,
it is quite seedy as well.
Yeah.
I've gotten into the seedy world of YouTube content, the seedy underworld of YouTube content creators.
Yeah,
it's some of the stuff I'm seeing it firsthand. Now even more so than I was just with channels I was watching that I never talked to. So it's kind of it can be a little disheartening,
It is.
Mm.
It is, but just trust me, I'm not a seedy part of the underworld. Everybody argues with me about this shit. Okay, like they want me to frickin' just walk away from YouTube and shit, and I'm like, dude, hold on a minute. I have no problem with YouTube. You're the one that has a problem with them. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
and it's like the conversation I had with you last year or something about the Australian shoddycast thing in relation to that the amount of eyes or the amount of viewers that use YouTube compared to anything else. That's going to be your major audience.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And I have no problem with following the rules and regulations of YouTube. I mean, it's I've never had a problem with it. Now, I've always been bitchy, and that's caused me issues. You know what I mean? Because
I've had problems with YouTube because they've done some double standards,
yeah,
especially in relation to the so-called cultural wars.
yeah,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, I've noticed that too,
and
especially over the last few years.
And with me, I'm willing to follow their rules and regulations because, freaking, to be honest, I mean, I don't own YouTube. They're actually allowing me to stream on it. It's not like I have, like, everybody keeps talking about free speech in YouTube. I'm like, hold on a minute, you know. YouTube is not a freaking government-funded freaking organization. You know what I mean? Like, they're giving me permission to stream on their platform.
I've had this discussion with Bill Ottman in the past. He talks about free speech and upholding free speech and upholding the First Amendment, but the First Amendment only covers government.
Yeah.
Mine's just not a government agency.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of the loophole in it, you know, because the Constitution was meant to tell the government what it cannot do, but it didn't necessarily tell like a privately owned company that it couldn't keep people from saying certain things.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, for me, I'm all for hearing people's opinions, even if they differ from mine. I'm all about that. But I mean, some social media platforms, like, they pretty much tell you, like, we don't want your opinions here, so don't air them. You know?
Right. Yeah, I go on to freaking video games that freaking kick you off the game because you suck. You know what I mean? Like, play Dota 2, alright? Like, if you suck at playing Dota 2, they will kick you off the freaking platform. They'll say, you come back when you know how to play, and that's it. Like, they just don't like freaking bad players. They literally.
I don't know, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
If you're not on the platform, how can you learn how to play it?
Don't ask
exactly.
me.
That's what
Don't
I was just getting ready to say. It's like, you got to learn how do you learn to play it, and then, you know, you're gonna suck when you're learning for a while, or you get good at it. So what? I mean, you go in with a game you've never played a day in your life. How are you gonna know how to play it?
Yeah, well, they have like areas where you can learn how to play it and get better and everything. But don't go any higher than that, because if you don't know how to play it yet and you get in there, first the freaking players will start kicking you, and after
you start.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you just start with like tutorials and stuff on how it's played, and learn that and get good before you get involved.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as they give you a chance to get good.
Yeah.
And if you don't get good, you just really suck at it. Probably shouldn't be doing it.
Yeah. All right. So let's okay. What parts is it that you want to cover first?
I can give you an overview. I can give you a fairly detailed overview on who the Agarthian people are, and where they came from and how they came to be. That's
pretty good.
I can also get into a more detailed overview of the Atlantean and Lemurian War, and where it was first referenced, along with I have a fairly detailed overview I'm about halfway through working on right now of the ancient Hindu texts and how I think they refer to that war as well. So, I mean, I'm not giving you everything I wanted to give you tonight, but I do have a fairly good amount that's relevant to our subject matter ready to go. So. Okay.
So, what we can do is we will get the Agarians or the Garcians, however you pronounce it, get all that information first, and then we'll go into the war.
Okay.
So,
Okay, I'll start with the overview then. So.
Okay, so let me everybody while he's doing this, what we're going to do is he's going to tell his story, and then later on after the recording's done, I'm going to use that as an edited audio, possibly video if we don't get lag from it. But we'll use that as a reference for the video. So whenever I freaking do my countdown, just go into it, what you're saying, and talk naturally. Don't worry about trying to be, all that, because I can edit out all the ums and ahs and stuff like that. So.
This time I wrote down what I was gonna say and I rehearsed it a little bit, so I should be a little smoother than I was the first time around.
Well, all I'm saying is, like, if you do make a mistake, don't stop and want to start over.
Okay, yeah. I'll just keep going.
Right, there you go. Okay, so let me do the countdown and we'll get it.
All right.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, now.
Okay, I think we could probably stop at the overview there.
Okay. So we got that. Now, I covered the basic parts of that, all of it, except for Olaf and sailing through with the ship. So,
okay, that was the main detail I wanted to add was.
So before we get going, let me do the countdown again, and then just basically give me the overview of Olaf, and then your thoughts about that story so far. How much of it have you read?
That's about as much as I've read.
Okay, now hold on.
It was
you got the idea there. You're good.
Okay.
Let me do the
okay. I'm just trying.
Let me do the countdown. Okay. You're sounding great right there. So let's do this.
Okay, I'll go from there. All
right. So we'll start with Olaf and then go into the Atlantis.
Okay.
And Plato. So 3, 2, 1, now.
You want me to stop there or keep going, Roger?
Go ahead and keep going if you want to.
Okay. All right.
There you go.
When I was a kid, there was a magazine I used to read. It was a science magazine dedicated to kids. There was a TV show too. I thought the TV show sucked, but I loved the magazine. 321 Contact. And in that magazine, before all this stuff, everything that's a hot topic today was a hot topic, this magazine covered it, and it made it sound good, and they addressed it in an informative way. And we've been doing genetic splicing. I think I was reading this magazine in the late 80s and the early 90s. And it was talking about the GMO crops, about goats producing genetically engineering goats to make spider webs so that you can make armor. And the Chinese have been doing that for a long time because they copied our tech on it. No, this magazine covered everything that's a conspiracy topic today, just out in the open, in a kid's magazine in the 80s and 90s. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the thing about truly one of the most horrific things they're doing behind closed doors now is genetic splicing. It includes human DNA. Because once they mix some DNA in there that's not human and they produce something, it could be 99% human. It's like, oh, we've got something spliced in that's not a human. They don't have rights. And they can produce what's basically humans. Create slaves. They can create, body slaves. They can produce real slaves.
Military.
They can produce anything they want. And it has no more legal standing than a lab rat. And that is some of the stuff they have done behind closed doors.
Yep. Now, like Avatar, okay? Have you ever watched the movie Avatar?
Yes.
Excellent movie, yes.
Okay, now Avatar really hits onto that because, and like you were talking about genetic splicing, it's known that in cancer patients that whenever they freaking want to replace a gene, they can freaking do genetic splicing, and they can introduce freaking the gene of a rat into the gene of a human and place that into the human body, which is actually used, and it's beneficial for fighting off cancer. And the rat's cell actually can work with this genetic splicing, and they've been doing that. They've been openly doing it, and they say that it's beneficial, it's good. Nobody really overlooks that, you know what I mean? But nobody takes it into consideration that there was research behind that shit. You know what I mean? They just didn't come up with the idea. There was years and years of research that went into that before they could make it.
Right. So imagine how many mess ups they had. How many people just had to kind of, oh well, we couldn't save you.
It just didn't spawn up out of nowhere. You know what I mean? And then you take a real close look at Avatar and what it's saying right there. Okay, you go into a freaking pod, you lay down, and your body is your mind is separated from your body completely and put into an avatar. Okay, on an alien planet. Okay, and that right there is what gets me. I mean, that right there is right there in your face.
But you don't have to do that.
Well,
but yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, no, because we are. Yeah, okay.
It's becoming acceptable. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's what we're doing now.
Never forget the Bruce Willis version that came before it.
Decepticons. I call them Decepticons.
I can't remember the name of that movie right now, but it was basically the same idea with androids.
Yeah. And this stuff is just being put out to the public to where freaking all of this stuff is either criticized or it's being freaking just socially acceptable. And see, I thought 321 Contact was also a PBS TV show back when I was a kid.
Yeah, I knew the TV show was there. I watched it once or twice, and I thought it was stupid.
It was annoying.
But the magazine itself was actually, they put a lot of work into that magazine, and it was shilling for future globalist programs is what it was.
Mm-hmm. Well, I see it in a lot of the cartoons that we used to watch, too.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like, what was it? Star, it was the one where they had to travel into space, and they had a ship that looked like a spaceship, Star something, but it was before Robotech and all that stuff, and they were just straight out freaking, on one side they'll talk about how horrible the devastation of Earth is, but then they'll also freaking endorse nuclear freaking power and using freaking nuclear bombs and stuff like that so that they can go out into space and explore and stuff. So you could see where nuclear power was being pushed back then. And back when the 70s was around, you take a look at people back then going out and protesting because they're putting nuclear reactors up around their neighborhoods so that they could have power. And now you look at it today, everybody's all cool with it. It's the safest form of energy, like flying, it's the safest form of travel. And It's just basically they literally brainwashed everybody into believing that it's true. You know, there's other forms of transportation other than airplanes that are just as safe, if not safer. Just like friggin' there's other forms of energy that can be used that's 100% safer. But they just want you to think that it's okay to put a freaking power plant up in the middle of the Ukrainian freaking war so that Russia can freaking sit there and shoot missiles at it. But that's not a conspiracy. It's just, you know, they already had one accident over there, which the city itself that it happened in can't even be lived in now. But
Yeah,
hey,
Chernobyl. Yeah, that's
Chernobyl.
actually in Ukraine, but it was part of the Soviet Union when it happened. So.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Now this new nuclear power plant is just down the road from it. It's like maybe freaking a 6-hour drive. And a lot of people don't realize that shit. You know? They're okay with it because scientists can go out there with their freaking their testing and they can freaking test how the freaking animals reacted to it and shit like that. So they keep quiet. You know what I mean?
I actually saw a news article last week about why Germany has so many radioactive bores, and it led back to Chernobyl. I didn't read the whole article, but apparently the radiation gets into Germany through animals. That's a pretty long walk.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, have you heard Elon Musk's bullshit when it comes to radiation too? And I've noticed a couple people online are jumping onto the bandwagon about that nuclear power shit. Like he's saying, well, you know, we're going to have to freaking stop this whole thing about radiation and everything because the truth is when we travel to Mars, our astronauts are going to have to put up with high levels of radiation in the first place, which is true. Okay, but I think he's kind of going off scope there, trying to freaking push the power issue, you know what I mean?
I'm actually pro-nuclear power, but not necessarily in the old way. If you read up on pebble bed reactors, that sort of thing, I'm all for a pebble bed reactor, something that's less dangerous. And I'm not fully against the old-fashioned way. The problem with the old-fashioned way, it's a combination of too much regulation and not enough correction. You know, there's so many safety rules in so many instances have gotten so strict and so in-depth, you've actually had the opposite effect. When you get too stringent and nitpick a safety rule, safety to death, you eventually hit a point where people start ignoring problems because they don't want to have to deal with the safety involved.
Yeah.
Or things start getting overlooked and things don't get addressed because of the bullshit red tape around it. I saw this all the time when I was on a government job, you know. You would have things that would just fester for years because no one wants to do the paperwork. And I think that's part of the problem we've had with nuclear power. There are certain places where they need to relax, and there are certain places where they need to buckle down, and they didn't necessarily choose the right options. And by the way, Bruce Willis movie was Surrogates. Before Avatar came out.
Yeah. Yeah.
God, are you preaching or are you preaching? I'm just sitting here listening.
Well, see, the thing about that is it's all fine and dandy here in the United States, but on a world scale, I mean.
And how do you fix the world? And does anyone care about fixing the world? Don't say you can't. That's negativity.
Like you got these regulations. You got these regulations in the United States, but those same regulations aren't going to freaking help when it comes to China. It's not going to help when it comes to freaking Pakistan who smuggled their freaking nuclear technology in through freaking Azerbaijan.
There has to be a common incentive, and it has to not be money. Power.
Yeah, and smuggling. I mean, that was just so wrong. They totally cut the Clintons out of the equation and didn't bribe the technology out of them like a civilized country should.
Yeah. See, now we're getting into the good shit. That's conspiracy right there. See, that's.
But is it?
Now, remember when we first started this, I said conspiracy versus conspiracy theory.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go.
Okay, that's right. Conspiracy to commit a crime that was completely overlooked. So what did they do? They used conspiracy theories to freaking keep people away from thinking about that. You know, because if you even mention the word freaking Hillary Clinton, all of a sudden you're a freaking conspiracy theory kook who freaking is uneducated and knows nothing about science. Right?
I mean, look at us. We're getting clam baked and Clinton in the same episode.
Yeah.
Double different.
And they want to separate the two, like there's a difference between a conspiracy and a conspiracy theory. No, there isn't. It's basically the same shit. You know, these people who are making these claims that are conspiracy theories are talking about people who are committing are in the process.
But a theory discredits it. And that's why they slap theory on it, because a theory is something that cannot technically be proven, although it can be possibly real. And so that's the issue. When you slap, hey, they kind of think that this is real, but it's just a thought.
Go look at Wikipedia's definition of conspiracy. You know, I mean, that's why I don't freaking use Wikipedia, is because Wikipedia is
well, regular people, I can go post Wikipedia. Like, I can't, and I mean, I'm not saying I'm a discreditable source. I'm just saying, like, there are a lot of discreditable sources that know for a fact that because they have that access, why not mislead people? Okay, you said Wikipedia. Here we go. Of conspiracy or conspiracy theories? I've seen this guy before, but I didn't see him before. The Divine Scribe.
Now I've got the link for Wikipedia for Lemuria too.
Magician of the Gods.
Yeah.
Magician of the Gods. Oh, okay. Are we reading Wikipedia? You already read this one.
Yeah, I just read the beginning part, I think. I'm just sharing the
information. This is what I was looking at. I was looking at this one when you read it, and then the map too, because the map has Lemuria next to Australia. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Am I looking at the right thing? Yeah.
The tectonic plates and everything, scientists found out that freaking actually all the way from New Zealand down into Australia, there's freaking an underground continent, or an underwater continent that sunk there, you know. So, I mean, like New Zealand actually freaking goes underwater. Part of their continent goes underwater, and people don't even know that. So it is pretty interesting how that does work out. There we go. I can't believe I didn't think about that. All I had to do was push on the back arrow to get out of that map. But
Yes, ma'am. I'll be in a second. Go ahead. I'm listening now. So it's just super late for basketball. The people are late getting here. I've been standing in line because we got here early, and so they're all coming in now. And I just nothing. I'm listening. I had to buy something for my boys, and she's just telling me she has something. But go ahead and listen.
Alright.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you. Now I'm gonna switch the viewer back to the main chat and stuff, so we can at least.
So wait, you're not
Well,
gonna.
give me a second.
Can you put a map of Lemuria? Okay.
That's what I'm getting ready to do. I'll try to get it all set up that way, freaking it can be seen on the video too.
I was from the idea. I see it. It's showing.
And window capture, I can turn that off. Now I'm still trying to navigate it. I gave it a try on the browser so that I can have it set up there. Now, are you seeing it?
Yeah, I see it. Evolution of the idea.
Yeah. Now I can go.
Am I reading?
I can go on there if you want me to do it. Evolution of the idea is the second part. I read the first part, Lemuria, right here.
Yeah.
Now if you want to read that, you can.
Evolution of the idea? Okay. No problem. Lemuria was hypothesized as a land bridge sunken, which would account for certain discontinuities. Discontinuities. Okay, hold on a second. Lemuria was hypothesized as a land bridge now sunken, which would account for certain discontinuities. This idea in biogeography. This idea has been rendered. I keep making it smaller because I'm almost blind. Okay, there we go. This idea has been rendered obsolete by modern theories of plate tectonics. 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 Yeah, I keep shrinking it so I can read it all, but then it's too small. Sunken continents such as Zealandia in the Pacific and Mauritia, and the Kerguelen Plateau.
Yeah.
Indian Ocean exists with no geological formation under the Indian or Pacific Ocean is known that could have served as a land bridge between continents. The idea of Lemuria was later incorporated into the philosophy of Theosophy. Theosophy, and has persisted as the theme in pseudo-archaeology. Pseudo-archaeology. Questions of lost. I thought I saw that in. And in discussions of lost lands. There is a vast fringe literature pertaining to Lemuria and related concepts such as Lemurian fellowship and other things Lemurian. All share a common belief that a continent existed in what is now either the Pacific Ocean or the Indian Ocean. Those are like two totally different extremes. Like, which one is it? And ancient times, and claimed that it became submerged as a result of geological catalysm. An important element of the mythology of Lemuria is that it was the location of the emergence of the complex knowledge system that formed the basis for later beliefs. The concept of Lemuria was developed in detail by James Churchward, who referred to it as Mu, and identified it as a lost continent in the Pacific Ocean. Churchward appropriated the name for Augustus Laefongenus, who had used the concept of the land of Mu to refer to the legendary lost continent of Atlantis. Churchward's book included the lost continent of Mu, the motherland of men, the children of Mu, the sacred symbols of Mu, cosmic force of Mu, and second book of cosmic force of Mu. The relationship between Lemuria, Mu, and Atlantis are discussed in detail in the book Lost Continents. Oh, we got to read that. We should read some of that a little bit.
Yeah.
The on Story Day. The Atlantis Theme of History, Science, and Literature by L. Sparge Duchamp. Pseudo-archaeologists, pseudo-archaeological and New Age beliefs about Lemuria have been promoted in books by fringe author Frank Collins, writing under the pen name Frank Joseph in books published by Intertradition Bears and Company. Additional discussions of fantastic speculation about the imaginary land of Lemuria are examples of Lemuria in popular culture. Can I blue click? Can you blue click the Lemuria and popular culture? And can we see where that takes us?
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go. In popular culture, it just takes you down the list.
Down further.
All right. Now, do you?
No, I can. I mean, it's up to you.
I'll go for it.
Okie dokie. Since the 1880s, the concept of Lemuria has had a prominent place in the mythology of theosophy, anthroposophy, and other occult and New Age beliefs, inspiring many novels, television shows, films, and music. There are not scientific ideas, but fall within the realm of pseudo-archaeology and popular culture.
Yeah.
Australia, okay. Blavatsky theorized that Blavatsky, thank you.
Yeah.
Blavatsky theorized that Australia was remnant inland region of Lemuria and the Aboriginal Australians and Aboriginal Tasmanians, which she identified as separate groups, where of Lemurian and Lemuro Atlantean origin. Atlantean origin after crossbreeding with animals. Her idea was subsequently developed in pseudo-histories and fiction of the white Australian popular culture of the 1890s and early 1900s, including the writing of nationalist Australian poet Bernard O'Dowd, author Rosa Campbell Pride in My Australian Girlhood, author John David Hennessy, I just heard his name before, just recently, and an Australian bush track, and George Firth Scott's novel, The Last Lemurian, a Westralian romance, which combines Australian and Western civilization. Robert Dixon suggests that the popularity of the ideas of lost races like Lemurians and Atlanteans reflected the anxieties of colonial Australians. That's when Englishness is lost. There is nothing to replace it. A. L. McCann attributes Praed's use of the Lemuria trope to an attempt to create a lineage for white settlers without having to confront the annihilation of indigenous people. That's interesting. Should we keep on or should we stop?
I think
Because
they start mentioning Robert Dixon. When they start mentioning Robert Dixon, it's just best not to even go there. Like that's where it starts getting.
Yeah, this is the stuff.
That's where it starts getting.
Tell us Mount Shasta though.
Yeah, Mount Shasta is. See, that's where you start. That's where you start getting into.
Now you click it.
You start getting into the alien Lemuria thing. So. Tell us.
I keep attempting to click it, but I'm on your screen. Yeah, tell us Mount Shasta.
It's got a short description just down below it. If you want me to read it, I can.
Oh, okay.
In 1894, Frederick Spencer Oliver published A Dweller on Two Planets, an occult book which claimed that survivors from Lemuria were living in a complex of tunnels beneath the mount of Mount Shasta in Northern California. This city, known as Telos, City of Light, boasted fur-lined carpeted floors and jeweled walls, all signs of opulence. Spencer also claimed that Lemurians could be seen walking the surface in white robes. In 1931, Harvey Spencer Lewis, who went by the pseudonym Wisher Spinel Survey, wrote Lemuria, the lost continent of the Pacific, which popularized the idea that Shasta was a repository for Lemurians. In 1930, Guy Warren Ballard claimed to have been approached by Saint Germain, who told him he could endow him with knowledge and wisdom. Ballard wrote and published the book Unveiled Mysteries under the alias Godfrey Ray King, where Ballard claimed to be the person that Saint Germain was speaking through to go to the world. The belief in Telos has been proliferated by Ballard and his followers, as well as other religious groups like Ascended Masters, the Great White Brotherhood, Bridge to Freedom, the Summit Lighthouse, Church Universal, and Triumphant, and Cryon. Every year, members of these religious groups make pilgrimages to Mount Shasta, a journey that is marked as various yearly festivals and events. The Saint Germain Foundation hosts the annual I Am Come pageant in the life of Jesus the Christ in Mount Shasta. The Rainbow family hosts a rainbow gathering every August to commemorate the pilgrimage. These religions are often a mix of spiritual practices based largely on native Christian, Buddhist, and Taoist traditions, synthesizing their beliefs and excluding negative aspects of such religions. For example, the Saint Germain Foundation does not include Jesus' crucifixion in their teachings.
I don't know how they just avoid that subject matter, but that lets you know how religion can just vary based off of comfortability, or just more as idealism, what people would like for it to be. And that's why, like, I never down anyone if like you're going to be religious, but it's really a way of being in bond. We don't like to do the religious debate. We're not going to do the religious debate. I just feel as though a lot of the time
we're talking about like technically they like to call them religions, but they're really cults. Because everybody keeps downing the word cult like you're insulting them, and talk about the Catholic Church. Okay.
Yes, and I was just asking you because I'm learning more. I don't know enough.
Let me tell you a little bit about these sun pillars. Okay. Now, when you dive into the sun pillars in paganism, you can come up on an article. It's from RomanCatholicism.com, and it's called Paganism in Catholic Church. Now, you can find that on Paganism in Catholic Church / Paganism in Catholic Church with RomanCatholicism.com. And
Hold on. I was sharing a thing. Go ahead now. Roman paganism, Roman. Do it again, please. Oh, I see it right here. Paganism, Catholic Church. Hold on, I'll just look them up. Paganism and Catholic Church. Hold on, this is something different. I'm gonna find that on the website you just told me about.
yeah, I'll pull up or I'll post the link into the chat.
Yeah, can you do that? I just dropped all my stuff. Paganism.
There you go. I'll just do the chat real quick and post the link over on the side. Just hit that link right there.
Okay. Oh no, okay, I'll do it on that. Yeah, I got it. Oh, I don't have Jitsi on my iPad. I don't want to do it on the iPad. I do my work on my iPad.
Are you able to pull it up?
Yeah, if I pull it up, it'll put it on my feed because they're linked. It'll put it in my internet history. So, yeah, I'm good.
No, I can. Now, in this, it says it's hard to ignore the paganism all over the Catholic Church. From the buildings, worship practicing, teaching, etc. It's everywhere and impossible to overlook. Before reviewing this page, we recommend checking out the links below, which is Pagan Roots of Catholicism Part 1 and Pagan Roots of Catholicism Part 2. Let's start with the obelisk, okay? The first thing you have to ask is, what is an obelisk? Let's look at some history behind the obelisk and then see what scriptures have to say. The pagan obelisks, Nimrod's penis or church steeple, pillar. The pillars of Canaanites erected to worship their gods were actually phallic symbols commemorating the incursion of the demon sons of Elohim, when they had sex with the daughters of men to create their Nephilim, or demigod children, in the pre- and post-flood world, which you can see that in Genesis 6, 2-6. What is the point here? Yahweh commanded Israel to destroy these pagan symbols and to have nothing to do with them. They were abominations that would defile Yahweh set-apart people. The well-known pointless obelisks or sun pillars of Egypt are found in the scriptures in the Hebrew word mitzvah, and homonym. The former word is best translated as pillars or as sun pillars, and the later as sun images. Now, in Jeremiah 43:13, this mitzvah sun pillars are identified as those obelisks found in Beth Shemesh in Greek Heliopolis in the land of Egypt. Unfortunately, the King James Version rendered this word mitzvah in most places as images instead of obelisks or pillars, as the other English versions correctly do. In Exodus 23:24, Israel was commanded to break down these pillars of the heathen nations. He repeated this in Exodus 34:13 and Deuteronomy 7:5 and Deuteronomy 12:3. And in many other places in Scripture, these pillars or sun pillars are emphatically described as an abomination by our Mighty One. Israel was not only commanded to break down these pagan pillars of sun pillars, they were strictly commanded not to erect them. Deuteronomy 16:22 and Leviticus 26:1. In Deuteronomy, 16:22, our Mighty One says that he hates them. However, the Catholic Church has one in the center of the Vatican. This can't be more offensive to God. that
I'm reading.
now that is the what they're talking about. These obelisks are what they. I'm not gonna get much farther into that because I don't want to get into.
No. I understand. I was just.
Well, I mean, for me personally, I don't want to get too much into religious debate. You know what I mean? So.
Right.
The whole point of that was because they were talking in this writing about the homonym. Okay, a homonym is a sun pillar, and
they're saying that God said to get rid of those, but they kept it anyway. And yeah, right. Yeah. That's what you just read us, right? I was just making sure I understood it before you moved too far ahead. I thought you were going to explain further. So I was just making sure, like, what I hear is basically, what I heard. It's okay. You can go ahead, whatever you were going to say. I was just making sure I was caught up.
Now, they say that on these pillars, okay, these sun pillars, that is where Sanitarium would go, and he would take notes on
Sanitarium.
He would take notes down on what was written on these ancient pillars, you know, when it came to the sun pillars, you know, the lore and everything that was written on them, basically.
Sanitarium or something?
Sanitarium.
Same person, right? Okay, I was just making sure I have it.
Thank you for straightening me out on that, because I have a hard time saying that name.
If ever you get tired of reading because you read a lot, I don't mind helping you. I mean, like, but I'm not saying like put it on me. I'm just saying if you'd like, you know what I mean, to take over for a little bit or any time, just tell me. I mean, you know what I mean? It's your show. I'm just here because you teach me a lot, and I don't mind helping because like I come all the time. So you know,
it's good. If it gets overwhelming, I'll definitely have you do it.
Even if, like, before the shows, you want me to read up on some stuff and stuff like that, if you tell me that, I'll do it. You know what I mean? You just would have to tell me. I do what I can as far as my interest. Sometimes my interest is a little different than the content matter anyway. So, you know what I mean? Like, yesterday, you sent me through that you talked about the snake guy, and we were talking about your book, mind you. And, like, I went from there to like a guy that has the same last name as me. Like, it was just a big, like you, like, so it's like, I hear what you say, but I hear other stuff as well, if that makes any sense. So I'm saying, if you tell me, hey, can you, or will you, or I'd like you to, then I don't have a problem listening to you. You know what I'm saying? It's no big deal. It's just a matter of sometimes my research is a little different.
Yeah, I know. And like, that's perfectly fine. You know what I mean? Because like, what I do want to do is like what you found the other day or today that you mentioned. I do want to go over that, you know what I mean, because that's pretty good, especially when it comes to freaking Phoenician history and stuff. And when you was talking about like Apollo, or when you was talking about things that can prove it, you know, Apollo is a perfect example. You know what I mean? Apollo was actually the first. He was one of the freaking gods in the freaking Phoenician pantheon. Now that you're reading the Iliads, you're going to hear the story of the city of Troy. You know what I mean? And all the Phoenician gods, they'll explain to you which ones were the Phoenician gods and which ones were the Greek gods.
Okay, so it'll make more sense. Well, then I have to indulge. Like, I found more free time that I guess I was not utilizing to read, and I'm like, oh, I can use this time to read. And then so like, I should be reading a little bit more than I have been. So hopefully that works out for us. Because I'm going to just pick your brain. Anything that I have questions about, I'm going to ask you. So
that's fine. Now, most of the lore and everything in the mystical inscriptions, he derived from the homonym, which is what they referred to it as, and they're called the sun pillars. And those are those obelisks. They have them in Egypt too. The Phoenicians had obelisks as well. They were everywhere, and they used to have all the lore written down on the bottom part
with inscriptions. Not only lore, but like stories. Well, I guess it would be lore too. Like make the emperors and the Hello, everybody, and welcome to Ancient Mysteries. Today, I am starting the official live stream for the wonderful world of weirdness and strange stories, so that I can do these live stream via the internet, and just like I have done yesterday with my previous stream, I do have Skype available and open. Mark is here. He just showed up. Hello, Mark.
Hi.
Hello.
I just got your YouTube notification, and I was just reviewing your recording. Gonna have to do something with that for them.
Yeah, I ended up switching it, turning it down. That's what I noticed in the testing part and everything. So I was able to get I was able to get the introduction going. So we are in the middle of the show. So that you know, so you're on live stream. But yeah, I went through and adjusted that. I should probably turn it up a little bit more, but it was a little bit too loud. If that's what
YouTube. What's the lag between YouTube and live?
the lag.
Yeah, the time. The
Oh, you're talking about the time difference between it.
yeah.
It's maybe about 2 seconds. It's not supposed to have any, but it does have it. So.
Well, in that case, yeah, you're gonna have to increase your volume even further.
Hold on, I got a crazy cat meowing at the door. Got freaking snow or ice falling down, and it's raining on top of it, and this stupid cat wants to go in and out like it's some kind of freaking festival or something, you know? Can't believe it. So, got freaking. Okay, so let me hit pause real quick before he drives me nuts, and or not pause, but mute, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna let him out the door. All right.
That is. Actually, it's longer than 2 seconds. It's like. Oh.
Yeah, it seems like he knows exactly when I'm doing this stuff too. He'll be right at the back door when it gets started. So.
Longer than 2 seconds. It's like. Oh.
All right, so I am back.
Okay, that's better. Yeah.
Okay, so let me go ahead and get this started. Make sure that audio on that video isn't loud, because it'll cause a loop.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I paused. Yeah, I was getting confused. You were talking, and I was listening to you on YouTube as well.
Right.
So true.
So today, what I want to do is I want to get
back into some of this ancient history, and I'm wanting to go back over some stuff that I had done previous to the time that I went over the Amorites with Tan. The last time I did this with Karma. And the reason why I want to do that is because there were some things that I wanted to focus on, but I decided not to, because we ended up getting to some deities that we were discussing called Mod, and that led us into a lot of Canaanite stuff that I decided would probably be a good idea to cover. But if anybody kept up with that series, that ended up being a disaster with me and Karma. So that in the long term didn't turn out all that well. And I don't really suggest that anybody, do a live stream concerning the Canaanite religion. That's just not a good idea. Just for future reference, if anybody's curious about doing that. The reason why I did it was because I used to watch a guy who does history clips that aren't really that long. They're maybe about 10 or 15 minutes, and he's called History with Cy, and he got into it, and he did a pretty good job of it. So I was like, it's actually something that I wanted to get into because, first of all, there's a lot of controversy about it, even today, among a lot of people, even the scholars and stuff, and I was like, yeah, it'd be a good idea to kind of get into it, even though I really didn't like talking about the Canaanites and the Levant. It's kind of an issue that I really didn't want to deal with, which kind of encouraged me to do it. But I went ahead and did it. But my whole purpose of it is that wasn't really the direction that I wanted to go on that. I'm glad I did it in the long run after all of it, because I was able to kind of get out some of the stuff that I had issues with, and I was able to cover a lot of that during this last year or so. But I think that I want to go back over it again and kind of get into the more serious parts about this. How much information do you know about ancient history, Mark?
So you're talking about when I was a kid, I took a lot of interest in Greek, Roman, and Egyptian.
Okay, so you'd have at least some general knowledge in the Greek. Everybody likes to call it mythology. I don't really like calling it mythology, but you would know some stuff about that then, right?
Again, mainly sort of mythological sort of things rather than actual history. But
now, what I want to do too is I want to introduce some of the ancient Greek philosophy as well. And to start that off, I want to go over what they call the first principle. Do you have any idea of what that's about?
It rings a bell, but you'll have to remind me.
Okay, I can read it out to you then. Now, in ancient Greek philosophy, a first principle from which other principles are derived is called an arc, and later, first principle or element. By extension, it may mean first place, method of government, empire, realm, authorities. The concept of an arc was adapted from the earliest cosmogonies of Hesiod and Orphism through the physical theories of pre-Socratic philosophy and Plato before being formalized as a part of metaphysics by Aristotle. Arc, sometimes also transcribed as arche, is an ancient Greek word that with primary senses, beginning or origin or the source of action. From the beginning or the original argument, command.
The first principle or element corresponds to the ultimate underlying substance, an ultimate undemonstrable principle. That's a hard word right there. But the heritage of Greek mythology already embodied the desire to articulate reality as a whole, and this universalizing impulse was fundamental to the first projects of speculative theorizing. It appears that the order of being was first imaginatively visualized before it was abstractly thought. So what they're saying there is it was visualized by the imagination first before it became a thought. You know, and you kind of get that with Zoroastrianism as well. And here in a little bit, I'm also going to want to go over a couple of other things before we get into like the later parts of history, because I'm wanting to cover with everybody what pre-Greek substrates are, and then I want to also go over Proto-Indo-European languages and stuff like that too, because I believe that that's important, because like when people talk about the Near East, they really get confused about a lot of things, much less the Greeks, you know what I mean? And I find that a lot of people also get confused when it comes to areas like the Russian steppe and the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, you know what I mean? And there's a reason for that, is because a lot of this stuff is intermingled, and it's hard for people in today's world to understand that it's all connected, you know, that there were root words that go back to the fundamentals of language. And when I say language, I'm not talking about what's written down, I'm talking about what's spoken, you know what I mean, the actual words. Like water in Turkey is the same as what water in English is, and that's because they have they come from an original source, you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Much like a lot of European languages are based on Latin, and there is a crossover between, let's say, English and Spanish, or English and German, and so forth and so on.
And a lot of that's intermingled with Indo-European languages, and a lot of people don't understand that originally came from right around the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, you know what I mean, right up in that region, and it spread out, and that's it. A lot of migration patterns start in the east and they travel west, but the Indo-European civil or cultures, they went the opposite way. They went from the west to the east and then back to the west, you know what I mean?
So from Greece to Latin to further east.
The weird part about Greece, which is different from the rest of the Indo-Aryan migration patterns, is they actually had a direct source. Like, it split off. The people that went east and then came back, but then there was a culture that actually moved down from the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea up around Germany and then down under into Turkey, and then they went right down over the Alps into Italy in that area, and then into Spain and all of that. So you have that group that was there, and then they were also Indo-European, but they were from a different group of Indo-Aryans, you know what I mean? Which, when I say Indo-European and I say Indo-Aryan, it's the same thing. It's just they changed names. So don't get that confused. They're not two separate things. They're actually the same thing. It's just the names were changed.
Aryan as in Asian, as in what is it? India.
Yeah, all of it,
Yeah.
all the way to China, and
Not as an alien, as in the common sort of modern viewpoint of Norse.
that's usually the common
Uh,
mistake that people make. But
yeah,
it's
Mm.
a
the
lot
sort of
more.
Germans with the Third Reich sort of theory.
Yeah, they believe all that. Don't get me wrong. There are groups that do believe all that, but that's a common mistake that a lot of people fell for all through history. Like, um, Hinduism. Hinduism
Mm.
was created out of the Indo-Aryan ideologies. So was Zoroastrianism. Which Zoroastrianism and Hinduism are like brothers and sisters when it comes to religions.
Actually, Arianism is more of a Persian concept, isn't it?
Yes,
I said Indian, but in reality, it's Persian.
that is to an extent too as well, but the Persians aren't as old, okay? And like the Persians had an issue with like Scythians, the Scythians and their beliefs, and they were Indo-Aryan as well. So um, even though the Persians are Indo-Aryan, then they're not necessarily the root, the beginning of it all. Like because the Scythians and the Sarmatians are real deep into the Indo-Aryan kind of cultures. You know what I'm saying? And then when you get up around the northern part of the Caspian and the Black Seas and stuff, then you have the Russians, and then you have and all the other countries up there, and then Germans. All of those are where it really all began, right up in that area. Just north of.
When you say Germans, you're talking about Huns and Goths.
Yep.
Rather than Germans.
Well, if you're talking historically.
Because you're using a modern interpretation.
Yeah, I was just trying to be nice.
By calling them Germans, yeah.
I was just trying to be nice to you, Mark. We can call them the Goths if you want. I mean, we can do that. We can call them that.
Huns and Goths or Huns or Goths? Yeah.
Okay, so in the mythological cosmogonies of the Near East, the universe is formless and it's empty. And the only existing thing prior to creation was the water abyss. Now, in the Babylonian creation story, the Elish, the primordial waters, is described as a watery chaos from which everything else appeared. Now, the watery chaos has similarities to the cosmogony of the Greek mythographer Pherecydes of Syros, and in the mythical Greek cosmogony of Hesiod, which is between the 8th to the 7th century BC. The origin of the word is chaos. The origin of the world is chaos, and you'll hear a lot of people discuss that. And like even today, when you hear people talking on the internet too, they'll talk about how chaos is actually the evil, and it's everything that we're supposed to be against, and it's all about bringing things into order and things of that nature. But nobody realizes that chaos is actually the mythological.
Who coined the quote? Out of chaos comes order.
That's probably I can't remember who, but that's probably the best quote you could do in a situation like this. That actually fits what I'm talking about, though. But the origin of the world is chaos, and it's considered as a divine primordial condition from which everything else appeared. In the creation chaos in the creation, chaos is a gaping void, but later the word is used to describe the space between the earth and the sky after their separation. Chaos may mean infinite space or a formless matter which can be which can be differentiated. The notion of temporal infinity was familiar to the Greeks' mind from remote antiquity in the religious conception of immortality. The conception of the divine as the origin influenced the first Greek philosophers. In the Orphic cosmogony, the unaging Chronos produced ether in chaos and made in divine ether a silver egg from which everything else appeared. And when I go through this, or when I was going through this the first time, and like just here recently when I had to go back over this and kind of catch up at where I left off, it kept popping into my head about this egg and this silvery egg. And this happens a lot when it comes into a lot of this ancient history. Like, do you remember the story about the city of Troy? The battle in the Iliads?
Yeah. Just got to remind myself I'm not fully awake at the moment.
Now, in the Battle of Troy, do you remember how the whole thing started in the first place?
Not off the top of my head.
It was a conflict. It was in mythology, and it was supposed to have taken place between the 12th and 13th century BC. Now, the Greeks waged war against Troy after they had taken Helen from her husband. Okay, now Helen's story is what's so interesting. Okay, because if you read up on her, she was supposed to have been born of an egg. Okay, and this theme pops out all through these myths. Okay, and there's a reason for that, is because, and I'll get to that before long, but I wanted to point that out before I went any farther about this, because of this whole thing about the silvery egg from which everything else appeared. There's certain people within these ancient mythologies or histories or religions or whatever you want to call it, where they were born of an egg, and I think that's something that really stuck out to me when I got into it. So after going through all that, I want to kind of go over chaos and kind of discuss that a little bit more. Now, this is all according to chaos, and it's actually cosmogony, and I've used that term a couple of times, but that's basically what chaos is cosmogony. Now, chaos is the mythological.
Don't you mean cosmology?
Cosmogony.
Okay.
You're using sophisticated, uppity up today words. We're using old folk word back from in the old ancient Greek days when they used to be all good and cool and stuff. Cosmogony.
Probably
you're checking the
cosmos. Okay. Yeah. I just had to check that word.
What does it
mean? Study of the origins and development of the universe, or a specific system within the universe.
Okay. So now, Chaos is the mythical void state preceding the creation of the universe, the cosmos. Now, in ancient Near East cosmology, the early Greek cosmology, it can also refer to the early state of the cosmos constituting of nothing but indifferentiated and indistinguishable matter. Now, there's something else that I wanted to point out here too with chaos, and there's a thing that they call chaos comp. All right. Now this is from Germany, and chaos comp, also described as a combat myth, is generally used to refer to a widespread mythological motif involving the battle between culture hero deity with a chaos monster, often in the form of a sea serpent or dragon. Now, the term was first used with respect to the destruction of the chaos dragon Tiamat in the Enuma Elish. Now, I don't know if I've had that conversation with you about the Enuma Elish or not, but that has to do with the Sumerians and the Babylonians, okay? And it's one of the first creation myths of the time. And Tiamat was the mother of Enki and Enlil. So, and I know you've heard me talking about Enki and Enlil all the time. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah. I just always considered the entire dragon creation thing to be Northern European rather than. I was just thinking about the Bethesda game Skyrim. To be fair,
yeah,
which uses a lot of that concept in it.
Now with Tiamat and all them, this comes straight out of the Sumerians. With this, it comes straight from the Sumerians, and then later into the Babylonian and the Assyrians. So, like, the dragon, that's the weird thing about all of these dragon myths. I mean, they stem from everywhere, and it's just like with the unicorn. A lot of people don't realize that the unicorns were on the walls of Babylon. They were painted onto the walls of Babylon. You realize that? It's amazing, man. I mean, and we fall into this thing where we think that, like, a lot of these myths and these beliefs were localized, when in reality they were everywhere when it came to those regions and stuff. So, okay, so the term was first used with respect to the destruction of the chaos dragon Tiamat in the Enuma Elish, although it has been observed that the primeval state is one of a peaceful existence between Abzu and Tiamat, and the chaos only ensued when Tiamat enters combat with Marduk. Now, Marduk was the head deity in the pantheon for Babylon. He was the one who eventually became the big guy. You know what I mean? Before him, there was On, Enlil, and Enki, but then Marduk came along and he took over.
This seems very similar to the Zeus and Titans concept.
Mm-hmm. It's very much like that, and you'll see that being spread all over in it. Now, today the chaos concept is plagued by a lack of consistent definition and use of the term across many studies. Now, Nicholas Wyatt defines the chaos comp category as follows. The chaos comp myth is a category of divine combat narratives with cosmogonic overtones, though at times turned secondarily to other purposes, in which the hero god vanquishes a power or powers opposed to him, which generally dwell in or are identified with the sea and are presented as chaotic, desolatory forces. Are presented as chaotic, desolatory forces. Now, it may also be used to refer to a dualistic battle between two gods. In that context, an alternative term that has been proposed is theomachi, whereas chaos comp may be restrained to refer to cosmic battles in the context of creation. For example, a chaos comp may be found in the Enuma Elish, the only ancient Near East text to place a cosmic battle in the context of a creation narrative, but not in the Baal cycle or Psalm 74, where a theomachi ensues between Baal Yahweh and the sea serpent Yam Leviathan, without being followed by creation. The notion of chaos comp may be further distinguished by a divine battle between a god and the enemy of his people. Parallel concepts appear in the Middle East and Northern Africa, such as the abstract conflict of ideas in the Egyptian duality of Ma'at and Ishfet, or the battle of Horus and Set, or the more concrete parallel of the battle of Ra with the chaos serpent Apophis, or Apophis. Apophis is one that always... Apophis, the snake, basically. Now, the one thing that I know too, and this brings up a lot of it, is you'll see a lot of reference to serpents. And later on, as I go through this, I'm also going to get into something that I've been... It's odd that it's happening at this time, but like all of the streams that I've been putting out here in the last week or so has been about mountain worshiping, pretty much. Like the one that it was weird because me and you were doing WoW talk the other day, and we were talking about Dead Mountain. I turned around and I did Strange Stories yesterday, and I did Mount Fuji, and it dawned on me last night that all of a sudden I'm doing a lot of material that's dealing with mountain worshiping. And I went and I started reviewing this stuff that I'd done before, and it just dawned on me here too that this has a lot to do with mountain worshiping too as well. A little while back I'd been doing Into the Abyss, and we were talking about geomancy. So this is kind of turning into something that's interesting to me, you know what I mean? So I just wanted to bring that up because I know it just seems odd that that's happening right now at this moment, to be honest with you. I really, it actually did kind of dawn on me that was going on. So now, before I go on, I did make a note of some of the stuff that I wanted to bring up, and it was the connections in Greek and Phoenician cosmologies. The role of mud or Mot in creation. Now they talk. This is where everything went in a different direction with me and Carmen. I wanted to kind of put it back on track here. You know what I mean? And this is concerning the word Mot in context. Now, in this whole creation myth right here, when it comes to the chaos and it comes to the first principle, they mention Mot, and in this in these terms, the role of Mot is actually like Mot as mud, okay? And just as the Greek myth speaks of primordial chaos, the Phoenicians cosmogony, which was made by I keep forgetting how to say his name, Sanachinathion. He's an ancient author.
Sounds right.
He describes Mot as arising from the interactions of wind and primordial waters. Now, Mot represents both the mud and the first principle of life, embodying decay and potential creation. So, through the mix of wind and water and the primordial waters, mud is created, and that is Mot, according to the Phoenicians' cosmology. So I wanted to point that out. So we're not talking about the deity Mot of the underworld that the Canaanites worship. We're talking about the mud. And I wanted to set that straight and kind of go from that point on, you know what I mean? Now, I also wanted to bring up the philosophical interpretations. Now, this is all about Mot, pretty much, and when it comes to chaos and everything. Now, in Empedocles' philosophy, Empedocles, that's his name. In his philosophies, creation involves the interplay of the four elements, that's earth, air, fire, and water, and love and strife. Now, the watery compound could be an allegory for the mixing of the elements, leading to life. Now, in Heraclitus, I'm having a hard time with all these Greek words. Now, in Heraclitus's doctrine, flux and transformation, symbolized by water, are central to existence, resonating with the cyclical nature of putrescence and rebirth. So, all that smelly, stinky stuff that you smell when, all this putrid water mixes in with the mud and it just stinks real bad. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah.
So,
Stagnation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with the cyclical nature of putrescence and rebirth, that's one thing. And a lot of the philosophers back then also talked about reincarnation as well, and they use this as an example for it too. So you'll find that a lot in the mythology and stuff. So, does it sound like I'm doing good so far, Mark?
Except for maybe a few pronunciations of Greek names, but yeah, sounds okay.
What's your take on it so far?
I'll let you continue, actually. Let you continue for a few views, but let you continue.
So have you ever heard of Erebus? Or Erebus? Erebos?
It does ring a bell, but again, it's been a long time since I studied anything of that sort of.
Now, see, this is the direction that I originally wanted to take, because Erebus in Greek mythology is the personification of darkness. Now, in Hesiod's theogony, he's the offspring of chaos, which is what we just discussed, and he's the father of Ether and Hemera, that's day, and then Nyx, which is night. Now, in other Greek cosmogonies, he is the father of Ether, Eros, in Metis, or the first ruler of the gods. Now, in genealogies given by Roman authors, he begets a large progeny of personifications upon Nox, the Roman equivalents of Nyx, which is night. While in an Orphic theogony, he is the offspring of Kronos. So he would be one of the sons of Kronos, which is the god of time. And Kronos was also the father of not Zeus, I don't think. Yeah, he was the father of Zeus, Kronos, and then Uranus was Kronos' father, I believe.
Let's see. Isn't Uranus a European term? Uranus is a later term, isn't it?
He's the Greek father of Kronos. Actually,
okay. I'm just thinking the actual name Uranus is a later term. Some more.
So we're gonna be sitting here talking about Uranus all night. I mean, seriously, dude. Are we going there?
I leave that to Jeff. He was on that.
I had to do it, you know. I had to do it, you know.
Yeah.
I had to do it. Now, the name Erebus is also used to refer to either the darkness of the underworld itself, or the region through which souls pass to reach Hades, and can sometimes be used as a synonym for Tartarus or Hades. Now, the etymology, the meaning of the word Erebus is darkness or gloom, referring to that of the underworld. It derives from the Proto-Indo-European Hyregos, which is darkness, and is cognate with the Sanskrit Rajas, dark lower air dust. The Armenian Eric, evening, in the Gothic Rikus, and the Old Norse Rikor, which is dark dust. So, just so if anybody needs to know about the etymology of this name, that's where it all comes from. And like I said, I do want to get into Indo-European and what was it? I want to get into the pre-Greek substrates, which is before the Greek language. And well, before I get into all that, I'll just do the rest of this. That I don't even know for sure if I'll be able to get into that by the end of the night, but I did want to cover Nyx. Now, Nyx is the one that I want to cover next. Now, in Greek mythology, Nyx is the goddess and personification of the night. In Hesiod's Theogony, she is the offspring of chaos and the mother of Ether and Hemerod, which is day, by Erebus, darkness. By herself, she produces a brood of children, which are mainly personifications of primary negative forces. She features in a number of early cosmogonies, which place her as one of the first deities to exist. In the works of poets and playwrights, she lives at the edge of the earth and is often described as a black-robed goddess who drives through the sky in a chariot pulled by horses. In the Iliad, Homer relates that even Zeus fears to displease her. Night is a prominent figure in several theogonies of Orphic literature, in which she is often described as the mother of Uranus and Gaia. In the earliest Orphic cosmogonies, she is the first deity to exist, while in the later Orphic rhapsodies, She is the daughter and consort of Phanes, and the second ruler of the gods. She delivers prophecies to Zeus from the Adyton and is described as the nurse of the gods. In the Rhapsodies, there may have been 3 separate figures named Night. In ancient Greek art, Nyx often appears alongside other celestial deities such as Selene, Helios, and Eos, as a winged figure driving a horse-pulled chariot. Though of little cultic importance, she was also associated with several oracles. The Romans referenced her as Nox, whose name also means night. Now, I am going to be getting into Eos too, which I really think is important to do. This is where we start getting into the primal stuff. This was the stuff that I wanted to go down, or the avenue I did want to go down last year, but I ended up getting distracted by it. And I don't have any problems with actually doing that, you know what I'm saying? But I did want to go this direction because things you get to a point when you start doing this stuff where there's just so much that you can actually do research on when it comes to time, you know what I mean? Because like history, what we consider history only goes back to like 15,000 BC, and if you want to go farther than that, you have to go into prehistory, which I can get into, you know, but it's not really as cool as what history is, to be honest, you know, in my opinion. So what happened was I started getting into linguistics and figuring out the migration patterns of some of these cultures that was around before civilizations and things of that nature. And that's really where I feel people should be going after they hit a certain point in doing this kind of research. You know what I mean, Mark? Because there's just so much you can learn, you know what I mean, when it comes to this stuff. Like, tablets freaking decay, you know what I mean? Like, after a certain amount of time, they're not going to be able to find much more when it comes to tablets and archaeological finds, because it's gonna be gone, you know. It decays after a certain amount.
Depend on the environment.
And technology.
Yeah.
Technology too.
Well, not necessarily technology, but the environmental sort of conditions that they are stored in.
Yeah. Well, think about it too. Okay, you've got a lot of these tablets that are in the ground. All right, and once they become exposed to the oxygen again, you have to make sure that they're not damaged. And some of them have had damage done to them, but at the same time, it's a blessing they were able to get what they could get. Like I've heard some pretty messed up stories about the beginnings whenever they first started getting serious about archaeology, and like now they're doing a lot better job, but they could still be doing better than what they've been doing. Even, you know, it's progress in motion, is what I call it. So now, like I said, I did want to get into Eos, but before that I wanted to go over the Astrius. Have you ever heard of that?
As an Astrian.
The Astrius is astrological deity.
Okay.
Some also associate him with the winds, as he is the father of the 4 Entomoi, and they're all the wind deities. And his wife was Eos. Now, his name Astrius is ancient Greek, and it derives from the Greek word aster, which is star. It now
Yes, and that.
star itself is inherent from the Proto-Indo-European root Hester, and from Hehius. No, it's hard doing that because they always put the 2 in there, but it's H2 stir, which is usually Hester, and that means star. And then H2EH 1S, which is usually His, and that means to burn. Now, Astria shares the same etymology as what these two words share right here. So, the mythology, according to Hesiod's Theogony and Bibliotheca, Astraeus is a second-generation Titan descendant from Creus in Eurybia. However, Hyginus wrote that he was descended directly from Tartarus in Gaia and referred to him as one of the Gigantus Servius, perhaps conflating him with the giant like Hyginus did. Wrote that he took arms and fought against the gods. Now, Astraeus married Eos, the goddess of the dawn. Together, as nightfall and daybreak, they produced many children associated with what occurs in the sky during twilight. So that's lovemaking is what they're talking about. Let's see. Now in Hesiod's Theogony, Astraeus and Eos produces the winds, namely Zephyrus, Boreas, and Notus, as well as Usophorus and the stars. A few sources mention another daughter, Astraea, the goddess of innocence and occasionally justice. Now, he is also sometimes associated with Aeolus, the keeper of the winds, since winds often increase around dusk. Now, in Nonnus's epic poem Dionysiaca, Astraeus is presented as an oracular god whom the goddess Demeter visits, concerned about her daughter Persephone's future, as she had started to attract a significant number of admirers on Olympus. She had turned into a whore. Okay. And now Persephone's is attracting all of these people, these admirers to Olympus. Okay, and her mother's worried that she might end up marrying Hephaestus. And Astraeus then warned her that soon enough Persephone would be ravished by a serpent and bear fruit from that union, which greatly upset Demeter. Okay, now right here we have the reference to Persephone being ravished by a serpent, and she was going to have a baby. Okay, now this goes back to what I was talking about with Helen of Troy. She was born of an egg. Okay, so you kind of get that, because a reptile, you know what I'm saying? What is a reptile born out of? You know what I mean?
And they go outside of well, generally speaking, outside of the body, whereas humans are, gestation is done within the body.
And this makes the second reference like that. This is something that stuck out to me. And it says Persephone would be ravished by a serpent and bear fruit from that union. So I found that pretty interesting, and it's like I said, you'll find these little gold nuggets all through these mythologies, and it's always been there. It's just nobody's ever really paid attention enough to really catch on to it. You know what I mean? But with that being said, I also wanted to bring up the wind gods in ancient Greek mythology, and that starts with Eos, which is what I wanted to get to. Now this is the ancient Greek mythology and religion. Eos, which is basically, it means dawn. If anybody's ever or curious about it. Now Eos is the goddess of and personification of the dawn, who rose each morning from her home at the edge of the river Oceanus to deliver light and disperse the night. Now, in Greek tradition and poetry, she is characterized as a goddess with a great sexual appetite who took numerous human lovers for her own satisfaction and bore them several children. Like her Roman counterpart, Aurora, and Rigvedic Ushas, Eos continues the name of an earlier Indo-European dawn goddess, which is Hasos. Eos, in her earlier Proto-Indo-European, which is PIE in initials, if you ever see people with the initials PIE in it, that's what they're saying, the Proto-Indo-European. But in her earlier Proto-Indo-European ancestor, Osho shares several elements with the love goddess Aphrodite, perhaps signifying Eos's influence on her, or otherwise a common origin of the two goddesses. Now, in surviving traditions, Aphrodite is the culprit behind Eos's numerous love affairs, having cursed the goddess with the insatiable lust for mortal men. So we had like a nymphomaniac goddess running around ravaging us poor human mortal men. Isn't that horrible?
I like how Wikipedia puts us. I forgot she like Eos. He's a predator and not prey, as no tales of men assaulting her exist. But there are many tales where he movements.
No, repeat. Hold on a minute, you're breaking up. What was you saying there? Repeat that.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. She's a predator and not prey. So both concepts, the Eos and can never say name. So yeah, there are no tales of men assaulting her, but there are tales of where she's adopted mortal men.
Yeah. Now you also need to think too. The Greek. It might not be Wikipedia. This could be those dastardly Greek men who wrote the stories. You know what I mean? Because they were they weren't very like today. Everybody's all being real sensitive when it comes to women, but they weren't like that back in the days with the ancient Greeks. You know what I mean? It was like that's one of the things I try to remind people whenever we're doing this, is because you got to put yourself in the time period, you know what I mean? Kind of get out of this world we're in today and how we think, because you're going to have to put your mindset into that time period and realize what kind of people you're dealing with when you hear these stories. You know what I'm saying? And it's really hard for people to do that. Is basically the whole thing. You know what I mean? And you got to realize that it's a story that's written by men. You know what I mean? Like Greek men from ancient days who had very little respect for women. Period. You know, I went over this with Karma last year about like the Assyrians and their treatment of women was horrible. You know, and the whole list could go on some of the stuff that I've actually read in here, but just keep that in mind is all I'm saying. Like
Well, we're not saying that all cultures, ancient cultures, treated women badly.
I just can't find too many that treated them good.
Right.
To be honest with you, I just haven't, and I'm not trying to be like liberal or anything like that, dude. I'm just being honest. You know what I mean? It's like they're just horrible, and it's not just women. Don't let me say that by itself. I mean, like they treat each other horrible. Period. You know, and like if you want to say something like that concerning women, like I've actually done research on on how they treated their children, and like their children, they just, I mean, I don't get where people today say freaking we came from like this golden age, you know what I mean? Because we didn't. Human.
Again, not all cultures are the same.
Name one. Name one.
Right?
Name one culture that was really good to their children and their women.
I would have to do the research.
It would take you a long time because I'm still trying.
Okay, I'll do some serious research on that one, but
I've yet to find any culture.
You are the historian. You are the.
I'm just telling you, I've done the research, man. I have not yet found anyone, and it's sad because I'd like to know of at least one of them where women were and children were treated good, you know, but that didn't happen.
If you believe Plato, Amazon.
Oh, you can't believe a word Plato ever said.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you believe Plato, yeah, the Amazonian tribes.
Especially, like, okay, this is kind of where a lot of this is going to go down, just so you know. Like, we're going to be discussing this.
Yeah, I guess that's much.
Now, when I was mentioning the Scythians and the Sarmatians earlier, the Scythians are what you would refer to as the Amazonians. And the Scythians weren't just women, they were both men and women. Alright, but the Greeks had an issue with them, well, I guess you could say, okay, I take it back, they might have actually treated their women right.
Actually, I've heard this argument before, but it's also been suggested that Plato just invented Amazon.
Well, see, the Greeks despised the Scythians because they allowed their women to participate in battle. And the Scythian women, dude, they were so much into it that they would cut off their freaking boobs so that they could hold their bow right and fight. Yeah. You know what I mean? I mean, it was. They were vicious. They were like every man's dream. You know what I mean? Hopefully they were good looking. You know what I mean? Because like some of the stuff I've read on there, these women were some bulldogs, man. You know, I mean they were tough. The Scythians actually split off from the Sarmatians because the Amazon women apparently couldn't get along with Sarmatian women, so they told their husbands that they needed to leave. So they broke off and they created the Scythian tribes. So you had the Sarmatians on one side, and then you had the Scythians on the other side. Between the
where do you use the term husbands? Because in the Amazon ferry. There was no such thing as husbands, so
That's what they
I don't
were.
know,
That's no,
slaves or yeah.
that was the original. That's the real story. It's not the Greek story. That, see,
Yeah.
no, the whole thing that the Greeks said, they were talking about how horrible the Amazons were, and that they were like this horrible breed of women warriors who hated men and all that, and that was farthest from the truth, you know. And when they were making references like that, they were taking pot shots at the Scythians.
Mm.
So that's where a lot of that came from.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Now, a lot of people who are really into history right now is probably coming up with real intellectual words to call me that would relate to other words like you stupid bastard and shit like that. You know, like you could have
Yeah,
said
that's
that.
what made no so intellectual.
You know, full of conjecture. That's what they're thinking. You know, but that's my take on it, and don't take that down as like historical fact. That's just Roger's rambling bullshit. You know, I really do get into this stuff. You know what I mean? So, I think what we need to do here, I thought that we would be able to get a little bit farther, but I want to hold off on this. After I'm done with doing EOS, we'll come back and then we'll get into the Inamoi, and that is that's where we get into the gods of wind, I believe. Yeah, the cardinal directions, and the winds of the north, east, south, and west. You know, we'll get into the good stuff, because this is the direction, like I said, that I wanted to go with this. And I didn't really want to get into the Canaanite stuff, because that gets more down into the religions. But I'm glad I did that, because I was able to cover the Amorites with Tan, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And there's still some more stuff I want to cover with that, because I'm kind of confused between, like, the Jewish stories concerning the Amorites is that they defeated the Amorites and they were vanquished and all this, but in other literatures it says that the Amorites were the ones who built Babylon. You know, so so I want to get a little bit more into that and see where that goes too. So now, let me go ahead and finish this reading, and then I will end it and everything. So now in Greek literature, Eos is presented as a daughter of the Titans Hyperion and Thea, the sister of the sun god Helios and the moon goddess Selene. In rare traditions, she is the daughter of the Titan Pallas. Each day she drives her two-horse chariot, heralding the breaking of the new day and her brother's arrival. Thus, her most common epithet of the goddess in the Homeric epics is Rhododactylus, or rosy-fingered, a reference to the sky's colors at dawn, and Erigenia, early born, although primarily associated with the dawn and early morning. Sometimes Aias would accompany Helios for the entire duration of his journey, and thus she is ever seen during dusk. Which, that's pretty cool, actually. That is kind of cool if you stop and think about it, because she's supposed to be the early morning when the sun comes up, the sunrise. You know what I mean? But could you imagine accompanying the sun all day long, the sunrise, where just it would feel like an entire morning, the whole day, when you first woke up? That would be
very rarely see the morning these days.
Well, or like think about it like this: when you were a child, do you remember those mornings where you woke up and it just looked beautiful out? When it was just like in the spring or something, and you went out and sat on your porch,
Mm.
and it was that beautiful morning. You know what I mean? That's kind of what sticks out to
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool. When I was reading that, that's what I was thinking of at the time. So now, Aias fell in love with the mortal men. No, fell in love with mortal men several times, and would abduct them in similar manner to how male gods did mortal women. Her most notable mortal lover is the Trojan prince uh, Tithonus, for whom she ensured the gift of immortality, but not eternal youth, leading to him aging without dying for an eternity. In another story, she carried off an Athenian Cephalus against his will, but eventually let him go, for he ardently wished to be returned to his wife, though not before she denigrated her, not before she denigrated her to him, leading to the couple parting ways. Now, what the heck does that mean? Denigrated her to him, though not before she denigrated.
Then,
You're good with
then,
words.
the denigrator is the
Yeah, before she.
judge. Drove.
Oh,
She drove.
she had her way with him.
I think.
She,
I think.
she,
Yeah, in this context.
she must have had her way with him, leading to the couple parting ways. Several other lovers and romances with both mortal men and gods were attributed to the goddess by various poets throughout the centuries. Aias figures in many works of ancient literature and poetry, but despite her Proto-Indo-European origins, there is very little evidence of Aias having received any cult or being the center of worship during classical times, which I can understand. Like, I mean,
Actually, going back to that term denigrated, I'm thinking of the to disparage, to criticize unfairly.
not before she degraded. Oh, okay. So she basically talked shit on his wife.
Yeah, in the past, yeah.
To him.
It just disparage.
Yeah, and that led to the couple parting ways.
That would make more sense, yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to get all fancy with their words and stuff. That's what the problem is with a lot of these people, man. You got to deal with all these smart people trying to come up with complicated words, and they need to stop that. It's bad enough that we have to read freaking Greek mythology and all these Greek words, you know, like cephalus.
As you keep reminding me, you don't do big words.
Yeah, it's like, man, like Eos is EOS. You know what I mean? That's it. It's good, but why do you have to, why do you have to come up with all these crazy stuff like Tithonus? You know, come on, dude, seriously. So that is all I'm going to read on that, and then I'll get to the Anemoi, and I think that's going to be good because those are wind gods, and we can get into like cardinal directions and stuff of that nature, and start talking about the good stuff that I wanted to get into before, and go that direction. And plus, I want to get deeper into things and start talking about the Indo-European languages, and things of that nature.
Okay.
So it's going to be a little bit more interesting, or hopefully it is. I don't know how you are, but I know you're into like
terms of services and stuff like that. So this might actually be pretty exciting for you.
To speak. So yeah, this episode's just more of a sort of foundational episode.
Yeah. It's history, okay. This is more about like a lot of things that are misunderstood about the mysteries that went on back then and what people believed. Like I was talking earlier about like mountain worshipers, and here before long, once I get through this part and we start talking about the cardinal directions and the cardinal winds, you'll start hearing about these gods and these deities that were worshipped, okay, and a lot of them were affiliated with mountains, and this was a form of mountain worshiping that took place, and you'll start seeing connections with that, and even how the Jewish used a form of mountain worshiping too, like when Moses went up on the mountain to receive the 12 commandments. Okay, that's real powerful mountain worship right there. And a lot of people aren't even aware of it. You know, so just it's really an interesting way of looking at it. But yeah, that's basically the gist of it.
Yeah, as I pointed out the other day on our other one, stream, it's all about the environment that you recognise. If you are born in a desert, then you're going to create mythology around deserts. If you're born in mountainous areas, then you're going to create mythology around the concept of mountains.
You know what happens if you live in the desert and you see mountains in the distance? Because that happened quite a bit to me when I was living in Arizona. You know?
Well, yeah. Like I said, you're just going to create mythology, ideas, concepts around the areas that you see.
Now, if you really want to hear something cool about the United States, I brought up Arizona. Okay, check into probably the least publicized mountain that should get more recognitions in Arizona. It's called the Superstition Mountain, and the history behind that. You will love that story, dude. That's something that I wanted to kind of point out there after I said that, because I never even thought about that. But that was the way they were over there, like around Phoenix and Arizona and stuff, or Mesa and everything. You lived in the city, but you had the Superstition Mountain sitting up there, and it just, you were compelled to learn more about it, you know what I mean? So I started checking out the history on it, and there were people who worshipped the Superstition Mountains in Arizona, so that led me down that whole path. That was
pre-European. Oh.
Pre-civilization. You know.
Well, pre-European. I won't say we created civilization.
Hey man, somebody has to say it.
Yeah.
Well, anyhow, I appreciate you for being here, and we have actually done pretty good. We made it to an hour and 20 minutes in the stream, and we've got an hour and 17 minutes of record time, so we did good. I was really happy that this started out as well as it did for the first episode of Ancient Mysteries. And it's like I said before you got in here, I kept this as strangeness on the strange on Strange Stories on YouTube, but it is. Oh my goodness, was somebody in here all the time?
I just got.
She just got in here.
Yeah, right when you started talking about Arizona.
Yeah, you were listening in again, weren't you?
Yeah, just now. I mean, that's pretty cool. It's like you picked up on that psychically or something.
It's I was telling him about the Superstition Mountains and everything,
Yeah.
and how the Indians used to worship that mountain, and it's probably the least most recognized story when it comes to the Indians, but it really should be spoken of more. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of UFO activity over there as well.
Well, I used to live by it. Did you know that?
Yeah, yeah. And when I first moved here, I lived right next to it too. That's where I seen my first UFO was right when I lived right there.
Yeah.
Not that I probably would have seen it wherever I was at, but that happened to be where I seen it at. And there's a lot of activity over there, actually.
Well, you know the what's now it would be the well, I guess you'd say the eastern side of Gilbert in Gilbert, Arizona, right there. At one time it was called Higley, and I was living on Higley Road, right before you got to Queen Creek.
Okay.
And there was a dairy that was there, and I used to live on that dairy with my dad. He was a milker, and I actually was going to the barn to get milk. And that was the first time I possibly saw a UFO. I'm not sure if it was a UFO, but I was about 12 years old.
Wow. That's 3 wows in a row.
You know what that means, don't you?
I do, Roger.
And that means good stuff. We were just talking about a Greek goddess. Her name was Eos, or Eos. Have you ever heard about her?
It doesn't sound too familiar. No.
Okay, so I'll leave it at that because I don't want to get you too hyper. She was pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
She was you know how men are some men are womanizers.
She's a man.
She was a manizer.
Manizer, wow. Imagine that.
She would abduct men and make them do what she wanted them to do.
Abduct?
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I haven't heard of her.
That's just something else. But
apparently.
I'm going to be coming back next week, and we are going to start talking about the cardinal directions and the 4, or I think it's 4 or 5. No, it's 4 winds.
Oh, sweet.
And I'm glad you're here, actually. I know you'd be interested in that.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting. Definitely.
The cardinal winds.
I don't know much about the ancient histories and stuff like that. A little bit, not as much as you guys do, but I figured I'd pop in anyway. Just you guys sound like you're having so much fun.
Well, we are. It's just, you know, when it comes to ancient history, this is about as exciting as it gets. You know what I mean?
Right.
This is
right.
This is the party. This is where it's
Fantastic.
at.
Yeah. Couldn't resist. Had to pop in. So I'll add whatever I can to, you know,
you're doing really good. And
sweet.
Now, the other day you had what looked like your grandson there. Was that your grandson that was on the video?
Yeah, I'm watching him right now, actually.
That's what I was getting ready to ask, if you'd been still seeing him and stuff. It was cool to see your grandbaby there.
Yeah, he's a sweetie. I live with him and my daughter and her husband.
Cool.
Yeah, so I see him all the time.
All right. Now, Mark, and you need to tell everybody how they can get in touch with you if they want to reach out and talk to you. So,
okay.
Let's just start.
Go for it, Mark.
Okay, nice and simple. Yeah, can easily find me on minds.com at /Medworthy.
Okay, yeah, that's what he goes by, Medworthy. So anywhere you hear Medworthy, that's who they're talking about.
Sweet, I like it.
Okay, how about you, Sonia?
Galacticfire.com, TEC, not TIC, and I have a contact thing on there, or I'm also on Instagram, and it's just Galactic Fire. If you put that into a search engine, I'm sure you'll find one of my social medias or whatever, you know.
And just let everybody know too, we constantly put her advertisement on our videos, so if you guys ever see the commercials going on there, that too is on right now, so that's how you can find out about her shop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
thank
Now, before we get off here, man, you do know that Mark W. also invited you to come on to Vixen's Vault too if you wanted to, right?
Yeah, I was thinking about that actually yesterday, and he caught me. I was on DK's live or whatever. We were talking, you know how that goes. So, and he happened to go into the chat room, and I missed him when he went in there. So I have yet to talk to him. So that's coming up. I'm going to be talking to him about that, definitely.
Okay. All right. So with that being said, I am going to end the show, and I will talk to you guys later, man. Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Bye bye. In the heart of the Appalachian Mountains, there's a trail shrouded in mist and legend. They say it's haunted by the lantern of lost souls, a mysterious light that guides the wayward spirit of miners who perished in a forgotten disaster deep within the earth. Long ago, a miner named Old Tom was known for his uncanny ability to sense danger in the tunnels. One fateful day, he warned his fellow workers of an impending collapse, but his pleas were ignored by the greedy mine owner. As predicted, the mine caved in, trapping many souls within its dark embrace. Old Tom survived, but guilt gnawed at his heart. Every night, he ventured into the mountains, carrying a lantern, searching for a way to free the spirits of his fallen friends. He never returned from his final journey, and some say he became one of the ghosts he sought to save. Hikers report seeing a ghostly light bobbing through the trees, accompanied by the faint sound of pickaxes against the stone. It's Old Tom, they whispered, still trying to lead the miners to salvation. One night, a brave soul named Eli, intrigued by the tales, decided to follow the lantern. As he walked, the forest grew silent, and the air turned cold. The light led him to the entrance of the old mine, now nothing more than a gaping maw in the mountainside. Eli felt a chill as he heard a voice, as brittle as dried leaves. Help us find peace. He realized then that the lantern wasn't just a beacon, it was a plea from the beyond. Summoning all of his courage, Eli stepped into the darkness, the lantern's glow, his only companion. Hours passed, and just as dawn's first light began to pierce the night, the lantern flickered out, leaving Eli in pitch darkness. But he wasn't alone. He could feel the presence of the miners, their gratitude palpable in the still air. With a deep breath, Eli promised to tell their stories, to ensure they would never be forgotten. As he emerged from the mine, the sun broke over the horizon, and the spirits, at long last, found their rest. The lantern of lost souls was never seen again, but the legend lives on, a reminder of the bonds of brotherhood in the quest for redemption.
cover all the Christmas creepies that we wanted to cover, more or less?
I think.
Is there anything we missed?
I don't think so.
Now, for me, technically, I didn't want to cover any. I've already gone through this stuff in the fireside stories, so I'm good.
Yeah.
You know, but like you guys, you did a really good job on it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
like, now that book, what's the name of that book again?
It's called Monsters. An Investigator's Guide to Magical Beings, and it was written by John Michael Greer.
Okay, so probably
His last name was spelled Greer.
Okay. Yeah.
So now, don't get scared, Summer. Okay, like don't.
I don't scare you. See, really.
Well, I know a lot of this stuff was pretty sensitive tonight, so. You know.
I lived in a big old haunted house.
Well, I mean, you know, a haunted house is a lot different than talking about demons that want to eat you.
Yeah.
You know.
It is. If too many people lump all that stuff together, like you were saying, Roger.
Yeah, it's just too. You know, we're talking about like hardcore demons that are out there to do you harm, and like the story I was want to talk about the hungry ghost or hungry spirit.
Yeah.
They say that you have to create noise to cast them away, so that they don't because of demonic possession and obsession and all
Really?
that. You know, they used to have festivals where they would bang things together and make a lot of noises in a parade, and that was to cast off these evil demons.
Oh my God! Did you see? Speaking of parades, did you see that guy? Where was that ran through that parade in that car? Just went flying through there. They showed it on the news. Isn't it? Well, did you see that?
That was over in England. Yeah, I saw something about that earlier. Wasn't that over in England?
Yeah, Joe and I were
or something.
Showed it. Like, I wish I'd never seen it. They showed it. They showed him going. I mean, he was flying. Just went right through there. And they did that to a parade or something here at 4th of July, didn't they? It's really scary when you get the city running through like they're just going through.
Well, you know, if they would just ban those military style assault cars, things like this wouldn't happen.
Well,
that's what they need, car control.
Last time it was a van. Like, if you remember, they did the same thing in England. What was it, 6 years ago?
What was that?
They ran through that Christmas festival with that big truck.
Lorry. Yeah.
Oh yeah, now I remember that. So, that's terrible. Now we're really scared.
It was like 5 or 6 years ago. So.
Yeah. That's a Christmas creepy.
Well, not really.
This year is bad for people. This time of year is bad for people that have depression, and if they've lost people they've cared about, this is they'll start thinking about that too. So it's a good time of year, but it's also bad for a lot of people. Oh, I know, Austin. Here's a story you can tell, and then we'll just wrap this up. Remember, and actually this is very strange to me, was the last year your dad was alive. Do you remember the phone call he got?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what that was. Yeah.
Well, yeah, he got a wrong number. It was the guy called, and or did your dad call him? I can't remember now.
I think he got a wrong number calling him.
Yeah, I think so Marty, my husband, called somebody, or they called him. I can't remember which. But so anyway, the guy was like, "You've got the wrong number," and I think my husband said, "Well, Merry Christmas anyway, and to you and yours." And the guy said, "I don't have anybody. I don't have anybody at all, and this is not a good time of year for me. Everybody I know is dead," and it was creepy. And so, but that was Marty the last year that he was alive. Because he said, the guy told him, he said, everybody I know has died. And so I'm alone at Christmas. So I don't have anybody. And Marty said the guy was kind of mean to him. I was like, well, it's a bad time for him, obviously. How'd you get a hold of him? Or I don't remember now. I think he called Marty. No, because he didn't have anybody. So Marty must have accidentally called him. Yeah. And it was a wrong number. Marty's like, God, I was kind of creeped out because he depressed me, made me so depressed. Do you remember that now, Austin?
Yeah. Didn't Dad try to say something to? I forget. Dad tried to say something to him about that.
We'll try to bring him up. He was like, well, I'm sorry. Try to have a Merry Christmas. And the guy was real nasty to him. I was like, gosh, just leave him alone.
That's creepy because that was Dad's last Christmas.
Yeah.
So that's what makes that particularly creepy.
Yeah. That is pretty bad. That kind of creeped me out just hearing it, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a Christmas creepy for sure. That's the Christmas creepy of Christmas creepies, I'd say.
And also,
and then you see some of these people that run into parades, it's like that. It's a bad time, I guess.
Well, the one guy that ran through that parade, and I think it may have been Paris, France, but he did it in July. He was a Muslim that was trying to kill a bunch of people.
Was it in July?
There was a parade in Paris in July and he drove a lorry through the parade and killed a bunch of people, but he was a radicalized Muslim.
Yeah, but this one that just happened, what was going on with him? Something was going on with him mentally too, I think.
I don't know the story about this one that just happened today. I have to look at the news and read up on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, since you guys are bringing all this up, let me take a little bit of time too to let everybody know, this isn't really the best time of year for a lot of people. I mean, a lot of us are sitting around, we have Christmas trees and presents and family, but also take into consideration when there are people out here having hard times, and they usually do have a hard time this time of year between, I like to say Thanksgiving or Halloween. A lot of people say Thanksgiving, but
I think Halloween.
Yeah. So keep it in mind if you got family or friends that you know who have like mental illness or suffer from depression. Take time to go over and say hi to them.
Yeah, reach out. Well, I guess we should wrap this up because I'm hungry.
She's hungry.
It's also been
hungry.
You watch, her boyfriend's going to be disappeared. Something's going to happen.
He will.
He wandered down upstairs. But so anyway, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and hopefully it's I know it's a bad time for a lot of people, but I hope everybody's trying to find some kind of happiness with the holidays here. So we'll just end the show and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone.
Same to you, Summer. Same to you, Austin.
Same to you, Roger.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Okay.
All right, so we got that.
So we're streaming some of my Dead at Night and then some of my old 2007 demo stuff from the Halloween Comeback Special.
Now, I can see if anybody wants to come in and everything if you want me to, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's up to you.
I mean, I've got it on. Actually, I could share something on there if people want to come in. But yeah. Now, are you going to show your camera?
My camera.
Yeah, like are you going to show yourself on the video, or are you just going to leave that off?
Well, like me play on video, or?
Well, I mean, are you? Because like your cam's not showing you.
Oh, you can't see me?
Nuh-uh.
Oh, I can see me.
You can? Let me back out.
Yeah, I can see me.
Let me back out of the call and come back.
back in.
Yeah, it's not.
Maybe I'll just
Well,
turn the camera back on.
Well, it's fine because like
Okay, now see me.
no, it's fine. I mean, because we can. I mean, we got you talking with me talking, and we got the music, so everything's cool. So.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, if you want, I'll end the call real quick.
No, no,
I can see me, but
well, your voice is kind of chopping up too. But don't.
Oh, my voice. Okay, I'll get out back in.
Yeah, get out, come back in real quick, see what happens.
Okay, yeah, sometimes that's all it takes to fix it.
Yeah. We are getting set up. I'm gonna record this instead of streaming it, and then I'll upload it as a recording so that we can have it on there. So once you guys start seeing this, actually probably nobody's going to see this because I'll edit it out. So he didn't leave the server, did he? No. That was weird. Yeah. So here in a little bit, we should be able to freaking get things back up and going. So, I mean, Austin's still in the chat. I just have to get things lined up and good to go. I'm gonna go ahead and just put an image up to make it to where it's actually pretty good. So